Ahoy, ahoy, gang. If this is your first time with us, welcome. And if you're joining us from a previous video, hey, we love to see it, and I hope you're doing well. I thought we might have more time before we reach the end of the TBS era, but unfortunately it does not look like that is the case. And so, with us reaching the end, I give to you, touched up for your viewing pleasure, every TBS era episode of American Dad in review. Timestamps by season if that's what you're interested in. And hey, it's every episode reviewed, so let's get to it! Woo! It's no secret that Family Guy was saved from cancellation due to the success of its reruns. More specifically, the reruns airing on Adult Swim, which was owned by Turner Broadcast, who also owns TBS, or the Turner Broadcast Station. When Family Guy was brought back in 2005, Turner knew to get the rerun rights to American Dad and eventually Cleveland's show as well, and it wasn't uncommon to have the newest episode of Family Guy air on Fox on Sunday and then Adult Swim on Monday, and American Dad and Cleveland show would later follow suit. So, when American Dad was canceled at Fox, it just made sense for Turner Broadcast to find a new home for the show to create more reruns to air on their networks. And so it moved to TBS with new episodes airing later in the week on Adult Swim. This wouldn't even be TBS's first foray into animation, other than of course the original productions like Final Space, Tarantula, and American Dad. TBS had actually been in the animation game for a while, airing other Turner animated properties including The Oblongs and Baby Blues, as well as things like Mission Hill and Dilbert. Man, I'd love to talk about some Tarantula. What a wild and weird series. Anyway, American Dad moving from broadcast to cable would allow them to use more profane language, show more violence, but more importantly, be even weirder with the narratives and not have to stick to traditional structure. American Dad at this point had switched up from pop-in culture, where a show needs to be designed where you can catch any episode and understand what's going on, to streaming and binge culture, where entire seasons are appreciated at once and you have to maintain that tempo throughout. So, how did the freshman outing into the cable landscape go? Well, there's only one way to find out and three questions to be asked. What worked? What failed? What blonde-haired eco-protests will be curtailed? It's time to crawl into the lion's den. That is the rest of the TBS era Season 10! Blonde Ambition. Well, this is it. This is the TBS season premiere. Everything has led up to this moment. This is how a whole new audience would be introduced to American Dad for the very first time. Is it a climactic Golden Turd episode? Maybe Stan has to do something huge that involves the whole family coming together to fight off a common cause. Or, it's Haley becoming a blonde to be a better activist. The really neat thing about this episode is that it starts the ongoing trend of cold opens in the show. It's actually a great way of setting up the main plot while also giving people something to latch onto. Anyway, Haley goes blonde to try and raise awareness, and even brings up Garbage Island, which is a callback to News Glance with Genevieve Vance, eventually working with Iron Monkey, who is a not subtle reference to Deadmau5. The B story is Stan finding a bunch of flyers put on the door and gets fed up with it, so when he sees a flyer for a new complex development, he decides to move into it with Steve. Steve is miserable until they find an empty jacuzzi on a deck. And yeah, it's Stan and Steve pretending to live in a construction site while Haley tries to save the whales, only to discover Iron Monkey uses whales to power his yacht. Overall, Blonde Ambition is a really out there episode that still feels familiar. It follows that tried and true formula of a surreal A story and a down-to-earth B story with an insane twist. Haley is on an activist world tour while Stan and Steve have to run from pit bulls in a construction site. Blonde Ambition is an excellent way to start a season off. It shows how things are going to be different in the TBS era while still not scaring away traditional fans. It's just adding a smidge of different. They're dipping your toes into the water to get you comfortable. I have to wonder how they planned this, or if they did, because Blonde Ambition is a very strong 9 out of 10. CIA POW. The episode opens in Thailand, where Stan and the boys are on a mission to take out a secret base, only for a drone to blow it up instead and take their thunder. Bullock explains that drones are just easier than using human agents, and Stan and the crew decide to go and show they're relevant by stealing the King's inhaler. The B story is the family having a slow-motion race across the family room. If they stop moving, they lose. If they get there first, they lose. Ultimately, Stan and the crew get captured and kept as POWs, where they get tortured by the Thai general, 8-Bit, who will be a recurring character. I never said that's a good thing, but hey, we get yak puns. Whoa. Anyway, yeah, Stan sees that his crew is human and they're going to screw up, so the rest of the episode is spent with the guys working together to try and make it out, all while Roger tries to cheat his way to winning the slow-motion race. It's not that CIA POW is a bad episode, I still think it's fine, but the episode as a whole is just largely forgettable. No joke really stands out, and it feels like a lot of fluff. That being said, we've gotten 2 episodes with very weird balancing acts. CIA POW is maybe a 7 out of 10 that really is just kind of there. Not every episode is going to be groundbreaking, but it was nice to see the CIA squad fleshed out a little bit better. It felt almost like Stan's Night Out Part 2. If it was your first episode of the TBS era, I would understand how you'd be disappointed, but it's still decent enough. Sense and sensability. When a new kid transfers to the school, Snot stays close to them so that the bullies will attack the even weaker nerd, until the nerd proceeds to show off his karate skills, beating down Mertz, a way more frequent recurring character now. Snot and Steve decide to join Dojo Biden, where they look up to current VP Joe Biden. Not to say it's a little bit of a dated episode. When Snot unleashes his anger, he joins Dojo Biden and begins to let his power go to his head. The B story is Klaus reeking, and so the family locks him outside, where the birds and cats begin to circle. Steve decides to help Snot return to his senses by beating him at a karate tournament, with Roger's help after his dad just tells him gun beats karate every time. The tournament announcer is actually Adam Devine, and he gives a great performance. People forget that he was Pizza Steve. It's kind of funny that they make Warriors and Kill Bill references in this episode focused on Steve, much in the same vein as Escape from Pearl Bailey. It's not a ripoff and they're totally different references, it's just funny that they're included. I really love the Klaus B story, and to see them trying to get him back into the house, like the TBS era really takes the time to build up Klaus, and I'm genuinely excited to see it happen again. There's a heartfelt message at the end of the episode, and I gotta say, it really is just a solid casual watch. Sense and Sensability is a sound 8 out of 10. Big Stan on campus. Bullock rides in on a floating chariot and announces that budget cutbacks need to happen and Stan gets chosen to have a month off without pay. And so he decides to become a security guard at Groff Community College, which will be a much more frequent setting as things go forward. He's determined to be one of the cool security guards. The B story is the family opening a bed and breakfast and get a highly demanding high-end client, Mr. Cavendish, played by the legendary, the iconic, the one-of-a-kind Stephen Fry, one of the most talented actors of the modern age. He proceeds to fill Steve's room with feces violently. Stan's boss is played by Dean Norris of Breaking Bad and Starship Troopers fame, and when students start to protest outside Camp Sec, the campus goes into lockdown and the guards have to fight back against the threat. The episode feels like the most fleshed out episode of this new era so far, and still you get that Fox undertone underneath everything. It still feels like a Fox season, which makes you wonder how many skeletons of stories they had left before making the transition over. I feel like Season 10 is a very natural and very important transition into the TBS age. The episodes are getting just a bit more absurd or taking more and more creative freedoms. They're more graphic and are willing to go places they hadn't gone previously. I really don't want to spoil too much of this episode just because it's one where the jokes make the episode rather than the narrative beats. It's an episode to be watched and appreciated. It's also wild to me that the season is just chock full of special guest stars. I mean, to get Stephen Fry, Dean Norris, and Mark Spitz in this episode and have them not even be the biggest names of the season is just bewildering to me. They really didn't pull any punches. I will say some of the Stan security bits do drag for a little bit, but overall the episode is a truly stellar 9 out of 10. Gwen! Francine's hot sister Gwen is back! Gwen being played by Uma Thurman of all people. Again, another Kill Bill reference. Hey, I know it's probably not. It's just very funny to me and very ironic that after Senses and Sensibility, where there was a Kill Bill reference, you literally have the bride herself in now in Gwen. Anyway, again, super stacked season. The episode opens with Francine having a nightmare about how Gwen burned down the high school when they were kids. The episode is a bunch of side stories all focused around Gwen. Roger has a thunder sheet and plans to use it for drama and entrust it to Klaus. Stan teaches Steve about the awkward yet perfected technique of the hug. And Haley tries to show Francine that Gwen is taking advantage of her to get away with her crimes, all culminating in Francine confessing that she was the one that started the fire at the school and Gwen ultimately took the fall for her. And when it happens again, instead of taking the blame, Francine sends Gwen off as she vows her revenge. Now in Gwen is peak American Dad in spirit. Much in the same vein as National Treasure Baby Franny, this is a great vehicle for a Francine-centered episode that isn't really pulled away from for any other shenanigans. It gives us time to build on this dynamic relationship, and the episode is just a fun, entertaining watch throughout. It's a predictable but very solid 8 out of 10. It's not a bad thing for an episode to feel predictable. I just really want to make that clear. Like, the developments in the story feel very beat for beat familiar, which just means you're getting into the tempo of American Dad. Remember, the new form of American Dad is meant to be streamed and marathoned. They're expecting you to sit down and watch several episodes in one burst. Now that episodes are starting to flow and blend with one another, you start to get a rhythm of the season, and Now and Gwen feels like just another gentle step deeper into the TBS pool. Dreaming of a White Porsche Christmas. It's our first TBS Christmas episode! Stan is jealous of Principal Lewis's wild bachelor lifestyle and makes a wish to trade places as Roger holds on to his buns. And as Christmas miracles go, sure enough, he's thrown into Lewis's life and Lewis takes over Stan's life. The unique twist, though, Stan gets his wish to go back to his real family, and it isn't Steve, Haley, or Francine. He then has to ruin his actual life so that he can go back to his punishment family that he's gotten used to. It's a perfectly fine Christmas episode. I'm not going to sit here and say it's one of the best by any means, but it's perfectly serviceable. It's nice to have Principal Lewis front and center again, and the episode as a whole is very funny. There's just not a lot to it. It's easy to explain because it's just meant to be taken as a fun ride. You've seen it before time after time, so it makes sense to just kind of turn your brain off and enjoy the jokes along the way. Dreaming of a White Porsche Christmas is the Disney ride of episodes. You know you're going to be safe, you know everything is going to be the same on the other side, and it just sort of coasts its way to the end. And that's kind of what the TBS Christmas specials are now. We'll still get some of the Vengeful Santa storyline and things like it, but for the most part, the Christmas specials are just almost one-shot adventures to celebrate what they represent. They're just Christmas specials, and that's okay. Dreaming of a White Porsche Christmas is a familiar and almost nostalgic 8 out of 10. LGB Steve! Haley is determined to fit in with a roller derby team that celebrates female empowerment. The episode has Lonnie Love and Broadway legend Kristen Chenoweth as special guest stars. Anyway, the team sees how well Steve skates and agree to let Haley join if she gets her sister to join too. The B story? The return of Jesus, played by Jeremy Sisto, all the way back from It's Good to Be the Queen. When Stan and Francine start fighting about home repairs, he shows up to try and help, and they just absolutely hate any renovations he makes. All while Haley tries to hide that Steve's not a girl, and he proceeds to fall for Devin, and begins questioning his own gender in a musical ballad. LGB Steve is a 10 out of 10 and wastes no time pulling you into it. And you know what really seals the deal of the whole episode? Klaus. Klaus, right from the beginning of the episode, is one of the funniest elements. The TBS era has let Klaus and Roger actually just be totally unhinged. And to have Klaus rolling up the windows when he starts to pick a fight for Haley is just amazing. D. Bradley Baker's performance just feels that much more unhinged. It's like Tom Kenny going from SpongeBob to Woody from Brickleberry. Except here they're just going all out on how insane Klaus can be. Roger's persona as the roller rink day manager is also just fantastic. And just seeing Haley fumble time after time trying to branch out and be different is almost endearing in a way. It's like she's filling in for Jeff since he's just not around anymore. I really love LGB Steve, and I think it is the perfect example of the early TBS era. It's not political satire, but it feels topical in a non-aggressive way. It's got a song, great dialogue, brilliant jokes. LGB Steve is the episode where I think I realized that everything was going to be okay with the move to TBS. The best part? It's not even my favorite episode of the season. Morning Mimosa! While Season 10 doesn't do a ton of world building, it does give us two series mainstays going forward. Trish and Suze, the hosts of the greatest morning talk show to hit Langley's airwaves, Morning Mimosa. Trish and Suze, I think, are two of the greatest mimosa-based characters ever made. Played by Casey Wilson and June Diane Raphael, they'd be recurring characters going forward, and the Morning Mimosa set becomes a somewhat frequent set piece. Anyway, the A story has Steve cussing at his mom, which causes her to stop doing anything for him and leaving him to fend for himself. So, when he gets tired of looking up snakebite videos, he decides to learn how to cook for himself, eventually becoming the orphan chef, and claiming his mom wasn't around and that he didn't need her. The B story is Stan believing that no one can see him as he runs around the city naked and just refuses that anyone could possibly acknowledge him. Morning Mimosa is this orange-clad Thunderdome, and having Steve in the middle of it as the audience is hosed down with mimosas and riled up, all as the producer, played by Will Forte, cheers from afar, is just peak New Age American Dad. Season 9 was great, it really was, but having the guy hosing the crowd down and calling them animals had me dry heaving on the ground with tears in my eyes. The B story is whatever, but the A story, I would say, is one of the strongest of the whole show. It's a great reconciliation plot between Steve and Francine, but also just, pound for pound, some of the funniest American Dad out there. Also, for any Reno 911 fans, Carrie Kenny and Wendy McClendon Covey both guest star, which atop of Cedric Yarborough, Carlos Alzgaray, who'd show up in a later episode, as well as Niecy Nash. It's just a very neat thing to see. Morning Mimosa is a 10 out of 10 episode that shines as a beacon of evolution in the formula. My Affair Lady. Have you noticed something yet? We're 12 episodes into this season, and this is our third Haley episode of the TBS era, and it's still not a Stan and Haley episode. The writers seem much more confident in giving the main spotlight to Haley, and My Affair Lady is the perfect example of that. Haley feels like she's hit rock bottom and begins to try and get her life turned around with the help of her life coach, played by Roger. He gets her a job, and as she starts to excel, encourages her to have an affair with a married man. Pete Holmes makes a return to the show as Andrew, who everyone hates. So that's nice. And the B story? Oh boy. Stan drives Steve and Francine to the mother-son dance and then proceeds to sleep with Francine and steal her away from the party. It's really kind of funny because, he's her husband, they love each other. Yes, it's a horrible thing to do to Steve and is reminiscent of I Am the Walrus, but the way they play it out is just great. I don't know. My Affair Lady is just terrific. You have Roger trying to trick Haley so that he can make money because he's the married man's wife. You have really just more introspection into Klaus as a character. And when you need a breather, boom, you've just got this really bizarre yet entertaining B story. My Affair Lady is a solid 9 out of 10 that really showcases the strength of building up Haley. We've seen them explore her before, but this episode just feels like a cut above. Critically, the TBS era has been scoring lower and lower as the show has gone on, and I just don't see how. You have a show investing deeper into the characters it has, and is willing to give Haley, of all people, several episodes in their freshman season on TBS. Obviously, biased reviewer, but even then, there's still so much heart and charm, it blows my mind that these weren't better received. A Star is Reborn. Okay, this is in the running for one of my favorite episodes of all time. As Stan uses CIA technology to be the winning caller on Rockin' Ronnie's acclaimed radio show, he and Francine get tickets to visit beautiful Hollywood. And as they're walking the Walk of Fame, Stan slips around on marbles left out by June in an attempt to find the reincarnation of her deceased husband, and believing it to be Stan, rushes him off to finish his magnum opus, Marble Mumble. June is played by Kate Mulgrew. That's right, Captain Janeway is in this. Oh, and did you think she was the only huge name attached to the episode? Think again, true believers. Not only do we have one of the last appearances of Mickey Rooney, who one of his last lines ever recorded was, "We'll use the computers," but we also literally have Mr. Marvel himself, Stan Lee. Imagine that your last words are, "We'll use the computers." That's how I want to go. Like Eartha Kitt and Ricardo Montalban before me. I want American Dad to outlive us all and be immortalized in its animated walls. Anyway, while Stan is trying to remember his past life and Francine is chasing after him, Roger is checking the DVR when he notices a few episodes of Bones are missing, and when he finds out that Haley and Steve are responsible, he crate trains them for their transgressions. This is another phenomenal episode that really feels like the last season they were under a ton of stress, and now here they are allowed to just let the series breathe and find its new pace. If you watch episode by episode and fall into that rhythm, this and the episode after feel like such absolute peaks. I mean, this is some of the best writing we've seen in seasons, and it still feels so fresh. None of these episodes feels like they're a carbon copy of a Fox era episode, and they're still very much in the same spirit that American Dad has always represented. I love A Star Is Reborn. It's a 10 out of 10 that shows all the characters at their absolute best. It really does have a sweet conclusion with Stan and Francine realizing they'll belong to each other for generations. And then it leads directly into perfection. Manhattan Magical Murder Mystery Tour! 10 out of 10. I really don't want to say any more than that. Manhattan Magical Murder Mystery Tour is the closest we'll ever have to perfect American Dad. It is the most aware the series has ever been. I'm sorry. I love this show, and I have followed it for years, and this episode, alongside Office Spaceman, are the two I revisit the most. This is perfect television. When Francine is nominated for the Best Lonely Housewife Crime Novella Softcore Award at a writing convention, the family head to the Big Apple to celebrate with her. There, F.R. Ancine runs into her literary rival, Dio Rothi, played by the Academy Award-winning super actress, Kathy Bates. This episode is just the gang exploring New York. Stan and Haley go to look for a tour of the city and end up getting roped into an evening with Robert Wool playing himself. Steve and Roger run to James Patterson, played by Bruce Altman, and decide to sell him on their crime-fighting duo, Wheels and the Leg Man. However, when they don't have a case to solve to show him, he disappears. And then Francine goes missing. A gasp! And so Wheels and the Leg Man are on their most treacherous case yet, where they must find Francine by having the best New York day. Roger kidnapped her, Patterson kidnapped her from Roger, and Robert Wool would become a recurring character on the show. I know I probably sound insane talking about this flow, but it's just so important to remember that you're supposed to binge these episodes. They're meant to grip your attention and carry you through. Manhattan Magical Murder Mystery Tour feels like a reward for going this deep into the season. I mean, look at it overall. We haven't had a single truly bad episode out of the bunch. Maybe a couple okay episodes, sure, but pound for pound, Season 10 is one of the strongest ones yet. It brings a tear to my eye to see such splendor. The Shrink! And then we follow it up with The Shrink? My eyes, they burn from irritation. I've been crying too much. There's been too much peak. And The Shrink? Even more peak. The episode opens with the CIA boys taking the train for lunch, and when Stan decides to take a cab back, he offers the cab he was about to get to a couple who get crushed to death under a sign right in front of him. This causes Stan to spiral and go see a shrink, played by Ted Danson, who explains chaos theory to him. Stan then steals a shrink gun and runs away to a miniature city where he can have total control and isn't afraid of the chaos of life anymore. The B story is Roger and Klaus getting embarrassed at a party and having to learn more about wine to impress those partygoers. The family gets shrunken down and joins Stan in the miniature city and actually starts to sell them on the whole idea until Roger breaks a wine bottle and attracts ants that begin to climb up and attack the town. The family are saved by Ted Danson's shrink, who's killed by the ants but won't be dead for long. And Stan embraces that it's okay for there to be chaos because he has his family. It's touching, it's got amazing jokes, it's got tremendous flow, and The Shrink is just a dynamite episode that delivers on everything it's going for. I know I usually have something negative to say here and there, but with The Shrink, I don't. Again, it just feels like an absolutely perfect episode of American Dad. Some shots may linger, but that's really whatever. Another solid 10 out of 10 that just feels like even more reassurance that TBS is a good home for such a beloved series. This wasn't a cash grab. This was knowing there were still more stories to tell. Holy shit, Jeff's back! Do you think T-Pain likes American Dad? Like, we know he likes Adult Swim shows. We know he did, like, Freaknik and everything. But do you think T-Pain enjoys American Dad? T-Pain, if you're watching this, let me know. I would love to know if you enjoy American Dad. Anyway, Jeff's back! When a meteor streaks across the sky, it lands in Langley Falls from beyond the stars. And as a son begs his father not to leave and he drives off, he's crushed by the meteor and explodes, only to have Jeff walk out of the wreckage and back to the Smiths. It's so nice to hear Jeff Fisher again, and I think that really says a lot for his performance and how well Jeff has stayed relevant through all these years. They're actually aware of the events that happened prior and call back to it, something few shows do, and even fewer do so expertly. However, as the family interacts more and more with Jeff, Haley begins to get suspicious because he's completely different, and sure enough, it's an alien in disguise as Jeff, transferring items to the mothership, including the hamster that Steve was supposed to be watching for snot, and so he has to turn to Klaus for help. Anyway, Roger recognizes it's an alien and helps Haley try and investigate what this alien wants. However, the alien begins to bond with Stan and forgets his assignment as he truly starts to believe in what he's doing. This episode is fantastic because it shows that Haley is willing to do anything to get Jeff back, even going through excruciating pain, and I don't know, again, you don't see people that care about each other like that usually. And so Haley and Roger board the collector ship and run into the ghost of Sinbad and find Jeff's dismembered body. They get caught by the collectors, Roger throws Haley into them and tries to make a run for it, and the alien confesses to Stan as they go to save Roger and Haley with the power of Froyo. Zblier gives his life to transfer Jeff's original brain into the body, and yeah, Jeff's back. It's a nice return to form and a creative way to get Jeff back. The B story with Steve and Klaus is actually pretty great and ends up on some solid comedy. Like, there's some real heart to this episode, and it's uplifting to see that they weren't just waving it away, but actually put effort into writing Jeff back in. Holy S, Jeff's back is a solid 9 out of 10. American Fun! One of the best episodes of American Dad. Ah yes, the quote-unquote worst episode of American Dad. The episode has a cold intro where a live-action Chinese businessman named Feng Hua tells you not to change the channel and that what you're watching is in fact American Dad. However, he bought it, and so this is American Dad made by Feng Hua. Oh, we're just getting started. Even in the intro credits, they throw Feng Hua's name under executive producer. Anyway, Bullock calls Stan and tells him he forgot his anniversary again, and so Stan decides to lock Francine in a mental hospital so he doesn't have to get into a fight on their anniversary and buy himself some time to right his wrong. Instead, he goes on a mall shopping spree and forgets to fix things before she gets released. The B story? Roger has too many clothes in their closet burst, and so the kids are determined to help him trim down his wardrobe, only to discover a newspaper that informs them that the Chinese billionaire Feng Hua has added to his already impressive fortune, as they all nod in knowing agreement. It then zooms in on the article, and where it's usually just like a bunch of gibberish, like it's not really a thing, this is actually a full-on paragraph about the great Feng Hua, talking about how he has a boatload of cash and a buttload of cash or whatever that impressed everyone that lives in all multiverses. Stan gives Francine a bucket of chicken for their anniversary. She justifiably blows up at Stan, and the hospital readmits her because Stan just can't remember his anniversary. The doctor explains that Stan causes Francine's rage episodes as he takes a sip of refreshing, relaxing, rejuvenating Feng Hua spring water, now with 89% less water. Stan then gets admitted while Steve and Haley try to help Roger until the great and amazing Feng Hua throws open the door and talks about how great American Dad is and to tell all our friends. What an important man, that Feng Hua. Did you know Success by Feng Hua is a wonderful cologne that has a diverse list of ingredients and elevates you from human to God? Stan has to break up the puddin' on the Hits talent show, all while the Mr. Feng kicks open the door and tells Steve, Haley, and Roger of his big grand adventure. After finding a convenient new closet, of course. Stan and Francine are about to get lobotomies after a failed escape, and the rest of the family, now voiced by Feng, follow the legendary Mr. Hua as he sniffs his way to digging up jewels in the city. He wraps up the rest of the story by saying Stan and Francine were saved by a Feng resort in Bali. Stan gets a Feng Hua premium signature suit. Truly, Feng Hua is the best businessman. And in a smart, super business move, he sells American Dad to Li Quan, who makes it American Chinese Dad. The family then tend rice fields where they begin dancing with Mickey Mouse. I unironically love American Feng. It's the most surreal the show has been, and I mean, obviously, none of it is real, but the attention to how it's incorporated is just so incredible. Like, it literally starts with just an executive producer nod in an intro. Yet as it goes on, he becomes more and more of an intrusive character until he's the main focus of the entire show. Whether it's a commentary about what if a Chinese billionaire bought American Dad after it got canceled, or just a really bizarre story, personally, I think it absolutely works. The Stan and Francine story obviously doesn't have a solid conclusion, and you could even say it ends with Stan getting a freaking lobotomy, but also they dance in a rice field with an off-color Mickey Mouse, so who knows? The episode isn't supposed to make sense. It's supposed to feel weird and out of place, and I really do appreciate everything it's going for. American Feng is a brilliant 9 out of 10. Seizure Suit Stanny! This might be the worst episode of the season. Stan is making a soda float in his mouth while Haley texts while driving, and Stan starts mocking the kids that aren't paying attention and bans texting in the family. He makes a lot of solid cases for when to not text, though, which is commendable, I guess. Steve visits Roger's place for advice to help him deal with his yips and do better at tests, all through the art of diving. Anyway, Stan gets addicted to texting and starts doing it constantly to the point he's texting and driving and gets into an accident and tries to cover it up by saying he had a seizure and has to stick with it, and it's just rubberneckers without the charm. Like, I know I said that there wasn't carbon copy episodes, but this one actually breaks it. There's an exception to every rule, and it's really just, yeah, it's rubberneckers. It's rubberneckers without the musical bits. Like, the B story is okay and is a good Steve and Roger story, but it doesn't bring the episode as a whole up. I know this is a brisk review compared to the other ones, but it's literally just Stan framing Jeff and trying to keep finding workarounds so he doesn't have to admit he was wrong. There's just nothing here, and it's so disappointing considering this is the first major season finale of the TBS era. Seizure Suit Stanny is a miserable, just missable 6 out of 10. Even then, like, it's not horrendous, it just doesn't land. I think that it is a non-zero reason the end of the season isn't held in a ton of high regard. American Feng is a super divisive episode, and then to follow it with Seizure Suit, it can feel like it just got dragged down with it. And there we have it, folks. That's Season 10, the Great Bridge Season. Was I wrong on any episodes? Right on any? Let me know in the comments down below. Overall, Season 10 still feels like a Fox-era season, and is a perfect way to wade into the TBS episodes that are going to be intentionally more out there. I don't think there was ever a lull in quality, and outside of Seizure Suit, there were plenty of very strong episodes to the season. It's good to see they didn't fall into any of the traps of revitalizing a show. Sure, they brought Jeff back, but it didn't impact the spirit of what was going on. If anything, it was a way of adding back in an ingredient into a constantly brewing century soup, with just a splash of Trish ensues and all that mimosa goodness. Season 10 is the last get-off point before the show slips down the absurdist rabbit hole and could very much be treated as a proper send-off to the show if it needed it. But next season, we get some of the biggest additions to the show yet. We're just getting started. Like, to put this in context, we've covered 191 episodes of American Dad. It just recently, at the time of recording this, celebrated its 350th episode. So we still have a very solid chunk to explore. So go find someone named Devin before we talk about Season 11. Season 11 is the first fully TBS-era season. We're going to see a ton of really cool ideas, some weird ideas, and overall, just a very robust season. We'll get our next two-parter, as well as the return of a very important political player. So, without further ado, what went right, what went wrong? Something that rhymes with Seven, or Kevin, or Devin. Hey, let's just review Season 11. As far as season premieres go, Roots might very well be the most impactful one since Pilot or 100 AD. Roots opens with one of the best cold opens ever by showing off arena football! Football with shorter barriers, a black knight, and water cannons. And what great city gets to join in the legacy? Why, none other than Langley with their now infamous Bazooka Sharks! Stan begins to fight for a stadium to be built for the Bazooka Shark team until he finds out that it would require them to demolish a tree that practically raised him in place of Jack. However, he has to go up against Roger as the King of Asphalt as well as one of the two brothers. The B story has Steve bothered that he hasn't been able to grow, so he goes to meet a doctor that Klaus recommends. Dr. Calgary, played by the man of 1,000 voices, Alan Tudyk. Dr. Calgary is a mad scientist and a solid recurring character that absolutely steals the show with his self-made assistant Billy, played by the ever-talented Kevin Michael Richardson. Stan then begins to protest the stadium being built and neglects his family to protect his tree dad. However, as the fight drags on and Steve begins to go under for his very concerning and mildly illegal leg lengthening procedure, Stan knows he has to make the right call and goes to save his son. Roots is a very much an episode about growth. It's about growing past, one's limitations, and introducing a city that is growing and thriving. Like we get the Bazooka Sharks, Dr. Calgary, and Billy all introduced in the same episode, as well as some super strong Roger personas, and just a really solid Stan and Steve story that actually comes together in the end. Roots is a 10 out of 10 episode that kicks off the season right. It might be one of, if not the best season premieres the series has ever had, and the fact that it's 11 seasons in really warms my heart. Like, to keep a show going into its 11th season on a different network and still be able to capture the charm, the heart, and the absurdity of an ever-growing Langley perfectly still after all these years is just, it's next level. I don't know. Roots just works. It's easily one of the best written episodes of a season, rife with quality. The Life Aquatic with Steve Smith. Steve is determined to touch boob, and in order to touch boob, he decides to try varsity sports and joins water polo. The B story? Stan and Roger go to a CIA auction and go in on a boat to become boat people. Fun fact, Steve's water polo coach is named James Hetfield and is played by James Hetfield. That's right, the James Hetfield of Metallica. Stop calling attention to it. It's a fun gimmick. John Cho also shows up as Vince Chung, and Barry Bostwick makes an appearance. Anyway, Klaus helps Steve thrive on the team, and he begins to take him for granted when he finally starts to get popular, and yeah, you've seen this episode before. It's not bad, and honestly it works because the two stories complement each other while also standing well on their own. Francine gets to hang out with the cool moms after Steve excels. Stan and Roger are miserable as boat people because of course they are. They're boat people. It's just unlike Seizure Suit Stanny, where it felt like a carbon copy of a great episode and just failed to hit that same tone. This episode felt like a much-deserved do-over. Sure, there's the same notes of Snot feeling neglected and Klaus being betrayed, but I think the comedy just makes it all blend together much better than, say, License to Till. The Life Aquatic with Steve Smith is a solid 8 out of 10. Haley Smith, SEAL Team 6. Haley brings the family down by telling them about all the horrible things that happened at the Cheesecake Warehouse, and she tries to figure out when she lost her joy since everyone remembers a happy Haley, and so she turns to Dr. Penguin for help. The B story is A tier. S tier even. Quintuple S tier if you would dare. Steve and the boys are discussing pork and are approached by a slow cooker salesman played by Norman Reedus of Walking Dead and Boondock Saints fame. And as he walks away telling them the slower the cook, the better the taste, the boys are enchanted by the prospect of pork that'll fall apart in your mouth. Haley gets hypnotized into being 6 again as she starts to act like a kid, even pushing Jeff away and thinking he's gross. This, of course, makes Jeff go to extreme seal bludgeoning lengths to get his wife back, all while Steve and the boys simmer a roast for 12 days and then proceed to eat the tainted meat before Steve is escorted off in a hambulance. I love that they didn't just brush everything out of the way, and it really showed that Jeff loves Haley no matter what and wants her to be happy. The B story with Steve and the gang is terrific, and it really goes on for just the right amount of time. It really, again, you have the outrageous A story and the simple B story with an outrageous twist. That being said, the A story is very simple and almost feels like a season 3 or 4 episode, much akin to Haley's. Haley Smith's SEAL Team 6 is a 7 out of 10. NSA, no snoops allowed. It's the return of Seth Green to American Dad. The cold open with the Roomba is hysterical. The absolute fear in the family is incredible. I love it. If nothing else, watch the beginning of the episode. It's just when the Roomba comes in and scans the room and like, all right, I like this. I like this a lot. But that cold open also shows that Stan is completely incompetent with tech and needs Steve's help to install Facebook on his work computer. He gives Steve a tour of the complex and Stan says he might not be CIA material and starts mocking Steve to his CIA friends, which understandably upsets him, and he runs off to help the NSA, led by the aforementioned Seth Green. The episode does have some huge celebrity cameos, but they literally spell them out, so I'm not going to waste my time with it. The B story has Haley accidentally eating meat again when Klaus puts veal in his almond pancakes and starts going on a meat frenzy, determined to eat every meat she wants for a full 24-hour period before quitting meat again. And so she and Roger go on a full-on depraved meat hunt, ultimately trying to eat a gorilla's brain. And much like The Life Aquatic, it feels like another do-over. It's another exploration of Stan looking down on Steve for being geeky, but ultimately respecting his tech skills. Honestly, comparing this to, say, All About Steve from Season 1, it's a solid way to see how the show has grown. We also get Trish the Waitress, which is a recurring gag. NSA No Snoops Allowed is a quality episode that really rings true as just good quality American Dad. It doesn't push the formula, it doesn't try something different or wild, it sticks to the tried and true structure and just packs it full of quality jokes. NSA is a solid 8 out of 10. Stan Smith as Keanu Reeves as Stan Smith. Stan has the day off and ends up stressed when Steve gets a drifter friend and Jeff and Haley need a pregnancy test, so he ends up going to the pharmacy and being confronted by a delightful medicine hag about his blood pressure, all while Roger tries to sell him on the house being a World Cup candidate. Steve's drifter is actually voiced by Eric Andre. Anyway, yeah, Stan is super stressed and needs to chill out. Bullock watched Point Break on TBS and wonders if a cyber attack on the CIA was actually done by renegade surfers instead of the person they know did it, so Stan goes undercover at the beach and learns how to cut loose thanks to Kai. Sam in the episode is actually voiced by skate and television legend Jason Lee. Anyway, Stan begins to try and take it easy, but when Bullock calls him back, he then tries to frame the surfers to keep the fun going while they chase the reverse wave. It's been a minute since we've had one of these, but it's a vignette episode where everything focuses around Stan's desire to cut loose. We see cutaways to Steve and his drifter, Roger getting the candidacy for the World Cup, but everything comes back to Stan and the waves. It's a really fun episode that teaches the importance of learning to relax and know how to care in moderation. Stan Smith as Keanu Reeves is just a terrific 8 out of 10 that feels right. There's some episodes of the TBS era that I just call groove episodes. Episodes that just feel like solid American Dad. There are some that work with the formula, some that diverge from the formula, and then there's some that just know that they're American Dad. The spirit of American Dad is in the cells as they just tell a genuinely entertaining story involving the whole family. As these episodes continue to evolve, remember these episodes are meant to be watched on streaming or cable, where you're gonna usually see them in a marathon format. They're gonna go to wilder places, and this is a perfect example of an episode that wouldn't necessarily work on Fox. Not because of any particular theme, just the overall absurdity might have been too much for a broadcast network. Kiss Kiss Cam Cam! It's Francine's birthday, and so Stan decided to get her a gift, but not before in his dreams she gifts him with 81 bald eagles. He got her season tickets to baseball. She hates baseball. MC Scat Cat makes an appearance. Anyway, Stan is afraid they're growing apart and tries to show he and Francine have common ground, and ends up fighting to get them onto the kiss cam, and through all of it, Francine actually starts to get interested in baseball. Patton Oswalt and Craig Robinson would make appearances in the A story. The B story? Steve tries to keep Roger honest and defend the people that have come to him for help battling oil giants, when sure enough, they end up fighting against Roger. Sam Elliott would cameo in this story. Okay, neither story of the episode is bad at all, but the B story with Roger as a member of the Nevada legislature and Steve fighting to keep him honest works amazingly. It might be one of my favorite Steve and Roger stories. It's much in that same vein as Roger and Francine, where he goes, I haven't been entirely honest with you. Here, Roger is pretending to be this character, very much in a vein of like Aaron Brockovich, and then he's also on the other side of it. Something that he does frequently, but Steve is just aware of it every step of the way. And it's, again, very nice to see a good Stan and Francine episode. All the jokes on the A story work incredibly well, and it's just very good to see when they care about one another. But Steve and Roger have a predictably brilliant adventure. Kiss Kiss Cam Cam is a fantastic 9 out of 10 that needs to be watched over and over again. The Devil Wears a Lapel Pin. Stan is kidnapped and declared in charge of the CIA calendar and becomes a hypercritical mad lad mad with power. After burning through assistant after assistant, Haley offers to be his assistant as part of a revenge scheme for him tearing her art up in front of her when she was a kid. She begins to go above and beyond, and when she finally is able to destroy the copybook, he finally compliments her and she becomes dead set on fixing the problem. It's a very sweet Stan and Haley episode that also gives us just peak CIA. Great Bullock and Dick delivery by Patrick Stewart and David Koechner respectively, and even Tyrese Gibson making an appearance. Just a super sound A story that sings through every beat. The B story has Roger going to college for criminology and instead signing up for a discovery card and going on a wild adventure to try and find a place to use the card to get discovery points. However, when he fails to shop at Toomey, that's right, Toomey! He finds a secret underground mall where he can spend the points until he has to run from the collectors. The Devil Wears a Lapel Pin is a 10 out of 10 episode that carries a ton of weight. The B story with Roger is so brilliant because it's, again, just super absurdist. And the A story works well because it's actually some of the best lines Jeff and Haley have together, as they're both very ingrained into it. It's not just a Stan and Haley episode, Jeff is also there as a mediating voice. I love this episode, and it might be the best episode of the entire season. Like, these are longer seasons than usual. We haven't had seasons this long since we combined seasons 1 and 2, and yet they don't give up quality for quantity, and consistently to this point, we've only been given greatness. Stand and Deliver! Steve is on his way to sell chocolates to help inner city kids, while Francine has an existential crisis about her lack of funds. Roger then proceeds to eat all of Steve's chocolate he was supposed to sell. Steve accuses Roger of being selfish, which, I mean, yeah, he totally is. Water is wet, and Roger is a selfish alien. These are facts. Anyway, Principal Lewis hears that he doesn't have the money or the chocolate, and so he decides to send Steve to the at-risk class. Again, just wow. Kevin Michael Richardson really brings Principal Lewis to life. I don't know, he wouldn't be half as funny without him. And I mean, just him playing Billy and all these assortments of side characters really adds to American Dad, to Family Guy, to any show he is in. I know the man recently won an Emmy for F is for Family, where he played Rosie, but it cannot be understated how much he has had an impact on such a long-running show. The B story has Stan taking Francine to a retirement home, and he is so comfortable he decides he doesn't want to leave. The B story is predictable and fine, but the A story, having Roger as the new teacher for the at-risk kids as Mr. Stan Dan Deliver, really works. It's almost at a point where they bury the B story with quality. Between Scott Grimes' next level delivery and one of the best Roger personas, you just have a great story that, while it is absolutely a parody of movies like Stand and Deliver, Freedom Writers, etc., it also just stands on its own right. Like, if you haven't watched any Stephen King movies, you probably wouldn't get a lot of the references in Family Guy's Three Kings, and for better or worse, that makes the episode fall apart. If you don't get American Dad references, you're still going to get really solid jokes. Again, American Dad doesn't rely on parody, it incorporates it, which is a very important tightrope to walk. Take Venture Brothers, for instance, or Rick and Morty. They're very obviously parodies of original properties, but they stand on their own right as their own projects. Like Stand and Deliver is a movie from 1988 starring Edward James Olmos and Lou Diamond Phillips. Do you know either of those actors without having to Google them? This episode came out in 2016, almost 30 years after the movie released. It references the Janet Jackson Rhythm Tour from 1990, 26 years after the fact. These are not topical references. They're references they knew would work for the episode. Not to say the show is the first to parody Stand and Deliver, though. South Park famously did it with Ika Penis and Eric Cartmenez, which, fun fact, came out 20 years after the movie. I mean, American Dad is one of the few series that can do a Leon the Professional reference or the Seventh Seal and get away with it. They've earned their references, and that's something that should really be celebrated. I love Stand and Deliver. I think it might be one of the strongest Steven Roger episodes out there. That being said, the B story is admittedly pretty weak and really shows how far they've dumbed down Stan. I'm not saying it doesn't work and dumb Stan can be a lovable character, it's just, I don't know, it feels like it makes the segments drag in parts. That being said, Stand and Deliver is a solid 9 out of 10. Anchor Friend! When Terry canonically goes on tour with 311 and leaves Greg, Francine decides to help him. Greg comes to dinner and he reveals he misses Terry because of their banter, and when Greg and Francine hit it off, he invites her to be his co-host on the news. And so she goes to help, and it's not long before she's taking over. But when the station gets a new weatherman, Memphis Stormfront, played by arguably one of the funniest men alive, Andrew Daly, Greg begins to find a new partner and move on from Francine. The B story has Steve, Haley, and Roger playing Dream Phone, a board game about fictional dates. Roger gets a cute boy and gets obsessed, going so far as driving cross-country to find the actor that posed for the character and meeting him in classic Roger fashion. Anchor Fran is another example of how the American Dad world in TBS keeps expanding. Memphis Stormfront will be a recurring semi-frequent character and really does deliver some great lines and feels like he fits right in. It even gives Daly a chance to deliver some downright chilling delivery and echoes later on, much akin to his role in Solar Opposite's better half, The Wall. Talk about a B story dominating a show. You really kinda love to see it. I don't know, Francine mad with power and Roger obsessed with the board game feels super on brand and in character to the point that it's just more solid American Dad. Another great groove episode. Not to mention Stan's quips are just hysterical this episode. Anchor Fran is a scorching 9 out of 10. The 200. The 200 is in fact the 200th episode. That's right, fellow dadders. If you've gotten to this point, you have officially watched 200 American Dad episode reviews. What a milestone. I am going to take a minute here and just say, I hit 1,000 subs because of you guys, and I can't thank any of you enough. This has been an awe-inspiring change for my life, and it truly warms my heart that you all enjoy these. That being said, like all things considered, it's amazing for any show to hit its 200th episode landmark, much less to do it through a cancellation and still feeling super fresh this deep into the show. Admittedly, there's not a ton to talk about with the episode. That's not to say it's bad at all. If anything, it's really, really chillingly good. But it's an episode you should watch and appreciate. It's like American Dad meets Fallout with warning signs of the 200 all over. There are scenes that could have easily been played as jokes, that you could make a laugh track pun about things falling into disrepair, and then just do a jaunty jig on down to the next plot point. But the 200 doesn't do that. 100 AD celebrated with big fanfare about killing off 100 characters. The 200 mentions a blast and everything is wasteland. Principal Lewis is a cannibal, and there truly feels like there's no peace. Remember, you're supposed to watch these episodes one after another at this point, and to go from Anchor Fran to this is jarring, but in a great way. A chill runs down your spine, and there's just this unsettling bit to it, where even as it skips to the intro, and then the intro goes into an emergency broadcast, you know that something isn't right. You see Stan's remorse for not being with his family when the blast happened. If it was Peter in this position, he'd probably accentuate the messages with a sad fart noise or something. Sure, the cutaway bits are comedic, but how he treats them now shows how he genuinely loves his family. The 200 needs to be seen and appreciated. It needs to be taken in. Turn the lights off. Light candles. Bundle up with a good blanket and don't look at your phone. Tune everything out except for this episode and just watch. See how the characters are written. Watch as the world is rebuilt in 20 short minutes. Put Shenandoah on your Spotify playlist. The 200 is less a celebration of the show and more a celebration of the characters, even to a literal sense near the end. If anything, it's a celebration of the fans. It's a celebration of what the fans have come to know and why the fans have loved the show for so long. As far as milestone episodes go, it's definitely one of the most drastic diversions from form, and it cuts to the core because of it. The 200 is a genuinely awe-inspiring 10 out of 10. The unincludeds. And then there's the frickin' unincludeds. Steve and Snot get egged at a party, and when they run to their future selves that are ultra successful because of how much they were bullied, Steve and Snot are told to just endure instead of going down to the party that they had set up, but they try and change fate, altering their futures in the process. Meanwhile, Haley and Roger go to a restaurant. When Roger gave his order, the waitress just shrugs it off while complimenting Haley's, and he decides to vow revenge, as Roger does. And so they frequently start going to figure out the order, and when they fail, he becomes a waiter and tries to sabotage her. That's a whole episode. Credit where credit is due, Naya Rivera does a great job as Lolo Fuentes, but yeah, overall the episode is it's just kind of there. If you like Snot and Steve episodes, sure, fine, it's up there. To his credit, I do really hate on Snot. I gotta say, Curtis Armstrong does do a good job playing Snot. I just really cannot stand the character a lot of the time, even if he will eventually get much better episodes down the line. It just felt like padding. It was okay. It didn't really do anything. There were admittedly some fine jokes about the party, but it feels like an episode you've seen before, even though you've never seen it. It felt like filler. It felt like pack filler. That's it. The unincluded is like I don't know, I guess a 6 out of 10. The Dentist's Wife. Oh hey, a real episode. Francine and Roger are having coffee as one of Roger's A-list personas when they meet Meredith Fields, the most interesting woman in Langley Falls, who just so happens to be a dentist's wife. Roger is absolutely in awe of her, and as he tries to compete with her, he finds himself taking over her identity to the point he takes over her life. Meredith Fields is actually played by Patricia Clarkson. The B story has Stan, Steve, Haley, and Jeff coming home from CrossFit and relaxing while mocking Klaus. This is the first appearance of Roger's magical persona factory, as well as the first showing of one of his most powerful personas yet, Raider Dave! It's a sweet throwback, as well as again the expansion of the American Dad world by giving Roger near unlimited resources to be whoever the show needs him to be. It just works immaculately, and it really fills up a lot of plot holes that might have been there along the way. It's nice to see that they're filling in parts that may not have needed to be addressed. Anyway, as the rest of the family is stuck and in agony as their body seize up, Klaus decides to throw a birthday party inviting friends from Craigslist, all while I Like to Move It plays on a loop. It should be very important to note that Klaus, while a punching bag, does kind of deserve it with how his character has devolved. It's a very smart thing playing Klaus this way, and D. Bradley Baker really does know how to perfectly deliver every line. We'll go much deeper into Klaus as the story goes on, but the B story is brilliant with just how unhinged he can be when he wants to be. No one told him he couldn't throw a birthday party. No one was really that mean to him, but he just took it and escalated to an absolute next level. The dentist's wife never outstays its welcome and carries both the A and B story with an equal amount of reverence. Having Roger compete for the limelight against someone that could not care less is perfect. It almost plays off of the same thing from the previous B story with him competing against the waitress, except here he has someone that is actually much higher than him, almost looking down and pitying him. Everything is on brand. Solid deliveries overall. It's just by and far a huge step up from the unincludeds. The Dentist's Wife is a solid 10 out of 10. Widow's Peak. Francine pretends she's a widow with Roger while Stan is away on an assignment to see what it would be like because he's constantly going on dangerous missions and she never knows when she's going to get the call that he's not coming home. She begins to enjoy all the extra attention and starts to run with it until Stan has to find her and show her that everything is gonna be okay. The A story is only slightly forgettable because the B story is so terrific. Steve and the boys decide to do basement wrestling and go full pageantry with it. Flamboyant costumes, smack talk, just good old-fashioned WWF kid fun. Oh, and then Principal Lewis drops in and proceeds to knock their blocks off brutally to take the fake belt. Every time they're just minding their own business, he's busting in to beat them down. The episode is fantastic, and while the Francine and Roger parts do drag on, the conclusion of the A story is very touching. However, through it all, the B story with Steve and his friends just keeps hammering home. Like, I don't hate Snot as a character. I hate what he does. He can be done well, as can all the boys, and I think this is a great example of it. They also just have progressively, like Klaus, made Principal Lewis such an unhinged entity that it's totally believable he'd do this. We saw it with his end of days, and I can't go back to work, but it's just gone worse and worse. Even in Stand and Deliver, he has taken on a whole new persona. I don't know. Widow's Peak is a solid 8 out of 10. The Nova Centurionsburg Board of Tourism presents American Dad. Steve has cultivated a sci-fi wonder community with other kids through the world of imagination, where they live pretty basic lives, all things considered. Space tailor, space moisture farmer, and the like. However, when Francine comes to pick him up, she falls in love with this new LARPing world and decides to rule over it as their queen, while Steve was just an elected official. It really speaks to how Francine feels powerless in her own home and just wants a place where she matters, eventually shoving a rift between her and Steve to make a place for herself. The B story has Stan bringing home a shark, and so he, Roger, and Haley build an aquatic theme park around it and their other attractions. The imagination angles are really creative, and the coach played by Rob Riggle is a really nice touch. It makes sense that the boys would build a sci-fi world that celebrates the moisture farmers of Tatooine, rather than, say, the Jedi of the Council. They know their speed, and they're not going to break the speed limit anytime soon. The B story is just so absurd it sings. From the Miami Dolphins being trained to the killer whale, everything just works in the insanity of it all. This episode is another prime example of just peak Formula American Dad, another solid groove. We've seen challenges to the norm, and even in the next 2 episodes we'll see a significant undertaking, but by and far this is one of the strongest examples of great jokes, heartfelt moments, solid story, and just everything you would want from the concept of American Dad. The Nova Centurionsburg Board of Tourism presents American Dad is a very respectable and out of this world 10 out of 10. Daysong Heavy Industries Part 1. It's our next 2-parter. When Steve gets kicked out of Sunday school on Easter for beating up the other kids in the Easter egg hunt, he goes to the adult services and begins tearing apart the sermon. Stan tries to correct him and change his ways, but as they investigate more and more, he starts to realize none of it is making any sense to him either. He has a crisis of the faith and starts to develop a messiah complex, convinced he needs an ark before a massive flood washes the world away. They head to South Korea where they run into the Daysong Heavy Industries and a massive gas ship filled with animals. The company has a fake Messiah experience, and as the winds begin to kick up, Stan kicks all the staff off the boat, arguing to convince the family to stay with him and keep going on. The episode ends with the family sailing off into the watery unknown as they believe a cataclysmic flood has wiped the world away. This is a very interesting two-parter. It's not like Stan of Arabia, where it carries one message throughout, and it's not like 100 AD in Son of Stan, where Son of Stan effectively just sort of wrapped up the idea. It's a weird sort of splinter point that we'll see in the next episode. I'm going to hold off on giving a rating since there's two parts, but the episode on its own does do a good job of carrying narrative weight. You feel Stan have that crisis of faith, and it's not just broadcast to you through a few quick scenes. Stan likes the order that faith provides, and having that stripped away understandably makes him feel very vulnerable. It's a very interesting episode that does explore Stan's psychosis and why he's doing it. If it was a Peter or something, he'd have a Moses beard and a heartbeat and would actually hear the literal voice of God. Stan perceives it through nature, like someone having a mental breakdown. Maybe it's God, maybe it's all in his head. There's just really no way to tell, and that carries an extra weight to it. Daysong Heavy Industries Part 2! And then it leads directly into Stan having the same crisis as he begs for any advice from God and seems to be dealing with a twinge of survivor's guilt as they ride out the stormy seas. Roger tries to cheer everyone up with a musical number, and then the ship explodes, sending everyone on their own journeys. Stan and Francine lose their memory and wander an island naked as they struggle to survive and learn how to communicate without talking. Steve, Roger, and a wolf that Roger saved have to share a raft as they drift in the ocean, and Haley and Jeff get saved by the US Navy and Jeff decides to enlist. Each of these stories is fine, but it feels almost rushed to get everything back to normal. It just kind of throws everything away. There's one apology at the end of the episode, and it basically says, hey, don't worry about it, just Ungok. Ungok indeed, American Dad. Overall, it's a weird two-parter that doesn't address the ideas, just the story, and then goes somewhere completely different with it. It's okay. The separate vignettes are all good, and it's nice to see Stan and Francine refalling in love, Jeff take on more responsibility, and Roger suffer from the salt madness, but it's to the service of just going back to the way things were. You know it has to. You know it has to return back to that base, but you could have gone somewhere even more outlandish with it. You could have gone farther, and yet it feels like they were almost timid with it, and they had to pull back. There was no flood. There was no prophet. It just is. In a cosmic sort of way, if you're rationalizing it across the stars, yeah, sure. You could argue that swift return to normalcy is just how it is, and it just works because of that. But in this example, this two-parter is maybe like a 7 out of 10 overall. Crisscross Applesauce, the Ballad of Billy Jesus Word. Roger is a street hoops fiend, but when he breaks his ankle, his spirit breaks with it. And so Francine demands that Stan let him play in his junior league with his buddies, and he learns how to play basketball like old men do until they enter a doubles tournament and end up facing off against Yao Ming and Shaq. Shaq being played by the incredibly talented Aries Spears. Fun fact, Jordan Peele and Keegan-Michael Key are also in the episode, as well as Deborah Wilson. It's a veritable Mad TV reunion. Remember Mad TV? Now you do. All in all, it's a solid A story that makes Roger appreciate Stan, and sure, it's a message we've seen before, but how it was handled was admittedly really cheeky and a lot of fun. The basketball angle just kinda works for the characters, and overall is a delight. It's great to see the Shaq angle and the Yao Ming being brought up. Again, the jokes are really solid. The A story is great. Do not misinterpret that. But the B story? Yeah, I guess I should mention it. It's only one of the greatest things American Dad has ever done! Steve Smith gives us his own rendition of Trapped in the Closet. Just in case I'm too old and just assume people know what this is and actually have no idea what Trapped in the Closet is, back in 2005, R. Kelly would begin a musical soap opera where he effectively narrated a giant insane narrative that would go for 33 chapters until it concluded in 2012. Here we have Steve just belting out some of the most outlandish things you've ever seen, and it's incredible. Seriously, like, the A story is, it's very good. It's not bad at all. But then the B story starts, and it's like your face is blown to the back of the auditorium, and you can't stop laughing as it just gets weirder and more absurd. Like, I don't even want to go into detail on it, because it just needs to be experienced on its own. But again, it goes right back to that idea that it's not a direct parody. It's in the spirit of parody. It's closer to, say, Trapped in the Drive-Thru, the Weird Al song, than making direct references to Trapped in the Closet. It has the same tempo, those same beats, but it's not mocking R. Kelly or the song, it's just repurposing it, and it shines because of it. Crisscross Applesauce is a 10 out of 10 and essential viewing for any American Dad fan, as it is just next level. Mind Struggle. When Stan has to clean the deck up and borrows Roger's supercharged power washer, he ends up uncovering a salt deposit that attracts the Gordon Salt Company to buy the rights to the minerals. Alan Ruck of Ferris Bueller and Succession fame plays the head executive. Anyway, it's revealed that Steve actually owns the rights to the minerals in the backyard in exchange for baseball cards Stan wanted that Steve had no interest in. And so the family and the Gordon Salt Group try to coerce him into selling the rights and opening a giant shaft. And honestly, where Seizure Suit Stanny in the last season felt like it was just a rehash of Rubberneckers, this feels like Star Trek from season 1 just done better. You have Steve not wanting to sell the rights, not because he's greedy, but because that backyard is where he has some of his fondest memories. He loves his family and he doesn't want to give those memories up for anything, and yeah, it's really only something American Dad can do and have it have an impact. Let's say hypothetically Chris from Family Guy found the salt deposit, or Bart, and was offered a ton of money for it. They'd sell it in a heartbeat, and that would be the plot of the rest of the episode, is what they're doing with that money. Steve has always been shown to care about his family. Maybe less so during, say, Minstrel Krampus, but he's always trying to impress his dad, has a weird relationship with his mom, has a sibling relationship of love and hate with Haley, and honestly, it makes sense he'd be so conflicted. It's never painted as a weakness of his character, but rather a defining quality, and I think that's what makes American Dad really stand out above the rest. I've said it once, I'll say it again, American Dad has heart, and the talent of the writers, support the WGA, really helps bring the heart to the forefront and remind you why this family is a family and why it works. Mind Struggle is a 10 out of 10 that keeps the episode to one story and focuses on it, giving it plenty of time to grow naturally and shine. Garfield and Friends. Stan feels like Haley is getting bored of their museum trips because she's an adult and is absolutely bored of them. So to revitalize her love of history, he reanimates the once very dead President Andrew Garfield, played by the instantly recognizable and brilliant Chris Parnell. Paul Reubens would also make a cameo appearance. Anyway, President Garfield runs off with Haley to see all the wonders of the modern age, while Stan revives his assassin to track and hunt him down. The B-story has Steve writing for the school newspaper, desperate to get the cheerleader column, but when forced to write about anything else, it comes out as super popular and highly erotic. Principal Lewis reads the articles with a silky smooth narration that makes the whole school lose it over his new writing talents. And then he gets the Cheer Squad coverage, and yeah, it all falls apart. It's a very obvious bait and switch, and it's a Steve story you could see a mile away from the setup, but it really is a solid B story to such an outlandish A story. You need something where you know what's going to happen when you have a former president running around and bragging about orange soda. Oh, and at the end of the episode, it's not like he gets put into amber or anything. President Garfield would be a recurring character going forward, which would actually make Chris Parnell a recurring character in not only Family Guy, but American Dad, Rick and Morty, and Archer all concurrently. Which, I mean, give the man credit where credit's due. That's impressive. Garfield and Friends welcomes the absurdity and shines above just being another Stan and Haley feel awkward with each other episode. It's a 9 out of 10 that continues the growth of the TBS era. Gift Me Liberty. We open in Roger's place, where Stan talks about how if they make a mistake, they have to cover it up. And then we get a flashback to a Christmas party where someone forgot a gift for the gift exchange, and Stan is put on the case to figure out who did it. And yeah, no, it was Stan. It's just Stan. Yeah, of course it's Stan. That's the whole point of the episode. He then goes with Roger to try and cover the whole thing up. The B story has Steve being a good boy date for girls so that they can go out with their bad boy boyfriends after he gets them out of the house and starts a side hustle. Eventually, he ends up spreading class 5 measles to the girls through a handkerchief he shared with all of them. All while Stan lies and tries to hide his lies as he slowly breaks down from trying to support the family he'd promised he'd cover the pension of after framing the dead husband. This is the season's Christmas episode, and it really just kind of feels like an afterthought. Sure, it is focused around Secret Santa and everything, but it just feels empty compared to every other episode of the season. I hate to say it, but this might be the weakest episode of the bunch. It's not bad, it's just hollow. it just doesn't really feel like it does anything. Like, the message at the end of being honest and not lying is great, but also like it's a weird way we got there. I don't know. Gift Me Liberty is like a 5 out of 10 and probably the weakest Christmas episode we're gonna see. Next of Pin. Stan is afraid if he doesn't befriend Steve, he might end up taking him out. So the two begin to bond over bowling when they can't find anything else to bond with. And when Steve's talent is recognized and he's about to be taken on tour by his manager, played by Lance Henriksen, Stan tries to disguise himself and stabs Steve in the ankle to stop him. Steve then tries to find the person who assaulted him, while Stan tries to cover his tracks and aid his son. On the one hand, it's great to see how versatile and smart Steve is. Not only is he able to read crime scenes, he's also good at bowling. But on the other, it's just heartbreaking to see Stan get so desperate not to lose his son, he'd hurt him, and it wouldn't be the last time it's gonna happen. It's still an attempt at a heartfelt story that still works by hitting all the right comedic timings, but overall it just kind of takes away from its element. It would almost feel better if Stan wasn't involved in it at all and just walked away trying to respect Steve's feelings, but it just doesn't really land. There's some fun parts. There's a lot of really fun comedy to it. The story at the core, though, just doesn't really work. The B story is a super solid Klaus, Roger, and Haley adventure, where Haley and Roger compete to see who has a longer attention span by watching an 86-hour Ken Burns documentary about bicycles. Next of Pin shines because of the jokes, not the stories. The stories are just kind of there, but they have all these individual jokes snuck in that elevate both of them. Next of Pin is a decent enough 8 out of 10 that maintains a solid steady beat throughout. Congratulations, gang! We only have one more episode left to this outstanding season. Standard deviation. Bullock continues to slip off his rocker and has picked up late night DJing and has been sending agents on riskier and riskier missions because of it, eventually almost sending Stan on a mission he would have never returned from. So Stan has to become a DJ to beat Bullock and get him to stop the chaotic running around. The B story has Jeff getting into psychedelic teas and regaling Roger and Steve about a mystic cosmic instrument that when played reimagines reality. And so Roger is determined to help him build his weird little instrument. There's really not a ton to say about the season finale. I really like that it's an Avery v. Stan A story, and the B story feels almost refreshing having Jeff inserted into a Roger and Steve adventure. Is it better than Seizure Suit Stanny? Oh, hands down, no question. Does it feel like a season finale? No, not really. And as we go deeper into the TBS era, we're gonna get a weird grab bag of finales. Sometimes they'll be really good, sometimes they'll be really out there, sometimes they'll be surreal and make you question what American Dad is. Standard deviation is fine. Stan and his trusty flash drive is funny, the instrument quest is endearing, but overall it's just okay. It's still a, somewhat solid 7 or 8 out of 10 that is still a very high note for the season as a whole to end on. Phew, I am getting my auditory steps in this season. This is, I record all of these in one go, and I gotta say, I'm working that diaphragm. So that's season 11. Anything you think I got wrong? Got right? What was your favorite episode? Least favorite? Let me know in the comments below. And like always, if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, subscribe, and tell your friends we're out here sharing all this American Dad goodness. Overall, season 11 is a really fantastic outing that hopefully put a lot of people's hearts at ease, seeing that American Dad wouldn't be jumping the bazooka shark at TBS anytime soon. The writing is still just as crisp as ever, the delivery is still next level, and yeah, no, season 11 is a solid 22 episode block of quality good stuff. I'll see you next time when we delve into season 12. Goodbye, everybody. Before we get started, I just want to make a quick correction. In Garfield and Friends, I called the president Andrew Garfield. Obviously, I meant James Garfield, not Spider-Man, but I know someone would say something if I didn't. Anyway, this is season 12, and if season 11 was still getting us used to the TBS absurdity, season 12 is a full embrace of it. We'll get another pseudo two-parter, some really surreal plots, and another terrific Christmas episode. There's a ton to talk about, so without further ado, let's delve into season 12. Father's Days! Stan's family forgets Father's Day and he's embarrassed at the CIA dad fashion show. And so he confronts them and they promise to make it right as they try and give him the best make-up Father's Day of his life. But when it doesn't meet his standards, he wipes their memory and has them retry it over and over as they lose sense of all time. Stan offends Klaus, who vows his own unique brand of revenge, and yeah, people really gotta stop messing with Klaus, because when Stan starts going off on his family, telling them all their flaws and what he really thinks of them all under the supposed protection of being able to wipe their memories, he finds out the machine is broken and the damage has been done. Klaus is downright diabolical, and I love it. The family go on a drive to get another memory eraser to forget the horrible day, and when the car breaks down, they learn about the Tylenol PM challenge. The tow truck driver is actually played by Alfred Molina of Spider-Man 2 fame. Oh, and just being one of the greatest actors ever, or something, I guess. Sure. And when they're given a chance to forget the day, Steve stops Stan and admits that if Stan feels guilty, he tries to be a better dad, and they try to move on with their lives. There's no B story to Father's Days, and it really feels like just a solid one-shot adventure. It feels like an episode pulled from, say, Season 7 or 8, and just inserted into Season 12, but in a good way. It has great jokes, sets up a predictable story, and has all the characters shine in their best ways. Having Stan be honest with the family while Scatman blasts in the back is terrific, and honestly, it's not the strongest or most important season premiere of the show, but it doesn't really need to be. It's just good, solid American dad. Father's Days is a brilliant 8 out of 10. Fight and flight! Steve fails a test because he filled it out wrong, he loses it and starts to freak out because he doesn't know how to handle failure. There's these funny intercuts of Francine dancing with "Oh, Mama" popping up, and she keeps mentioning her fear of Candyman, who eventually does hunt her down. Stan sees that Steve has lost his grade angle and begins to fear for his future since he doesn't have anything else going for him. Steve then tries to make a video project about Charles Lindbergh for his history class, and Stan decides to involve himself to make sure that Steve aces the project and saves his future. The B story has Klaus wishing he had a body to adorn with his Ed Hardy sneakers and puka shell necklace. The song he sings is actually hilarious, and I love that Klaus has just gotten more and more unhinged, and yet relatable as the series has gone on. He's gone from this side character constantly hitting on Francine to an integral family member that has his own wants and desires and has really come into his own character, and he's a frickin' goldfish. Anyway, Stan keeps taking over Steve's project, even getting Vin Diesel to star in the project, while getting the actual Jacob Tremblay to play a younger Charles Lindbergh, and James Remar as well. When Stan takes Steve to Dreamsmith Entertainment, we get one of Roger's greatest personas ever, Cheese, a unionized film hand, and he's... man, I love him so much. That's lunch! And so Steve, in an attempt to get away from his dad's overbearing nature, sets out to actually make Lindbergh's famous flight all on his own. Klaus and Haley find that Klaus's shoes he ordered didn't arrive, and they begin to hunt down the person that took them, as well as Haley's doormat, and when they find the innocent enough seeming guy, they proceed to beat him up. Overall, Fight and Flight is terrific. Stan is shown to genuinely care about Steve and will do anything to make him happy, but his own overzealous tendencies just get in the way. Klaus is great as just this aggro German fish, and the fact that Francine is trapped in the Candyman mirror world is just an amazing little cherry vignette on top. Like, none of this has to work, but they really know how much time each story needs and how much each one needs to get set up, build up, and a proper conclusion. Stan genuinely cares about Steve and the two develop a mutual respect for each other. Again, like, yes, it's an overdone story idea, but I don't know, I'd rather see this than versus modern Chris and Peter episodes where, say, Peter becomes Chris's bookie. Remember the sun also draws? Oh, why am I mentioning it? I don't know, no reason, don't worry about it. Fight and Flight is a great 10 out of 10 that shows that the TBS era is still just high-quality good stuff. Sure, the A story has been done over and over again, but it never really feels stale. Just sitting here, I can think of at least 3 more of these that we have to talk about, and I really don't hate any of them. This dynamic between the two really works, and I like that Stan is trying to be the father he never had, even if he has no idea how to do it. Klaus and Haley just building up and hyping each other is a really funny dynamic that will be explored more as the series goes on, but we're getting Klaus as a full character now, and that's just so neat to see. The Enlightenment of Raghi Baba. Roger is let go from the modeling agency he was a part of and goes into a deep depression when Haley invites him to join her yoga studio, and yeah, he takes it over and becomes a Raggy Baba, chasing the high of fame and a cult following. Classic Roger shenanigans. Haley, having her place of relaxation and meditation taken from her, tries to show that Roger is a fraud and Jeff is just along for the ride. The B story has Stan, Steve, and Francine going to try sushi, and Steve and Stan become enraptured in the art of rolling rice on bamboo, taken in as the two real students of a sushi master, much to the dismay of his actual son. The sushi chef is played by Tohoru Masamune, and his son is played by Jimmy O. Yang, who you'd probably recognize from Silicon Valley. We also get the return of Morning Mimosa and Trish and Sue's, aka The Sizzle, when Roger goes on for an interview. I will say, this is a perfect episode for really everyone involved. Haley is shown to passionately care about something, Steve and Stan bond without butting heads, and actually find something that they both really care about. Roger's trying to reclaim his glory because he can't handle rejection and gets overwhelmed when people clamor to be in his presence, and through all of this, Francine actually serves as the straight man, calling out the absurdity of what Stan and Steve are doing, and Jeff is just along for the ride, which is probably the best place for him a lot of the time. I think that really makes the episode as a whole shine, having these two actually serve a greater purpose than meets the eye. Like, I know I've said it before, but Jeff has really come into his own as a character, and seeing him love Haley without any conditions is just really sweet to see. He wants her to have that space, even if it's not a place he'd be a part of. The Enlightenment of Raggy Baba is another 10 out of 10 episode that keeps the momentum of Fight and Flight, and shows that this season we're diving headfirst into the weirdness of meta American Dad. Portrait of Francine's genitals. The Langley Falls Art Museum has a new display of the great works of Reynolds Jaspertarian. When Francine tells Roger she was a model for him, Roger loses his mind, and so, announced by Jeff Smith, the man took the last name of the family is going to the museum. There they discover that one of his most prolific paintings is, a picture of Francine's spasmchasm. And as Stan sees how popular it is, he gets insanely jealous, and so he decides to plan an art heist to steal it. Meanwhile, Steve is so desensitized by the painting that he can't celebrate his usual hobby, and instead decides to help Klaus with his dirty bowl, all while his voice gets deeper and deeper. This is also, I think, the first appearance of Delmonico, played by Andy Richter. I also didn't talk about this back in Anchor Fran, but we'd actually see a lot more of Tom Kenny in various supporting roles. Tom Kenny, of course, famous for playing SpongeBob, Ice King, among countless other characters, and is one of the most prolific voice actors of the modern era. Is he in this episode? Nope! But there's not a ton to talk about with this episode either, so I just want to keep you on your toes. The episode is fine. It's just more Stan feeling jealous of what Francine did when she was younger, and I don't know, it just kind of feels stale at this point. Yes, it plays on Stan's insecurities, and she tries to reassure him it's no big deal, but like, we've seen this before, and unlike Fight and Flight, we've seen it done better. The only thing that makes at least a better outing with this idea than previous episodes is that absurdist comedy. The gags, the bits, even Roger is just Michael Caine help make the episode at least a fun jaunt. Overall, it's like a 7 or 8 out of 10, but it's still worth giving a watch if you've never seen it before. Bahama Mama! Roger gets obsessed with Baywatch, and Haley and Jeff announce that they're going to try for a baby. When they tell Stan he's going to be a grandpa, he freaks out and runs off. Andy Richter and Tom Kenny actually play a couple roles in the episode, and it's really cool to see them added as regular roster members, alongside Richard Kind, who really brings Tuttle to life as they use him more and more. Anyway, Stan tries to sabotage Haley and Jeff, blissfully unaware that they wouldn't be able to succeed anyway since Jeff is an alien body, which I'm sure will never be brought up again. The family go to the Atlantis resort, and as they're relaxing, Steve and Klaus are taken by drug dealers who force them to work in their factory where both the boy and his fish start to excel. Steve as a delightful manager who listens to the complaints of the workers, and Klaus as Razor, a cocaine-fueled murder fish looking for a reason to carve up the aforementioned workers. Who knows how stressed they could possibly be when a tiny little goldfish is trying to cut their shins. Mateo, one of the workers, is actually voiced by Wiz Khalifa. Again, I love that Klaus is unhinged. There's a method to Roger or Stan's madness, but Klaus just has this switch that they flip whenever they want him to just be wild and crazy, and it absolutely shines through here. Bahama Mama is okay. There definitely seems to be some lulls this season in quality, but it's never anything like a dramatic dip like we saw in season 6. Bahama Mama still has a lot of great jokes, and the B story is admittedly still very, very funny. But I don't know, the A story seems out of character for Stan, who you'd think traditionally would be all about the ideal family and becoming a grandpa. I don't know, it doesn't work for me, but it does touch on how Stan is very vain and how he loves his body, and that is something that later episodes would go into much more specifically. Even as far as season 18, we're seeing that. But with this episode, I would say, I don't know, it doesn't work for me, but you could absolutely love it. Overall, it's like a 7 out of 10. Roger's baby. Because Jeff is in an alien body, he and Haley can't have kids. Wow, I didn't think there'd be a resolution to that. Great continuity. Yeah, no, it's a sequel episode. Roger agrees to carry basically a Jeff clone to term, and Haley has to take care of the hormonal alien. We get the return of Dr. Calgary as he assists with the pregnancy with his assistant/son, Billy. The B story has Steve signing Snot up for a makeover on Morning Mimosa, where he gets embarrassed and humiliated. Trish and the Sizzle are fantastic antagonists, and I love that they are just unapologetically awful as they make fun of how poor and sad Snot is. I gotta say, I actually really like Snot this episode. He feels very grounded, and you can really relate to what he's going through. Curtis Armstrong still does a great performance as Snot, and again, I don't inherently dislike Snot, I just think that his character isn't done well a lot of the time. Jenny from the Block worked as a Snot vehicle, as does Roger's baby, because it shows that he's not just a foil for Steve, he's his own person, and this is one of several episodes where the conflict is very much Steve v. Snot. Steve views him as ungrateful, and Snot really just wants to be left alone. He was fine with how things were and just doesn't need this. I don't know, the B story just feels really complete, and even has the two making up and fighting back to escape Trish and Suze. I mean, huge shout out to Trish and Suze just having iconic dialogue. Suze freaking out because she saw Three Kings on HBO and Trish just mocking people. The chemistry is there and they work so great whenever they're on screen. I'm talking so much about the B story because the A story is just predictable, I guess. It's Roger pregnant with Jeff and guilt-tripping Haley at every turn if she's doing anything other than helping him through it. It's exactly how you'd expect Roger to act, even when it seems like he's doing something for a selfless cause. The Madonna and Goop references all feel predictable, and I don't know, it feels more like the fixing of a flaw rather than a creative story. Like, now we have human Jeff back, and that's really all the value the A story gives us. It wasn't necessary, but it will come up in the future. Roger's Baby is another 8 out of 10, saved by the fantastic B story with Trish and Suze. 90 North, 0 West. Aha! The next Christmas episode, and a continuation from Minstrel Krampus as we see vengeful Santa mining for an ancient artifact. The Smiths go to a Christmas tree farm and look to get their best tree while Steve excitedly goes to ride the kids' train. However, the train ends up stealing the kids away to work in Santa's mines, and so Stan and the family, partnered with Krampus Jack and Puddin', played by Jim Rash, who you'd probably recognize in Community or Mike Tyson Mysteries, but is also just a super acclaimed writer and comedic wit, to go and stop Santa and save Steve. Steve becomes disillusioned with Christmas and loses his Christmas spirit as he works in the mines, while Santa tells the family of his plan to resurrect the power of Humbaba and harness his mighty power, all in the pursuit of ending Christmas forever and unleashing unspeakable evil. I mean this genuinely. 90 North, 0 West isn't just a 10 out of 10. It might be one of the best Christmas episodes ever. Steve's love of Christmas and the fact he hates living in fear of Santa is so on brand and wholesome, and never feels like he's laying it on too thick. This isn't about presents for him, this is about spending time with his family, and he's only disillusioned with Christmas when Santa mocks him and fails to harness the ancient evil power of Humbaba. He's a wonderful moral compass for the rest of the family to care about the holiday, because they genuinely love him. The family would go to any length to get him back, and the franticness in how they try and get him back is really heartwarming. The comedic writing is second to none, and even while we may not have realized it as the series has gone on, Jack has actually had a full character arc, even becoming more and more selfless as he tries to save everyone as the new Krampus. Season 2, Jack would have never done that, and it's great to see that kind of attention to detail. This feels like a solid conclusion to a storyline that started over 5 seasons ago, and has been built up to the point it would need a grand conclusion like this to feel satisfying, and it absolutely absolutely delivers. I love this episode, and has all the hallmarks of just good quality adult animation. There's real thought that's been put into it, and even Francine seems to have plenty of time in the spotlight, showcasing her ancient history knowledge, which is weird but embraced wholeheartedly. I don't know, it just seems like a perfect 10 out of 10 American Dad outing. Whole slot of love. Francine thinks Stan might be having an affair, and when she goes to catch him at work, she finds he's into slot cars and immediately gets turned off by him. That is, until she meets his partner Mel, played by Drayama Walker, who is very obviously attracted to Stan. I really love Stan in this episode. He's actually really secure in who he is as a person. He just really loves racing slot cars, and he also loves Francine, and he never thought to cheat on her or anything of the sort. He just wanted to be his longtime rival, Lonnie, played masterfully by Eric Edelstein, who you'd recognize as Grizz in We Bare Bears. Paget Brewster and award-winning actor Jennifer Coolidge would actually also make appearances. Francine is very much the one that has the problem in the episode, and is portrayed brilliantly, especially with her girls that are just drunken figments of her imagination. I mean, between the dream sequence to the masterful writing, you'd think that the B story would get swept under the rug, but it's also pretty dang solid. Roger wants to be a witty Southwest stewardess, and starts to practice their bit when they get one up by another attendant that nails every joke that they are bungling. They even go so far as to bring Jeff, Steve, and Haley along to force them to laugh at their jokes, so they at least get some support. It's another 10 out of 10 episode that just really sings because it handles all the characters perfectly. It reminds me a lot of The Boring Identity, except here Stan is completely aware of who he is and confident about it, something he'd battled for years. And yes, it is off for Francine to be turned off or unattracted to him at this point, but it's just so endearing to see him so confident about what he is, what he's doing, and what he cares about. He's not living in fear, he's just enjoying slot cars. This isn't, say, his ice skating winter secret or anything like that. It just feels right, you know? Whole Slot of Love is just, man, it's just great. The Witches of Langley. Hey, a weird episode. Steve and the gang feel like they don't fit in since they're too generic and don't have a theme. So what do? Oh, they become witches. Obviously. Steve steals a mystical book that gives them mastery of the magical arts from Roger's store of curiosities. The B story has Stan and Klaus bonding over 90s bands. I don't know. It's nice to see them getting along and actually sharing a common interest. It's something you'd expect of a Haley and Klaus story, and to see it here, even seeing them share a simple little podcast, just feels good to see. And it's not like the A story is bad at all. The boys go wild with their new magic powers, causing Principal Lewis to hunt them down as a witch hunter, and Steve eventually goes mad with power and starts doing blood magic. It's very reminiscent of movies like, say, The Lost Boys. I don't want to talk too much about it because it's an episode you should definitely watch on your own. I think it's a very divisive episode where you either love or hate it, and personally, I gotta say, the episode has grown on me the more I rewatched it. I think that's in large part to how much better they've gotten at writing not only the boys, but their classmates. If this was a season 3 or 4 episode with this plot, it'd be middling at best, but here we have sight gags and a much more developed palette of comedy that helps the episode as a whole shine. I also like that while Roger is involved, he's definitely not the main focus, and is actually ancillary in comparison. And I want to say his outfit is an homage to Vincent Price, but I could absolutely be wrong. Witches of Langley is a fantastic 9 out of 10. A nice night for a drive. Klaus is sick, and instead of getting his body fixed, Stan decides to put his mind into his SUV instead. The B story has the boys going to Del Taco to prank them by walking through the drive-thru and ordering ice waters. However, their cashier is Roger, who tells them to take their pranks further and live a little, maybe even throw an egg off an overpass. So they throw an egg off the overpass and they hit the windshield of a car, driven by one of Roger's most unhinged personas, who vows to hunt them down with his terrified wife and stepkids in the car as he keeps overreacting to things. Klaus then swears revenge on Stan and begins to harass him as his new car until he's stolen and taken to a chop shop led by Enoch, voiced by Walton Goggins, one of the greatest comedic and dramatic minds of the modern age. Seriously, cannot get enough of the man, and his line delivery is phenomenal. Cindy, one of the chop shoppers, is actually played by Halsey, fun fact. I don't know. It's disappointing that that's really all I have to say about the episode. Roger can just be flat out uncomfortable in parts, and the Stan and Klaus thing has literally been done over 3 times now, with the exact same consequences. It's sad, especially considering the previous B story was delightful and was just the two loving 90s music together. Yes, it does show Klaus's further descent, but man, I wish they just did more with it. It's not even like offensively bad or anything, it just feels like filler. I would be shocked if A Nice Night for a Drive was anyone's favorite episode. It just feels very restrained in some ways and just doesn't land, even though it has some of the best guest stars who are very obviously not the problem with the episode. Just feels like wasted potential, which is the worst kind of potential. A Nice Night for a Drive is a tolerable but disappointing 6 out of 10. Casino Normal. Francine feels like all the magic is out of a relationship with Stan, who regularly has to seduce female spies, but doesn't have any romantic charm left to woo her. And so she steals government secrets, comes up with a fake identity, and attempts to reignite her love life, while Stan is desperately trying to get the secrets back before they're taken by a real super agent. The B story has Roger kidnapping Jay Leno with the help of Steve and Haley for some reason. Literally, just some reason. He can't remember why he wanted to kidnap him for revenge, just that he did something truly heinous that cannot be forgiven, and yeah, it's another episode you've just seen before. Honestly, I encourage everyone to try and predict where the episode goes as you watch it, because hey, you're probably right. It's a good litmus test for how well you understand the formula of American Dad. Is that a polite way of me calling the episode super formulaic? Guess you'll have to watch to find out. LL Cool J and Chris O'Donnell of NCIS Los Angeles fame guest star, but the episode as a whole is just kind of there. It's okay, and I'd rather take this stretch of mediocrity over just genuinely horrid episodes. Casino Normal is a 6 out of 10. Bazooka Steve? The episode opens with an island sheriff, played by Jermaine Clement of Flight of the Conchords fame, walking along the beach and making sure his people are safe and successful banana vendors, until they find a box on the beach and think it's a bomb when it's actually Steve. We then get a flashback to Steve being invited along to a Bazooka Sharks game over Klaus, and he goes, thinks that Johnny Concussion, the star quarterback, played by one of the best Batmen of all time, Diedrich Bader, has suffered too many concussions and should quit. The entire city then begins to attack him, and so he runs off into hiding. This would also be the first appearance of Sky Crooner, played by Tommy Blocka, who you'd recognize as Dr. Roxo or Murderface in Metalocalypse, and the mayor in China, Illinois. The B story has Haley becoming Roger's cabbie since she needs to pay off her debt after losing a sports bet for what she thought was an actual dime. It becomes a weird Taxi Cab Confessions reference, which, wow, that is a dated deep cut. Anyway, while Steve is on the island, he gets a job to cover his expenses and begins to respect that people need an escape from the mundane, and so they turn to these extreme sports as a way to have something to break up the day-to-day. I don't know, I find it to be a really mature way of handling this idea. Like, it could have had him just mocking everyone all the way to the end, but seeing everything boil down and learning to respect what his family loves so much is just on brand for Steve. When it's explained, he understands, even if Stan doesn't even understand why he loves it so much. The B story is also very small, almost non-existent, but is full of really great Haley and Roger moments. I also like that Jeff is breaking the fourth wall more and more as the series goes on. We see him making these kinds of jokes as far back as, say, Stan's best friend, but you usually just shrug it off as him being a clueless stoner. But as it goes on more and more, he kind of replaces Barry in calling out how the episode transitions. To quote one of the best reviewers in the game, "You might not have noticed it, but your brain did." Bazooka Steve is one of the most influential episodes of the whole season, and I would argue one of the best. Sky Crooner's introduction and Stan's mystified love of him is great, but we also get just a phenomenal Steve story, a stellar B story, and really solid performances across the board. It's a 10 out of 10 that, I don't know, just feels much larger than the sum of its parts. Bazooka Steve is an episode you show someone if you want them to understand what the TBS era is like, while also giving them something super high quality. Much like Bullocks to Stan showing the potential of American Dad all the way back in season 1. Bazooka Steve is a magical 21-minute block of just everything you could ever love about American Dad, and it truly needs to be celebrated for it. Camp Campawanda. Steve is going to summer camp! Francine drives him through an old factory town to his yearly camp outing with Snot, except this year, Snot is a counselor instead of a camper, and so he tries to rebel because he misses his friend. The head camp counselor is actually played by the roast master himself, Jeffrey Ross. The B story is Jeff ruining his and Haley's anniversary by forgetting to get Burning Man tickets. But don't worry, Roger is on it and plans to fix it by throwing a Burning Man in the backyard. That's right, Roger is doing a super selfless thing for Haley and Jeff. Doesn't seem suspicious in the slightest. And so yeah, Haley and Jeff start second-guessing everything and don't celebrate at all, while Stan and Francine let loose and enjoy themselves. I don't want to go too in-depth into the plot of the episode because it's pretty predictable, but unlike Casino Normal, it's predictable in a fun way. Ah, dang, I ruined my own surprise. I'm sorry, guys. Yeah, Casino Normal sucks. Camp Campawanda is just jam-packed with jokes and solid characters, and great special guest appearances from everyone from the aforementioned Ross to Rob Corddry, Adam Pally, and weirdly enough, Rosie O'Donnell, and that wouldn't even be the last time she'd guest star on the show. If you boil it down, it's just another Snot growing up and Steve not wanting to lose him plot, coupled with Roger being up to something and no one knowing what B story. But it's so much more than that. It is charm, great jokes, and really sweet scenes where Stan and Francine are just grooving and loving each other. It's sweet and heartfelt, and I don't know, I really enjoy what Camp Campawanda represents. It's a high-quality 9 out of 10 that actually makes me side with Snot. Again, as the series goes on, they give Snot better and better stories. I think it helps the character become more and more likable. He's more than being just a poor sidekick to Steve, and the fact that they make him his own character, I really genuinely respect. Julia Rogers. And then there's Julia Rogers. After Roger gets Stan plastered to let loose, they drink wine that had a note on it to not drink the aforementioned fermented grape juice. When he comes to, he realizes his mistake and tries to find a copy of the wine, but it's completely sold out and you can't find it anywhere, not to mention the winery it was made at is completely gone. Roger offers to help him make the wine, and so they set out on making it, but when a tornado comes through and it sucks Roger in, Stan saves the wine over his friend, and Roger gets swept away to a quiet town where he takes on a new persona of Julia Rogers, playing an assortment of Julia Roberts characters and restarting his life where he feels welcome and wanted. Stan then goes to find him and gets him to come home, succeeding when the town turns out to be full of cultists looking for a sacrifice. It's a fun episode. Like, not only does it have a lot of deep movie references and just takes the proper time to focus on Roger, it also has a delightfully mundane B-story that helps with the overall tone. When Steve and Jeff go to the movies, Jeff reveals he's never hung out with Barry, and Steve knows he has to rectify this because they'd get along like no one's business. He then goes to work trying to find the best way to get the two to network and do a thing. I love how passionate Steve is about getting the two to hang out and like each other. It's treated so passionately, yet passively, and it's delightful. Everything about this episode is just solid. It's like a properly cultivated bottle of wine. It has legs and it never outstays its welcome. It's a 9 out of 10 that could be a little much for some people, and I do get why, but overall, I really do love Julia Rogers, and I encourage everyone to give it a shot. The Life and Times of Stan Smith. I actually looked at the last episodes of the season, and I gotta say in this back little quarter, this is probably the weakest episode. The Life and Times of Stan Smith has Stan getting addicted to near-death experiences after Francine tries to scare him into taking better care of himself. I will say the opening of the episode is pretty funny with the intro music and Stan calling his family Stanimaniacs, but overall it's just a weird episode. It does play on the ideas that we saw back in Bahama Mama, where he is a little bit vain and afraid of getting old or wearing down. The B story has Klaus offering to take Steve on a tour of Arizona State after he missed the college fair. Okay. A lot to unpack here. When Stan takes his attempts too far, he ends up unaliving himself and going to heaven. However, Francine chases after him to bring him back, and then they both end up unalive. Stan makes a deal with the devil that he'll be damned for all eternity if he can just get Francine and his lives back. They come back and he begins training for his torture in hell. Now, mind you, this is a weaker episode, sure, but it's definitely not a bad one. Like, the B story is super important, even if you don't realize it. While on a tour of ASU, Arizona State University, Klaus takes Steve to a frat where not only is he known, he's beloved and seen as a partying legend. We've seen Klaus portrayed as weird or pathetic, but now we see him with a tribe, a group of people that actually look up to him and aren't just mocking him like the family. It's super important that he has these frat bros, especially as he makes Steve strip down and become a pledge while attending classes and ultimately ending up a valedictorian after asking one question at one computer lab. He's a bad person, and they set up he's a bad person, but also a likable person who does have friends. That sets up the introduction of Klaus's boys perfectly. I'm not going to sit here and tell you this is a 10 out of 10 episode because of that or anything, but it definitely helps the overall feel of the episode. As a whole, the life and times of Stan Smith is like a 7 or 8 out of 10 that takes what could have been an awful episode in the earlier seasons and gives it some much needed charm. Also, Alan Tudyk is phenomenal in this episode. He carries a ton of weight, and I don't know why they did this, but Satan in this episode looks rad. He looks like a mix of like the Satan from Legend played by Tim Curry and like a Doom or Diablo devil. It's just, oh man, it's really cool. Like, it's not a bad episode. The Life and Times of Stan Smith is not a bad episode by any means. You know what? I have talked myself into an 8 out of 10 for it. The more I've gone on, the more I'm like, okay, you know what? Might be one of the weaker ones of the rest of this bulk, but it's still not bad. Watch it. Check it out. You'll probably love it. The Bitchin' Race. The Amazing Race is a reality TV show where teams race around the world for a chance to win $1 million as they face off in assorted challenges, all hosted by Phil Kagan. It also had the most unfortunate premiere date of any reality show ever. Google it. Why does this matter? Well, the Smith family is competing in the newest season of the Race, hosted by Phil Keegan. Stan and Francine are on a team, as are Haley and Steve, and Roger, naturally, is teamed with Johnny Bananas Divinazio. The actual Bear Grylls is also competing alongside acclaimed travel writer Rick Steves, played by Rick Steves. Sarah Chalk would also return to the show as Meredith, whose son saw heaven and will not shut up about it. Phew, okay. I think that's enough setup for the show, but yeah, it's one giant Amazing Race parody, and man oh man, is it solid. Francine takes up caricatures and slows Stan down, while Steve tries to enjoy the sight slowing down Haley, and Stan and Haley decide to team up and leave Steve and Francine in the dust. This is why I have such a problem with the kidney stays in the picture. Stan respects and loves Haley, and they show they're a solid father-daughter duo, even if they don't always get along, while Steve and Francine just loiter around and hang out, showing that they also have a great relationship. It's a solid display, and I genuinely love the episode even if it has the return of the dreaded 8-bit from CIA POW. When Haley and Stan end up in a work camp without realizing it, you get, yay, more yak puns. My favorite. The B-Race is just fantastic and deserves to be watched again and again, and is probably in my top 10 favorite episodes of the TBS era. It doesn't start at the Smith house or anything like that. It starts with only 5 of the 16 teams remaining, tossing you right into the action with everything already set up. Phil Keegan does an excellent job as a parody of himself, and I mean all the guest stars deliver brilliantly, even the insanely talented Fred Tassasiori playing Brett Favre. I shouldn't have to say it's a 10 out of 10 episode, but the fact that I found 8-bit even just that much more tolerable in this episode because he was surrounded by high quality writing and jokes just speaks to how great this episode is. Like, I can't imagine another show doing this kind of idea and doing it better. I'd love to see what Amazing Race fans think of this episode and how loyal it is to the show, because when the show first came out, it was a huge cultural phenomenon, and has over 34 seasons. I remember everyone watching it back in the day, alongside, say, Survivor, or The Bachelor, Who Wants to Be a Millionaire. It was a weird time in the early 2000s for reality TV. That's all I'm saying. This seems to be a loving homage to the concept of the show, and man, I have to stop myself before I go on for too long. Each vignette gets the proper time to shine, and it's great to see the family come together while the guest stars have fun with their roles and deliver just next level comedy. I love the Race, and you will too. Family Plan. Francine begins to spiral and doesn't know why. She feels like she doesn't have a family because she never really connected with her birth family. She adopts and returns a ton of kids, and it's really just a Francine-centric episode when Haley tells Francine to reconnect with her birth family right as her father is throwing a massive get-together. He complains that the family is using up too many minutes, and the family plan, get it? Huh? Do ya? Is getting too expensive, and so he has created a culling game of sorts where the last family member standing after the battle royale gets to stay on the phone plan. Roger's persona is a cat. We see guest stars like Andy Richter, Allison Janney, Alan Tudyk, and all that, but interestingly enough, when Stan gets obsessed with the History Channel show American Pickers, he actually encounters one of the pickers, Frank Fritz, played by Frank Fritz, who, in order to get him to leave him alone, encourages him to go picking. And yeah, that's the episode. Francine realizing her family is enough for her while trying to survive being attacked from all sides, and her real family racing to save her while creating mild parodies of Rockin' Robin. It's another one of those loose plots but packed full of jokes type of episodes. It's not horribly complicated, nor does it try to be. You go into the whole battle royale knowing that Francine is probably going to be fine, but it's still nice to see an episode centered around her. Wendy Shaw still nails Francine and handles the evolution of her character incredibly well. Family Plan is a high quality 8 out of 10 episode that shouldn't be skipped. The Long Bomb. We miss you, George. Best episode of the season, and easily my 4th favorite episode of American Dad of all time. The Long Bomb is about Stan and Haley struggling to talk with each other when no one else is around because they're afraid of what the other might think of them, and when they're trapped going to a Bazooka Sharks game alone together, they have to face that fear. When the game is hijacked by thieves trying to steal a fortune, Haley and Stan have to work together to stop the bombs and, through it, reconnect and discover they never stopped loving one another. On paper, that's all the episode is, but I hope you understand if I nerd out just a little bit. The episode is next level due to the absolute celebration of star power at play here. Not only do we have the return of Diedrich Bader as Johnny Concussion, we also get Fred Tastaciore again, the incredible Maurice LaMarche, who you've heard countless times across Futurama, Pinky and the Brain, etc., etc. Bill Fagerbach, aka Patrick Starr, Paget Brewster is back, Tommy Blocka returns as Sky Crooner, and for albeit a brief moment, we have one of the most influential voice actors of the modern age, George Lowe, aka Space Ghost in Space Ghost Coast to Coast. A man that needs only celebration and acclaim. People rarely understand the gravity of his influence on some of their favorite productions, and seeing him in this episode is just next level. While he wouldn't show up in future episodes, it's just great to see him here. The jokes are ascended, the creative chemistry between Seth and Rachel McFarlane is terrific, and I just can't think of a single flaw of the episode. Even Roger having another role as a separate character doing their own thing is great. There's no B story that takes away from it, and they know that this episode can carry that weight with just one story. Everything just feels like it has a place that it belongs. Watch this episode, tune everything else out, and just love every second of it. I adore this episode, and I genuinely hope you do too. 10 out of 10, one of the best of the season, and easily one that won my heart the first time I watched. Clodger. Look, I'm gonna be real with you. You either love or hate this episode, and both responses are entirely justified. Roger and Klaus are two lone wolves that don't need anyone else until they go on a blind date and end up running into each other, starting a whirlwind romance. Obviously, Klaus gets fed up with it, and Roger gets obsessive, even willing to follow him to prison to stay with his one true beloved. The B story has Steve trying to avoid the presidential fitness test by any means necessary, even trying to contract Haley's pink eye to avoid responsibility. I am not going to defend Clodger, and if you have a criticism of the episode, it's probably well deserved. However, I will say, for what the story is, it's incredibly well written. The characters feel well done and properly portrayed, and everything feels very on brand. That being said, yeah, it's an A story focused on a Roger and Klaus relationship, and wouldn't even be the last time we see it, with another example popping up in Mused and Abused. Clodger is rough, but if you sit through it, you get some solid jokes that would have otherwise been left on the writing room floor. The stuff with Haley and Jeff is just great, especially her sneaking into the school to see the school nurse because she doesn't have health insurance, and her sharpened other senses. I don't know. Clodger, all things considered, is like a 7 out of 10 to me, and I'm sure I'll get plenty of comments telling me I'm wrong. But the quality of the writing, even if it's to the merit of Clodger, can't be understated. I know I said The Life and Times of Stan Smith is the weakest episode, but Clodger probably fits the bill better. But at the end of the day, I'd still take 19 Clodgers over one Stewie is Enciente any day. Garbage Stan. When one of Jack's storage units is getting ready to be auctioned off, Roger makes a Storage Wars reference while Steve and Stan find an old garbage truck, and Stan remembers his delightful days riding along with his dad and wants to share that with his son, blissfully unaware Jack was using it as a front to make illegal deals. And so, when everyone sees Jack's truck back on the streets, they think they're back in business, and Steve tries to hide everything from Stan to make sure his precious childhood memories are still intact. It's really sweet that he really just wants to make sure his dad is happy, and there's no other motive or anything behind it. The two save up for their own truck while continuing the route. The late great Tony Sirico of Sopranos fame would guest star. And while the A story is a sweet father-son story, the B story takes us to the grungy, seedy underbelly of Bumper Pool. Roger finds a bumper pool table and puts it in Roger's place. When Haley shows that she has real talent for the game, Roger takes her under his wing onto the bumper pool circuit to one day face off against South Dakota Slim, who is totally not Roger and is definitely someone else. I really love that as soon as the family figures out it's just going to be Roger nowadays, that they just disengage entirely. Like, they know he's just messing with them and they just choose to move on. It's a really funny take on it, and I gotta say it elevates the episode. Garbage Stan knows what it is and doesn't deviate from it. I really enjoy everything it's going for, and it feels like a properly actualized episode. We have a great Haley and Roger B story where, again, they just feed into each other, but Haley has gotten much more mature as the show has gone on, and it really shows in her just walking away from Roger, and the A story is really delightful, showing Stan that Steve is his son and can be trusted to do the right thing. Everything he did for the two of them to keep making these great memories. I don't know, I really enjoy this episode, and I'd say it's a solid 10 out of 10 that helps turn the corner on the final episodes of the season. The Talented Mr. Dingleberry. This is an episode. Steve tries to get into the talent show and can't find a talent, so Roger agrees to help him out by turning into a ventriloquist dummy, Mr. Dingleberry. However, he's a murderous dummy that starts taking out the other competitors to make sure he and Steve win. It's a very neat little homage to the campy horror B-movies of the 80s, and, you know, if you like that, you're gonna love this episode, you're gonna love the references they make, and if you don't like it, I'm not gonna say it goes over your head, but it's definitely much more, it's a hit or miss episode. But that being said, it really focuses on just killer dolls and puppets running around, unaliving people. They also use a lot of specific unaliving techniques that are obvious references to classic tropes and movies. David Herman would actually guest star in the episode. You'd probably recognize him from Office Space, Bob's Burgers as Mr. Frond, or like any of the lead characters in A Waco Again and Roger Black Show. There is a minor B story with Francine having allergic reactions and Stan and Haley pushing for more home remedies and failing constantly, but it's very bare bones in comparison to the murder plot. And I gotta say, the return of Robert Wool, as well as Principal Lewis just being unhinged the whole episode, makes this a nice little send-off to the season, as it's our last normal episode of the season, and it's pretty entertaining overall. The Talented Mr. Dingleberry is a solid 8 out of 10. West to Mexico! And the season ends with a Western episode. Much like the Amazing Race parody earlier, it just throws you in. It's not deeper, more complex, there's no overarching storyline that needs to be maintained. Bullock and the CIA boys are bandits, Stan is a former soldier on the run to Mexico, and Principal Lewis was an old war buddy of his. He's being hunted down by Roger, who's a bounty hunter, and basically he has to protect a small town from Bullock's boys, your typical Western flair. There's a catchy rendition of Dessert, and overall it's just a fun episode. West of Mexico isn't anyone's favorite episode of American Dad, but it is good TV. It's just a relaxing little side story that you can sit back and enjoy. It's much like Blood Crieth Unto Heaven in some ways. It's just its own unique thing and not a parody of any specific movie or series, though I do believe Stan is dressed as the writer from Westworld. It's not Die Hard for Cleveland Show or Star Wars for Family Guy, just what if the Smiths were in the West and didn't know each other and were just characters. I don't dislike it at all. Honestly, West of Mexico is a solid 8 or 9 out of 10 that wraps a season of quality on a pretty high note. And there we have it. That was Season 12, everybody. Any episodes you think I was wrong on? Right on? Let me know in the comments below. Overall, season 12 was just another high bar of American Dad good stuff. Yes, there are absolutely just okay episodes, but overall there weren't any craters or valleys in terms of quality. From delightful parodies to intriguing evolutions of previous story ideas just done better, season 12 really knew how to build on American Dad, and to think that we're at season 12 and there's still higher quality episodes dropping is just insane. Even looking at season 13, sure, there are a couple episodes I'm not particularly looking forward to cover, but overall it's another season I remember enjoying quite a bit, and I can't think of many other shows where I'm still excited to talk about them a whopping 13 seasons in. And I'll see you next time as we lean into season 13. Goodbye, everybody! Season 13 is one wild season to go through. It's got really high peaks and really low valleys. Not only do we get one of the most divisive inclusions to the series, but we also just get some of the best American Dad yet, which is just baffling over 200 episodes since we started our journey. Here we are in the 13th season of a show that's already been canceled once, and we're still not at some of my favorite episodes of the entire series. So, without further ado, what worked? What failed? There's only one way to find out. Let's lean into season 13. Santa Schmanta. Oh, this is an interesting start to the season. It's actually a Christmas episode. And not just any Christmas episode, a snot-centric Christmas Hanukkah episode. The episode opens with a recap of what happened in the last Christmas episode, and despite it being a pretty definitive conclusion to the arc, it's just gonna keep on going, baby. Season 13. Woo! Basically, the Smiths are excited to be able to actually celebrate Christmas, and Roger gets upset that they won't appreciate his dance, so he goes to bother Snot with it, where he learns about Hanukkah and how underrepresented it is. Naturally, this means that Roger has to convert to Judaism and become the new Jewish Santa by harnessing the power of the unalive Santa's clothes, and so, yeah. They steal from a corpse and try to push a Roger Hanukkah-centric Christmas. The Smiths have to bring Santa back to life to stop Roger's power trip, and yeah, it basically resets everything. Santa Schmanta is not the best American Dad Christmas episode. However, I think it's one of the best Snot episodes. I know I harp on it again and again, but Curtis Armstrong, like the rest of the cast, really does know what he's doing with his character. The nuance in his delivery this episode feels much more dour. Like it's a painful time of the year for Snot, and at times he doesn't appreciate Roger butting in, especially because he has no idea he's even an alien. But he also likes not being alone and getting more people to celebrate Hanukkah. It's a very interesting dichotomy to explore in Snot, of all characters. Is it a season premiere? No, not really. The next episode is definitely more the proper premiere, but this does do a good enough job of setting the tone for season 13. Coming in hot with a strong Snot episode, which ironically won't be the last time this happens this season, we're also getting a lot more experimental, and we're steadily inching towards the event horizon that is Rabbit Ears. Santa Schmanta is a perfectly fine 7 out of 10. Paranoid Frandroid. Alright, now this feels like a season premiere, and what a premiere it is. The episode opens with Francine and Stan watching a special morning mimosa where an unfaithful hamster jumps headfirst into matrimony. Haley tells her mom she needs to get out of the bubble and embrace the real world while she follows a crazed man up the stairs to Roger's conspiracy convention, where I'm pretty sure his disguise is an homage to Richard Langley, a character from the X-Files spin-off series The Lone Gunman. Only the deepest cuts here. But Francine begins questioning everything, and then when she catches Stan being the actual executive producer of Morning Mimosa and has been using it to keep her placated, she goes full-on conspiracy. And as she's throwing random conspiracies out in the middle of her RV during a podcast, she actually lands on a real one of the CIA having toilet cams, and Bullock and the gang have to take her out. They even attempt to take Stan aside to play at Dave & Buster's while they unalive his wife. And yeah, she and Stan find their peace, and it's all sweet as they frame a funeral and make a conspiracy of their own. Oh, the B story? You want me to actually talk about the B story? You think this conspiratorial juggernaut of an episode was just going to have a super dominant A story that made everything else just feel inadequate, right? Wrong. The B story of this episode may very well be the best of the season. Snot's mom is dating Dell, who invites the two to move in with him at the get ready for it Chesterbrook townhouses. Dell is actually played by Twin Peaks' Kyle MacLachlan, and Dell, being such a cool guy, gives Snot his very own basement room to trick out how he wants. It's a phenomenal Snot and Steve bit featuring in one of his funniest roles yet, Klaus. This is it. This is when Klaus really comes into his own as just this insane wild card. He tricks out the basement to get girls and then ends up accidentally seducing Snot's mom, ruining the whole thing. Like, I know that sounds like nothing. I know that sounds like just the usual return to normal, but it's how Klaus just sort of pushes through and has such a reverence for the Chesterbrook townhouses. It's just, it's amazing how you can put so much personality into a fish. I don't know, Paranoid Frandroid is very much greater than the sum of its stories. Both stories gel so well together and feel so natural that it is just kind of a perfect TBS era episode. It's a 10 out of 10 episode, no question, and should be essential viewing for any new fan. The Census of the Lambs. When the family goes to Law & Order Fest, Haley bonds with Ice-T, and the family shares their favorite moments, as Stan and Francine share a stolen clarinet. The bulk of the episode is about Stan joining the census and counting the people of America, and being disgusted when he realizes that his idealized job is literally one that anyone can do. He and Haley begin to compete over who can count more people, and yeah, it's a whole thing. It all culminates in Stan getting kidnapped by a serial skin suit maker, and Haley then has to hunt him down and learn about each other's strengths and the strength of Haley and Ice-T's relationship. The B story follows Steve and the boys helping Klaus become a photographer, and I think this might be the first appearance of Jurgen as an actual, built character, who definitely leaves a lasting impression. And yeah, it's just Klaus going off the deep end and getting obsessed again. Unlike Paranoid Frandroid, this feels like they took Klaus just a little too far. It feels unnecessary to pivot this hard into him. Like, the interaction with Steve and the gang is funny, sure, but I feel like this story has been done before and done better with other characters. Overall, The Census of the Lambs is one of the stronger Haley and Stan episodes recently. Having Haley try and find Stan and using her detective skills to find him is great and really shows how they've let her grow as a character instead of just being a constant stoner. The Census of the Lambs is an excellent tempo-maintaining episode. You never feel like it's going too far out there, and it's just kind of there. It's got solid jokes, plenty of okay elements, and I'd be very surprised if it was anyone's favorite episode. So, despite the actual cameo by Ice-T, Census of the Lambs is a 6 out of 10. Shell Game. I'm just gonna be totally upfront with you, gang. Season 13 is definitely the first season where you start to feel the wave. Some episodes are really, really good, and some episodes you're just gonna totally forget. There's a couple just absolutely vapid episodes this season, and Shell Game isn't one of them. Boom! That's right, Shell Game is next level daddage. It's episodes like Shell Game that make you think the writers know they put out filler episodes so people can have some breathing room before getting slapped in the face with just quality. Steve and Roger are bird-watching buddies checking out all the assorted bird breeds of Langley when they catch the Commodore stealing an egg from a nest and running off to collect it with other egg-obsessed individuals. The Commodore is played by Frank Langella. Skeletor in Masters of the Universe, Frank Langella. Even if the quality of some episodes may waver, the star power is still there and shining through. I mean, talk about an absolutely stacked season. And they're to the benefit of one of the most predictable yet satisfying episodes of the show. Steve and Roger discover that the collectors have developed something called egg madness, where they want to collect and harvest eggs. Roger proceeds to get the aforementioned egg madness and fights to get the Commodore's attention. Steve then has to fight Roger in a back-and-forth egg napping to keep their precious bird hobby safe. All of this, mind you, is just the A story. The B story is, again, remember, we've talked about this before, usually a standard story with an absurd twist. This time, the family tries a zesty version of spaghetti sauce and go full-blown Italian. Steve's life flashes before his eyes later in the episode, and it's just like a black and white mob movie. The A and B stories are so excellently interwoven that they just keep building off of each other again and again and again. The writing is so sharp and really hangs on you knowing who these characters are to each other. There's no cutaways to that time they did thing with famous celebrity of time period. They have to carry these stories on their own shoulders. And seeing how each character transforms into this just caricature of an Italian version of themselves is just beautiful. My heart, she is full. This would also be one of the first times Laurie Metcalf would guest star as Elizabeth Hadley, a somewhat recurring character. Shell Game is a masterpiece. 10 out of 10. One of the best episodes of the season. The story is predictable, so you can lean back and just enjoy fantastic jokes and get wrapped up in the tempo they're trying to maintain as we lead directly into the mural of the story. Another Stan and Haley episode. Woot woot. Like, other than a Christmas special, she's gotten the A story 50% of the time of the season already, and looking at the season as a whole, it feels like they front-ended all the Haley episodes. Once we get through this little block, she really isn't in the A stories anymore for the rest of the season. After a mural is desecrated and takes away from some sick Steve backseat shuffling, Stan is determined to restore a mural and show Haley that she lacks lointegrity. That's it. That's the whole A story. We have seen it time and time again. Even seeing it back in episodes like The Devil Wears a Lapel Pin, or even going back to something like Stanny Get Your Gun. It's just classic Stan versus Haley shenanigans. They feud, Haley gets a face swap, they make up at the end, and Klaus avenges his greatest idea, Goof McDoof. All gold, all solid, excellent writing makes an otherwise predictable plot feel alive, just like in Shell Game. The B story, however, is literally just Whiplash, the hit 2014 movie, but instead of drums, it's clowns. Yeah! Steve goes to clown school and gets whiplashed by Roger. They do a whiplash. We're really just sort of leaning into the absurdity at this point. Sure, there's absolutely a clown school where Steve can try and be a clown. Sure, yeah, of course, Haley can just face swap and come up with an intricate revenge scheme of blowing up a wall. Sure, Thomas Lennon starts showing up pretty frequently this season as, just some guy, shows up in over like 15 episodes, still doesn't have a name. Who is this dude? What's going on? They gave the Bazooka Sharks guy a name. What's going on with him? You just shrug it off because you can trust American Dad to play within the boundaries it's set up. Comedy, much like being a clown, is all about knowing your audience. American Dad knows its audience is smart enough to not need their hand held. Perfect example, this episode came out in 2018. Now, sure, Whiplash is a critical darling and a film everyone should see at least once, but they weren't trying to capitalize on the fame of Whiplash or anything at this point. The movie had been out for 4 years already. And so, if they're just gonna do a Whiplash, they need to make sure it's the sharpest parody it can be, and I gotta say, it really delivers. If you've never seen the movie, you still get a funny Steve and Roger feud, but if you have, you get to the point you can see they recreated some shots almost perfectly. Like, that attention to detail just isn't appreciated enough. They could have taken an easy way out, but they stuck to it, and I don't know, the episode is a 10 out of 10 that only gets better with time. You gotta strike for your right. Haley's got a job at SubHub. When delivering subs at the CIA, she sees the dismal working conditions they have to operate in and encourages them all to strike as she stands up to Bullock. Yada yada yada. Stan appreciates that maybe she's smarter than she looks and having better working conditions is good. Wow, such an original story. I think the biggest things to take away from it, though, are unlike Muriel, where he's constantly bashing her for low integrity, there are moments in this episode where he just talks to Haley. They're still able to be civil and normal around each other, even if they may be feuding in the story, and I do really love that. They're father and daughter. He's always going to care about her, and with this being the last Haley-centric episode for a minute, hey, I think it's a pretty decent one to go out on. Patrick Stewart's delivery as Bullock this episode is actually really great, and I love that he still seems to be having fun with the character. I mean, at the time of recording this, he's been in over 100 episodes of American Dad, which on its own is a massive milestone, but the fact that he's still trying just celebrates his talent as an actor. I mean, this is the second longest thing he's been a part of, other than, Star Trek, which is monumental in his career. The B story of the episode is Steve, Francine, Roger, and Klaus watching Breaking Bad in reverse and going on a mystical reverso treasure hunt to find Vince Gilligan, the creator of Breaking Bad, who's played by, get this, are you ready? Vince Gilligan. Only the most shocking revelations from my fellow dadders out there. You Gotta Strike for Your Right is an episode that, if it happened on Fox, it would have probably been celebrated as one of the funniest episodes of that season. Here it just feels like it's following up a lot of solid acts, and while it's fine, it just doesn't do a ton new. It's comfortable in how familiar it is. It's a good, casual 7 out of 10 that you never get tired of catching here or there on Adult Swim. Klaustastrophe.tv. Now, the episode is called Klaustastrophe.tv. What do you think an episode called Klaustastrophe TV would be about? Did you think it would be about Stan discovering his abandonment issues stem from when the Harlem Globetrotters kicked him out of their summer camp when he was just a kid? Did you think that? Would any sane human being make that connection? But yeah, that's the A story. Stan literally abandoned Steve to find out why the Harlem Globetrotters didn't want him anymore. And then he finds out that it was because Jack had abandoned him and they just took him along on the road. They didn't have a camp. They just wanted to take care of the kid and make sure he was okay. And then Stan just had to grow up and deal with that. He had to grow up being abandoned by everyone because they couldn't tell him the truth that his dad was a horrible person. That's the A story. The A story is how the Globetrotters saved Stan. The B story has Klaus posting all the family slip-ups as epic fails on the internet. They try and stage the pranks to make them more popular, and it just fails time and time again. I'm gonna be honest with you. I really love King of the Hill and everything that it does. It really is just good slice-of-life Americana. And one of the B stories of the later seasons, they try and catch a hat blowing off of Bill's head and onto Khan's. They even stage it with Peggy's help, and it's just understandably horrible. I bring it up because every time I see this B story, that's all I can think of. Just this little stick carrying a cowboy hat over to Khan. The way Klaus cranks up the intensity is fun, but overall, I don't know. Between the weird, awkward resolution of Stan's story and Klaustastrophe just sort of being there, this episode just doesn't do it for me. It's not bad, and I'm sure someone out there really enjoys it. And if you do, hey, more power to you. There are things to appreciate about it. But in my book, this is probably like a 5 out of 10. Death by Dinner Party. There's a full moon out at the time I'm recording this, and it makes you feel more magical, more enchanted, as you appreciate one of the best episodes of American Dad this season. Sometimes you have an episode that just, okay. The first time I watched this episode, I thought it was just a dumb subversion of your expectations and predictable to a fault. But the more I watched it, the more I realized how cleverly written it is. I have shown this episode to people and gotten to the Jeff scene and asked if they even noticed if he was there. He was, but the same thing happened to them that happens to you as a viewer. Your brain is tricked. You're forced to slow down and pay attention. For a show like American Dad to almost forcibly pull your attention in is a really difficult and rare feat to accomplish. I love this episode, and it's because I love it so much, I don't want to talk too much about its plot. I don't want to give away what happens. Even if you already know, even if it's not a surprise to you, let me have this. Death by Dinner Party is a perfect self-contained narrative that builds on what you know about these characters. But also, if you knew nothing about them, they'd all feel natural, especially, and I can't emphasize enough, the Colonel. I mean, I'm so glad a character like the Colonel is finally getting the love he deserves. Everyone loves the Colonel. Remember in my Season 1 review when I talked about how the Colonel saved Stan while jumping that sand dune? I'm just saying, if you go back and watch the Season 1 video, it might probably be there. Death by Dinner Party is fantastic. It's a 10 out of 10 that no matter how you approach it is just good television. I mean, it's just the best. And you want to know the messed up part? I'm still torn on what the best episode of this season is, because there's just so many of these high-class episodes. Like when I say it's a season of peaks and valleys, there's some very high peaks and sometimes some somewhat deep valleys. This is a solid episode that every dad fan should seek out on their own. This murder mystery is downright magical. The Never-Ending Stories. Stan tells really long stories. There, that's it. That's the whole A story. Goodbye, everybody. No, Stan teaches a course at the CIA Academy since Bullock can't as he's going on a retreat, and instead of teaching the kids, he just tells them his long, never-ending stories that his family can't stand. They get captured, and he has to admit he doesn't always know what he's talking about. The Dean is actually played by J.K. Simmons, which is funny on a lot of levels, especially considering they did a Whiplash parody earlier in the season. You know, the movie he was nominated for, like, all the awards for. Now, don't get me wrong, there's some good Roger bits in this episode where he's an overbearing mother, and there's some good Bullock yucks, oh yes there are, but this episode is all about the B story. The B story that I would argue perfectly personifies what new Klaus is. Klaus gets discovered as a hype man at a 7-Eleven and starts the meteoric rise to stardom, and even gets his own music video that I'm just gonna call Nutri-Grain Bar and a Mountain Dew. And if you've seen the episode, you sang that part. I know you did. You can't hide from me. I know you. But if you watch the music video, if you share it with people, and then you just sit them down and tell them to describe Klaus, you have a perfect understanding of the kind of character he is. This is a realization of his new identity. Next season, we'll get the materialization of Klaus's boys and his next ascension to godhood, but for now, this is an incredible taste of the direction they're taking him. Like, if the A story was on its own, easily it's just like a 4 out of 10 for me and a 5 out of 10 under the most just bare critical lens. But if you add in the Klaus parts, oh, you've got a 6, my dude, a 6+ even. See, numbers are meaningless. I don't know why I still rate episodes. Maybe I'll stop, maybe I'll keep going. Maybe I'll double down, make it 1 out of 100, who knows? Listen to your heart. Do you hear that beat? That's a rapping goldfish. Love it. Love everything about this episode. Watch it over and over and appreciate exactly what's happening. This may not be a fantastic, amazing, awe-inspiring episode, but what it does for Klaus is monumental. What it's setting up further down the road, it needs to exist. This episode needs to be here. I promise you, if you trust me, if you just come along on this journey with me, you will watch Klaus transform before your very eyes. This is not a character that was forgotten. This is a character that is celebrated for being the weirdest German fish imaginable. Railroaded. Stan thinks that a bullet train would help with the traffic congestion that plagues the Bazooka Shark Stadium. He tries to propose it to the mayor, who laughs him out of the office, and Stan decides to run against him while Francine communes with the rats. I know on paper this seems really confusing, and it is. There is no B story, this is just kind of the whole thing. Francine just sort of losing her mind, communing with rats and getting them to turn into jackets for her, or doing all kinds of different poses. It's weird, gang. It's really weird. This is Stan being a political puppet of Rogers so that he can get an Urban Outfitters to open in Langley. There's this huge power play where they literally take over the city and run it like a police state, all to get an Urban Outfitters. It almost feels like a South Park reference. It feels like something that South Park had done before. And I really wish there was more I could say about the episode, but that's really it at its most bare core. You can feel the beats of the episode and you know exactly where you're going to be at each timestamp, to the point it feels like you've seen the episode before when you're watching it for the very first time. I don't dislike the episode, it just feels ephemeral to me. Like it's almost a fever dream you swear was a real episode of American Dad that, in fact, is an actual episode. I think it's probably a divisive episode, but I personally like what it does. I know what's going to happen, and I still get solid jokes and a decent enough story. Plus, we get President Garfield as the mayor of Langley now, so, you know, that's neat. We also got the return of Sky Crooner, which, I don't know, I kind of jump on with Stan's just absolute love of Sky Crooner. He's grown on me. He has grown on me so much. I love Sky Crooner. Overall, Railroaded is a very okay, foggy 7 out of 10. My Purity Ball and Chain. You know what? It's been a minute. It's been a minute since I've said this with such confidence. Skip this episode. You don't need to watch it. I will say Noelle Wells does a fantastic job playing Shannon, and I really wish she was shown in other episodes, but alas, here is her episode. The episode where Stan and Steve join a celibacy group with a bunch of dads and their daughters, and the dads get swords, and Stan's enchanted by it because swords, and I do not like this episode. It just doesn't do anything for me. I've tried time and time again to give it an honest watch through, and it gives me nothing. It sparks no joy. And it's not like the B story is bad or awkward or anything. The family builds a water slide. That's great. It's got some funny bits, but then it yanks you right back into the celibacy club. Honestly, give me the family building a water slide as the A story. And I will say this, I love Craig Robinson. I've loved him ever since I was a kid, and I love whenever he shows up. I get excited when I hear his voice because I know I'm in for a treat. He was one of the greatest parts of Eastbound and Down and Brooklyn Nine-Nine, no question. And I want him to have a long and successful career. I have no idea why they got him to play Agent Turlington when I'm guessing they couldn't get Forrest Whitaker. If he just wanted to play the character, hey, awesome. It just kind of feels off. I know Turlington is the definition of a fringe character, but he's got a special place in my heart, and I just don't know why they didn't just have him be a different agent. The best way to describe the episode, I think, is complicated. It's like they knew you had a Purity Pledge-laced A story and tried to get you through it with a water slide. I did like the Shannon and Steve moments, and I liked that Steve grew as a character, but it just feels like Stan regressed back. I love dumb Stan a lot of the time. This isn't one of those times. And even this, with all of its flaws, is still like a 4 out of 10. It still has some iota of value in the grand scheme of things. Episodes like My Purity Ball and Chain exist to make me appreciate episodes like Shell Game more. Oratron Trail. While Roger and Steve have a sleepover, they play Oregon Trail and name the family after their family. And so, as Roger watches them lose over and over, he begins to realize he's going to outlive the Smiths and decides to fake his own death and go off to be a loner. A renegade. A solemn hero riding from town to town on his motorcycle, ready to bring some outlaw justice. After he fakes his death, the family all grieve in their own ways and begin to spiral until Steve discovers he's still alive and they go to find him. When they're reunited, he has the family's brains beamed into the computer and digitized so they could live forever.
Doesn't that feel like such a sharp pivot? One minute he's a renegade, the next the family's back to normal and struggling to clear Oregon Trail to print a certificate and make their way home. It feels like two very different episodes were stitched together in the middle. It just feels so disjointed. What doesn't feel disjointed is the fantastic B story about Klaus running a bodega out of the attic. I love this B story. I apologize for nothing, and if you don't like it, the episode just isn't for you, but the Klaus parts are great. Again, this season is about evolving Klaus. This season keeps elevating him and bringing him up. The fish is certified to put Boar's Head back in his deli. He has earned this. To have something like this after the Neverending Stories is just fantastic. It shows how much more weight Klaus can carry as a character. They've given him more and more autonomy and just assumed things he can do, and he's flourished as a character in the show that's had probably the most dramatic development. Remember Season 1 Klaus? Do you think he could run a bodega? It may be small, but there's growth in these shows even if you don't realize it at first. Klaus has come into his own and become such an integral family member that I dare say the B story is the only thing that keeps me hanging on all the way to the end of the episode. Oratron Trail is a 6 out of 10.
Mean Francine!
Darcy Carden, Busy Phillips, and Chelsea Peretti guest star in this episode. Now that we have the positives out of the way, let's really dive in. It's a Francine and Steve episode where Francine becomes a guidance counselor to try and get the girls to stop bullying Steve, even though Steve doesn't care and just keeps kind of doing his own thing. The B story is Jeff breaking down after losing his hat to the point that he is sobbing unconsolably in the shower. The joke to the B story is that it isn't a joke and he's really melting down over losing his hat. That's it. That's the joke. Hee hee ho ho. I want to say this is a skippable episode, but honestly, you can watch it and walk away feeling like you didn't see anything for 20 minutes. Where Railroaded felt strange and yet familiar and didn't have this tangible reason it was good or bad, Mean Francine is just empty. It's a nothing episode. Steve is going to be the best little Steve he can be, and Francine's desperate attempts to be popular are honestly weird to see compared to what we've seen in the past with Stan. It feels like it would have worked better as a Stan and Steve episode instead, but I mean, I get it. I really want to have something positive to say about the episode, but it really is a struggle. Mean Francine is just kind of there. It doesn't do anything extra, and sure, you could argue that back in Now and Gwen, it showed that Francine was a nerd and wanted to be popular, but, for what? For what cause? You can say that there were previous examples, sure, fine, but for this? For her to be a counselor, and this is what we're getting? I don't know. The episode as a whole is like a 4 out of 10 that just sort of meanders along.
Persona Assistant.
Roger wakes up and has to take care of the entire city as he hops from persona to persona to keep the peace. He and Stan then begin to hang out less, and Stan thinks that what Roger does is nonsense and won't matter in the long run. Eventually, Roger gets a giant growth on his head and has to be out of commission, so it's up to Stan to take on his personas and keep Langley going, and he manages to screw it all up even worse and causes chaos in the streets after failing to get roller skates fixed. And so he brings out Ricky Spanish once again to try and, I guess, use chaos to make everything make sense again. And there's only one force that can stop this mad lad full of Ricky Spanish power. It can only be stopped by everyone's new favorite wacky family sidekick, Rogu. He's Roger's homunculus, and he's one rude dude with attitude. The Scrappy-Doo of American Dad. Both a caricature of the role and a beloved member filling it. Rogu is complicated. A lot of people justifiably can't stand him, and an equally vocal group absolutely adore how grotesque and weird he is. At first, I was hesitant about Rogu, but I will say this. His introduction is so smooth it feels beyond natural. He is maybe briefly shown or mentioned in the rest of the season 1 or 2 times. He doesn't get prominent parts of stories until next season, and I think that's brilliant. It gives the viewer time to digest the idea of Rogu while still hitting him with quality American Dad. Like, there's an entire B story about Steve dealing with taking PEDs for his choir class, and he ends up scatting up a storm as he tweaks out so that Principal Lewis can win yet another award. I didn't even talk about that. It's great. It's a phenomenal Steve B story, but it's all wrapped up in this Roger celebration. Persona Assistant is a wonderful celebration of all of Roger's personas, and a great introduction to everyone's favorite talking tumor, Rogu. Persona Assistant is a 9 out of 10.
One Woman Swole!
Francine is a quitter. She never sticks to anything. The family starts mocking her for it, and she decides to stick to weightlifting until she becomes a professional bodybuilder. The B story has Klaus saying that he invented the high five and that famed baseball player Dusty Baker, played by the absolutely legendary Gary Anthony Williams, is a liar and decides to confront him about it. This episode can best be described as grotesque yet realized. Stan and Roger become bodybuilders to compete against Francine and end up putting her in the hospital. Klaus meets up with Dusty, and Dusty reveals he wants to steal everything from Klaus, including his ability to swim and breathe underwater. Francine puts on a one-woman show about quitting and giving up, while Stan goads her on to keep fighting and come back to him as she deals with being in a coma. You have these freakishly disfigured muscle bods, but on the inside, they're just two people who genuinely love each other, and Stan just wants to appreciate his wife for who she is. And in the B story, you have a famous baseball player drowning because he so desperately wanted to be like the man that invented the high five. Klaus, the fish. Like, sure, it's all jokes and it's all played up to be a gas, but there's a long-form payoff in this episode. I promise I'm not trying to dig too deep, but there's actual morals to the story compared to, say, Shell Game or Railroaded. There's a spirit to One Woman Swole, and it really is a solid episode. Unfortunately for this episode, it would be overshadowed by the absolute Everest of content we get to dig through. One Woman Swole is a bulging 7 out of 10, and a great end piece of a filet roast of maximum quality. It really does have a good charm to it, and I will say the introduction of Francine's partner really is funny. I did like him. I thought he was great.
Flavortown, baby!
Remember in the last review when I said it was a filet piece of maximum quality? Well, I did a food thing because this episode is about a food guy. When Jeff gets a job at a pizzeria, he runs into Guy Fieri, who wants him to join up with his boys. Jeff then becomes an honorary member of Guy's crew and is driven around until he's ultimately chosen to become the next Guy Fieri and gets possessed by the demon of frosted tips and flavorful diner food annihilation. The B story has Klaus and Roger pretending to be valets to pick up chicks with a weird cosmic voiceover by Steve where his thoughts echo across the sky. Yeah, this is an episode. Make no mistake, Flavortown is a straight 10 out of 10. It misses no notes, and I love that Jeff is front and center in the A story, and having Stan have to slay the demon Guy Fieri is just good entertainment. I mean, when he presents him with his dish just to be refused, constantly trying to get the gaze of the diners, drive-ins, and dives demon and earn his praise, it makes my heart so full. I only wish they had actually gotten Guy Fieri. Not to say that I believe it's Scott Grimes doing the impression of him. Not that it's not good. I like my jokes just a wee bit more meta. But that is nitpicking of the nth degree. The A and B stories are this perfectly interwoven combination of just weird, surreal scenarios. And honestly, I think that elevates the episode as a whole by having these cutaways just be more and more aggressive with how far they're willing to go. Sure, it has elements of Stan learning to respect who his son-in-law is, but also it has a demon Guy Fieri. One element kind of overshadows the other. It's a phenomenal episode that shines because it basks in the absurdity of its premise.
The Legend of Old Ulysses.
Halliburton. I mean, howdy, y'all. What a special Halliburton episode this is. We open with a tale of the great old Ulysses sung to us as the family goes to the lake for a father-son competition. Snot and Tuttle show up and share their Sleepless in Seattle story about how they decided to do the father-son competition together, even getting guest star Rosie O'Donnell yet again for this little flashback. This episode is a lot, because it's about 4 different stories all going in wildly different directions, just cut from one after another, and then Halliburton, and yeah, there's a lot here. Steve tries to sabotage Tuttle and Snot so he and Stan win. Francie and Haley ascend from their mortal planes by getting sun poisoning. Roger pretends to be a biking instructor even though he can't ride a bike, and gets a song after him as well. And Klaus gets swallowed by old Ulysses, and that's a whole thing they show off too. There's an almost frantic energy to the episode, hopping from story to story to story, and it really does feel like a showcase of an average lakeside Smith vacation. The Legend of Old Ulysses is a celebration of what a change in scenery can do for an episode. It feels fresh, and the writing is fantastic. It's another 10 out of 10 just bizarre episode. And I didn't even talk about the special Monster Energy drink, which is a whole thing on its own. It's a great episode. You may not know what's going on in the beginning, but by the end, you will be absolutely grooving. And it knows how absurd it can go. The Halliburton parts are just absolutely next level. The episode is great. The musical numbers are fantastic. The episode has earned its part of one of the greatest TBS era seasons yet.
Twin-anigans.
At a special get-together for Stews and Views, Klaus discovers that Roger and Steve were twin child actors. Roger, missing the acting world that they had to leave because Steve had to start school, and resents the fact that he didn't get to realize his dream. So Steve decides to give acting another shot with Roger, and they go out to the twin agency to make it big. The talent agent being played by the just next level talent of Jason Mantzoukas. The man made close enough work, that's all I'm saying. Lo and behold, Roger can't act. So Steve gets roles, Roger resents him, they make up, you've seen it, and the payoff at the amusement park is arguably more over the top than Cops and Roger. I mean, it's intense, but that end scene with his stomach, I think, pushes it to the peak of absurdity and actually makes it all come together in the end. It definitely feels like a roller coaster story where it just slowly keeps escalating itself, and then it's just a straight shot down to a return to normal. It's been a minute since we had a proper Steve and Roger A story, so it's a great thing to see. And overall, it's an expected plot because it's just littered with high quality jokes. Man, sometimes it's great to not have to talk about a B story and just focus on something quality. Oh, what? What's that? There is a B story? Oh, it's the family getting a credit card at Spencer's Gifts for Stan getting hit by the president of Spencer's Gifts, and they get addicted to the novelties? Well, that is so fun. Where the Steve and Roger story knows how to keep escalating to a solid payoff, the B story just goes off of wacky imagery and hopes you just get the gag that it's all just dumb. I get it. I don't know. It's not for me. Twin-anigans is brought down by its B story, but even then the B story does have some solid jokes to it. All in all things considered, still an 8 out of 10.
Top of the Steve.
Roger and Steve are going to an all-girls boarding school thanks to a very specific loophole in the rules that allows them to do that. Now they have to make it through boarding school with their wacky new friends in the brand new American Dad spin-off, Top of the Steve. Meanwhile, Stan is visited by all kinds of wacky new move-ins to keep the show fresh and upbeat. We even get the return of Stephen Fry to the show. And so, yeah, Steve and Roger have to escape Steve's new sitcom and find a way home. The episode is a great parody of 80s and 90s sitcoms. It's willing to go all in on the references and know that people will get it with just the tropes, which I know sounds pretty simple, but think about it. American Dad trusts its audience to notice patterns and understand the idea of tropes. Though small, there is a bar of entry to the show, and I think that needs to be appreciated more. Unlike, say, just going, oh, it's like Saved by the Bell. This character's just like Screech. You actually have to acknowledge that tropes exist. You have to be aware that, oh, they fill this role. This character is serving this purpose. It's very minute, but it's very important. They are incredibly creative, even in the 13th season, when they're willing to take a chance on an episode like this. Here we have Steve literally escaping a sitcom. An idea that's been done tons of times, but this one still somehow feels fresh. Sure, the best ones of this example are usually self-aware, but it's the absurdity of this episode that absolutely saves it. They double down, adding on tropes on tropes on tropes, until it feels like it's almost overwhelmingly sitcom, and that in and of itself is the point. Top of the Steve is a 10 out of 10, and unfortunately, probably the end of the highs for the season. Sorry about that, we're kinda gonna go into a bit of a dry spell. Funny-ish games. Stan gets a security system after the Mamaris get assaulted in their home. To prove the need for the security system, he and his buddies attack the family and horrifically traumatize Francine, who wants the whole house on lockdown. Steve and Haley share a classic Groff, and he can't believe how she just breezes through everything when she just doesn't seem to care. He starts to adapt her style and ultimately gets caught trying to cheat. It's okay, I guess. It's fine. Francine's security system puts the house on lockdown and determines that Stan is a threat to her and her safety. And yet Francine is afraid of losing Stan. That's it. She helps shut down the system, and that's the episode. I can't wrap my head around it. Like, why would Stan terrorize the family like this? And you can go, oh, that's Stan. Stan always does the wacky shenanigans like that. Of course, but it goes so hard. It goes so overboard for seemingly no reason. It's confusing. It works, don't get me wrong. Kinda, I guess. No, not really. This episode feels stagnant. I will say the B story with Steve and Haley is a little bit better, just due to the absurdity of Groff Community College. Groff has taken on an identity all its own, and seeing the professors being kind of just idiots really works. It's something that we'll see developed even more in the next season, but this is an excellent example of a B story adding world building to an otherwise okay event. Funny-ish games is just kind of forgettable, other than one incredible hardware store scene that I will not spoil for anyone. Otherwise, it would be a skip it, but this hardware scene sells it all. It doesn't do anything to really make itself stand out, and overall, it kind of feels like what people that don't like American Dad think American Dad is. Funny-ish games is a 4 out of 10. Flea Biscuit. Haley starts to get paranoid when Jeff has a successful career as a dog racer, so Haley teams up with Roger to beat Jeff and Flea Biscuit. Stan and Francine become royalty of the dog racing track. Huge shout out to John Viner as the track announcer. You probably recognize his voice from one of the 300 plus episodes of Family Guy he shows up in, but still, it's nice to hear him. It's not the first time he's been in the show, but it's always great to hear him pop up. Tuttle is also a breakout character that absolutely shines as another announcer for the episode. Steve takes the time that the family is at the track to have some much-needed naked time in the house and begins to party with his newfound nude solitude. Flea Biscuit is the mundane crank to 100. It's what happens when you keep pushing just the absolutely everyday to their peak weirdness. Have Stan and Francine fall deeper in love as they become trashy dog track royalty. Have Haley use Roger as a dog to beat her husband so she isn't the dud of their relationship. It's supposed to be over the top. It's supposed to do all these things, and then it just kind of doesn't. It's not bad, it's just not great either. It's the weakest Haley episode of the season, and honestly, it's a close race between it and Funny-ish Games for worst episode of the season. Honestly, thinking back though, Mean Francine might clear both of them. Mean Francine might very well be the worst episode of this season. Because unlike Mean Francine, Flea Biscuit at least tries. There's at least something it's trying to do that it fails at. I'll respect a show for trying an idea over a show completely content with not having a single original thought. Here's looking at you, Hoops. Flea Biscuit may be a 4 or 5 out of 10, but it shows they still aren't afraid to go all the way if it gets the audience to be so shocked they laugh. Where Family Guy chases trends, American Dad gets to experiment. It just so happens that not every experiment is a success.
The future is borax.
When Barry points out Stan and Francine's bickering as a problem, they decide to fix it so they can have a perfect relationship. Meanwhile, Haley, Steve, Klaus, and Roger come up with a new jingle for Pizza Overlord, and when they win and Roger's approached to make a jingle for a small mom-and-pop shop, the power goes straight to his head. Again, that's Roger. The pop of that shop is actually played by J.K. Simmons, making his second guest star appearance in one season. We also get Andy Richter back as Delmonico, Kate Walsh and Craig Robinson playing Craig Robinson. Star-studded season finale here, folks. Anyway, Stan and Francine discover that if they're put in dangerous situations where they have to fight to survive, they aren't fighting each other, and that may be a way to mend their relationship. They keep throwing themselves into more and more dangerous situations to show they love one another until they eventually go into a cave and find underground monsters. However, when they see the underground monsters loving in their own way, they realize that each relationship is different and that what they have isn't perfect for everyone, but it is perfect for them. I don't know, it's a great message, don't get me wrong, but it's to the credit of an otherwise meh episode. As far as season finales go, it's definitely not the best, and I only say it's not the worst because Seizure Suit Stanny exists. The Future is Borax is a 5 out of 10 that is a struggling pulling of the curtain on an otherwise mostly stellar season. Looking back at everything, this isn't a horrible conclusion by any means, but it just, in comparison to the highs, this episode almost feels a smidge undercooked. If they had gone back to it, if they had polished up some of the jokes, it might have gotten better. I don't know. It doesn't feel right. I'm glad that they stand up for themselves against Barry, but otherwise, the episode is just kind of eh. And there we have it, Season 13. Season 13 is a mixed bag, but when the episodes shine, they really show a series that has matured over its almost 20-year lifespan. We got the introduction of Rogu and Subhub, we got to see Shell Game, and with episodes like Top of the Steve and Death by Dinner Party, or even The Legend of Old Ulysses pushing the boundary of what a traditional episode is, you can see the writers are still having fun. Season 14 is just another mixed bag, but in that bag is some of the most experimental, high-quality content the show has ever put out. I'm so excited to talk about it, and I hope you stick around to check it out. And it's gonna be so fresh and so clean when we talk about Season 14! Welcome to Season 14 of American Dad, a season rife with incredibly high highs, middling lows, and overall one of the best collections of episodes of the TBS era. The season as a whole has a creative and experimental vibe that you wouldn't expect of a show 14 seasons in. How do you explain a season that has the iconic juxtaposition of something like Rabbit Ears against Wild Women Do? Make sure your monitor is clean and don't use chlorine. It's time to talk about Season 14. Fantasy Baseball. Remember All About Steve from over 10 seasons ago, where Stan is embarrassed by his nerdy son and ultimately has to bond with him and get enjoyment out of his nerdy pastimes? Well, Fantasy Baseball is about Stan being embarrassed by his son's nerdy talents as a dungeon master until he can use his storytelling talents to revitalize the most American pastime, baseball. Gee, that sure does feel familiar. Sure feels like I've seen this before. To be fair, where episodes like Seizure Suit Stanny are just shameless redos of something like Rubberneckers, Fantasy Baseball actually feels very fresh and ends up being an amazing A-story to start the season off. The Stan and Steve interactions feel more and more normal, and it very much is an updated version of All About Steve. Absolutely love the A-story. Can't emphasize that enough. Solid little story. Doesn't even need a B-story, but you can't always get what you want, and tragically, unfortunately, that's the weird thing about this season. There's not always a B story. You could have just as easily have had just Fantasy Baseball as your only story in this entire episode, and it would be the norm of season 14. Instead, we do have a B story attached. Francine's favorite soap opera gets canceled, and Roger starts staging drama using their real-life neighbors and the kids to entertain Francine, who is incredibly critical and points out the flaws in the logic. The first few times it was funny, but it's something that for me personally just went on for way too long. There's the rule of threes, and it can absolutely be broken, but you have to go to an absolutely absurd degree for it to work. Think something like the Billy line from Billy and Mandy in the clown episode, where he keeps talking about how the clowns will destroy us all! I promise I'm not having a stroke. Hear me out here. If that had gone on exactly 3 times, he cuts it off right there, the suddenness of how it wraps could still be considered funny. That is the rule of threes. You can say it 3 times and it works. Anything over that, it has to go an absurd amount. That destroy us all line goes for 1 minute and 14 seconds. He is just repeating it over and over and over again. That brings it back around to being funny. With the Roger events, here it's only 5 or 6 scenes and it just kind of peters out. It's like a javelin that hit a crosswind and barely landed past the starting line. If they'd done more for longer, it would have worked. This just feels like a failed attempt to me. In a way, you start to relate with Francine's apathy towards it all, and I just don't know if that was the real goal of it. Regardless, Fantasy Baseball is good. The writing is still solid, and while the B story feels like a failed experiment, it does have some solid bits. As season premieres go, we could have had so much worse. Fantasy Baseball is a stellar 8 out of 10.
I Am the Jeans, the Gina Lavetti story.
I can say that I have a higher palate for comedy than the average person, and that if anyone watched me watching I Am the Jeans, they'd know I was a stone-faced liar. This is one of the absolute dumbest episodes of American Dad. Everything about it is utterly absurd, and yet I absolutely love it. I laugh so hard I cry every time I watch it. There's so much to love, so little to hate. It is the perfect idea of what modern TBS American Dad is. It is everything you could ever want from an episode as both a hater and a fan. You want to mock the series and say it's horrible? Boy howdy, an episode where Francine helps Roger as Gina Lavetti get her jeans on a shopping network sure does sound pretty horrible, doesn't it? But if you actually watch it, it's one of the best Francine and Roger episodes ever. Remember in the last episode where I just went on that weird little tangent about how the B story failed to live up to the standards set by a Maxwell Adam cartoon? There's a B story to I Am the Jeans. A B story I would say is one of my favorite of the entire show. Steve and Stan wish upon a star for each other's eyebrows, and that's it. They have to live a day in the life of one another with different eyebrows. It's so dumb. It's so absurd. You don't think there's any consequence to it. There shouldn't be, and yet it's huge. And how they deal with it is hilarious. I mean, just between coordinates, the absolute shining star Al Tuttle, you got Boys Club, a superb B story, and just, again, some of the best Francine and Roger we have had in a minute. This is just a perfect episode. It's a 10 out of 10 that doesn't miss. It knows what it is, who it's for, and it shines because of it. This is the perfect late night American Dad episode. This is what American Dad should always be.
Stan and Francine and Connie and Ted.
Roger gets transition lenses. Steve goes bananas. It's a big episode for everybody. Stan and Francine haven't met Barry's parents, so they forbid Steve from going on a trip with them, and he goes the aforementioned bananas. Steve and Barry try to get their parents together while Rogu, Roger, Haley, and Jeff go to an eclipse party. And when Roger refuses the special glasses and just uses his transitions lenses, he goes blind, and that's it. That's your whole story. Stan and Francine fall for Connie and Ted and start hanging out frequently, Ted being played by comedy and voice legend Gary Cole, while Connie is played by Jessica St. Clair. Steve finds out Connie and Ted are swingers and tries to save his parents, while Barry pushes them further to put his revenge into motion. That's right, we get the return of Evil Barry, played by Craig Ferguson. I love how they just laugh at continuity with this episode and just take it wherever they want. I love that through it all, Stan and Francine and Connie and Ted respect each other, and it's very much just Steve and Barry in active conflict. The B story is fine. Basically, Jeff and Klaus try to help Roger get his groove back by staging a fake heist with an improv group to, give him his edge back, but it just goes to his head. The episode as a whole is not bad in the slightest, and the first few watch-throughs are going to be a delight. However, it does wear a little thin the more times you watch it. Stan and Francine and Connie and Ted is a perfectly decent 7 out of 10.
Rabbit ears.
Okay, look. If there was one hurdle to this video, if there was one hurdle to this entire project that I took on, it would be knowing I have to talk about rabbit ears. Knowing I would have to do an episode like Rabbit Ears justice. It's a daunting task. The episode opens with Stan finding an old TV and Roger finding a crib and some old diapers. This is where we have our fork in the road. On one path, we have Roger deciding to be a baby and has the family take care of him, and it's so laughably forgettable it's almost sad. And on the other, we have a story that rivals some of the best episodes of The Twilight Zone. Stan gets obsessed with a show called Nighthawk's Hideaway, an old black and white lounge interview show hosted by Alistair Kovacs, played by, and this is true, Chris Pine. Yeah, Wonder Woman in Dungeons & Dragons, Chris Pine. Fun fact, he's actually done voice acting in the past, both in larger movies like Jack Frost and Rise of the Guardians, but also in much underappreciated series like Supermansion alongside Bryan Cranston. Supermansion really was a Crackle original that deserved to not be a Crackle original, in no small part to Chris Pine's performance. And the wild thing about Dr. DeViso and Alistair Kovacs is that you can't really hear Chris Pine in their dialogue. He's there, you know it's him, but he puts so much passion into voice acting that you wouldn't expect of an actor of his high caliber, and it makes projects he's in absolutely shine. If Alistair was played by, say, Scott Grimes or Seth MacFarlane, it would be missing the element that Chris Pine brings in. You feel that almost foreign tension. He feels like this imposing, sleek presence, and Stan is just utterly engrossed in Nighthawk's Hideaway because of it. When he can't find any history of the show ever existing, he runs into Tuttle, who is also hunting for the truth about Nighthawks, and the two get sucked into the TV and onto the Nighthawks set. They visit the Roger as a baby bit like twice throughout the entirety of the episode because they know it's not the main focus. The episode transitions to grayscale when they go into the TV, there's an ambiance set by the jazz, and while they could make it this big, say, Freddy Krueger hellscape, they don't. They keep it simple. The entire Nighthawks A story could have been live action. It could have been a real episode of The Twilight Zone, and it feels like such a loving homage, it's crazy. Sure, you'll have things like, there's a gremlin on the plane tearing out the wing, you've gotta believe me references. You've seen those references in things like The Simpsons and Family Guy and whatever. But here, they are willing to go that extra step, even reenacting different camera shots you would see in Twilight Zone episodes, cutting away to show very brief, very cheap props that, again, because it's animated, they didn't have to include. They took that extra time to make it feel special. They took that extra time to elevate it. It's Rabbit Ears is so perplexing in an era of Treehouse of Terror, and there really isn't anything else to compare it to. That's the thing. There's nothing else to compare Rabbit Ears to. Rabbit Ears is something you don't expect from American Dad. It's something you don't expect from a lot of adult animation. I would expect something like Rabbit Ears from something like Spawn, like Todd McFarlane's Spawn on HBO. Not here. Rabbit Ears is a chilling 10 out of 10 that is perfect for a ghoulish Halloween watch. Between an absolutely stacked cast, including the return of Ed Asner, a beautiful soundtrack, and a creativity second to none on full display, there's just really not a ton outside of the Baby Roger bits to hate, and even those are short-lived. The episode isn't trying too terribly hard to be funny, and it shines because it's not jamming a joke every 30 seconds. American Dad lets this idea breathe, which is very, very ironic.
Jeff and the dank-ass weed factory.
American Dad lets ideas breathe and then slaps their back until they feel like they're coughing up a lung. Jeff and the Weed Factory is, you guessed it, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, but with Jeff and Stan and a weed factory. Obviously, the big name in this episode is Snoop Dogg playing our Wonka, Tommy Tokes. Chelsea Peretti and Keegan-Michael Key also guest star. I really kind of wish there was more to say about the episode, but there isn't. That's literally everything. Stan and Jeff butt heads, and Stan has to embrace Jeff's smoking ways as they go through a weed factory. You have Snoop-a-Loompas and the whole shebang. You know exactly how the episode is going to play out, and it just feels like you've seen it, even though you haven't. While usually that's a compliment, it's not here. Not here. Like Family Guy did their Wonka episode back in season 2 or 3. American Dad waited 13 seasons before dropping this bad boy. Obviously, it's a Snoop Dogg celebration episode, and he's great in it, and it's a huge get for the show, much like Chris Pine, but I feel this episode would have really benefited from a B story that broke up the pace of the A story. Where in Rabbit Ears, the B story could have been omitted altogether without one in this episode, the jokes just feel like they drag in a lot of places. The thing that makes things like Cheech and Chong movies or series like Aqua Teen Hunger Force work as stoner comedies is their use of dialogue and quick jokes. You can't linger on things for too long. You have to snap to the next joke. And when you're doing an homage to those things, but then leave long lingering jokes, they just get annoying. There's a scene where Snoop-a-Loompa, played by John DiMaggio, just goes on a tirade about the damage to a machine for like 25 seconds. It might not seem like a lot, but it feels like a small eternity. When he starts to ramble and ramble and ramble, it just takes away from the next scene. There's so many places where you could trim 2 to 3 minutes of fat off the episode and have a pretty solid B story to break it up and keep it fresh. If we know where the episode is going to end up, you can take these leaps to show off something else. If you're doing a Star Wars parody, you can set up a scene and people know the continuity in the movie, and the same thing happens with Wonka. You have a wall that tastes like things, a river, geese, whatever, and you have the elevator at the end. So long as you use 2 or 3 of those elements, you can really get away with anything and still be considered a successful parody. But here they just went with all of them and banked on all of it landing. I don't hate the episode, but it had a lot of ground to improve on. The Jeff bits are solid, again, voice performances are stellar, and it's overall a fine episode. It just feels like a real missed opportunity, especially coming hot off an episode like Rabbit Ears. It's an episode that doesn't make me mad, just disappointed. Jeff and the Dank-Ass Weed Factory is a fine 7 out of 10.
Lost Boys.
If ever there was a more important lore episode to American Dad, I haven't found it. Lost Boys is a game changer. The episode as a whole, fine, yeah, it's okay, whatever, who cares? But what it sets up? Oh, they're gonna cook. Anyway, it's the boys' friendiversary, and they're celebrating their lifelong companionship because they're just that cool. And Roger needs a squash partner, so naturally he breaks the boys up so Steve can have time to play squash. It's really one of the worst things Roger has done to anyone, especially Steve, and while in character, still feels just needlessly vicious. However, none of that matters because it has Klaus mention his boys in Tampa. Klaus's boys. While mentioned before, this would be our first showcase of Klaus's boys as real, fully fleshed out characters, and they're gloriously unhinged. I love that Klaus has his boys, and the fact that there's just this inherent chaos to their existence fuels me. They are just this force of weird Florida energy that you could totally believe they'd be chill friends with Klaus. The fact that Klaus uses such specific lingo with them, like his alligator in a bikini driving on I-4 tattoo. It's just such an attention to detail that shows the writers took their time crafting these mythical creatures. The B story has Jeff revealing that he can feel the bones of a home and knows when to flip or flop, which naturally gets Francine and Stan 100% on board with his home renovation plans. The episode is dumb. It's really, really dumb, and I'll say it, predictable. Except for when Klaus actually takes Roger to meet his boys and we get to put faces to the title of Klaus's Boys. These legends will be featured in later episodes, but having this development, especially after last season's huge focus on Klaus, is so needed. Klaus is far from the most neglected character in the show, and I love that. Way to develop a goldfish! It's nice to see Stan believing in Jeff, especially after the previous episode, and while everyone is dumb for the sake of being dumb, it works for the episode as a whole. I find myself dry heaving to the Julia Child monster voice changing novelty toy because it's just so absurd in the best possible way. I know it's gauche to explain a joke, but it's just where you can tell the writers know what they're doing. You've seen an episode like Lost Boys before, but it's still got a ton of charm to it and stands on its own 2 feet. Lost Boys is a very solid 8 out of 10.
Shark?
Steve is a scaredy cat. We all know this. Stan decides to break him of his scaredy cat ways and has him go out and hunt a shark, played by Roger. Roger gets insulted by Steve and ends up actually biting his arm off, and after he lived through such a traumatic incident, Steve becomes a thrill junkie. I love how guilty Stan feels as he starts to lose his son, who just starts acting more and more insane. I don't know, it feels human. He genuinely meant well, but he never imagined it could turn out like this. Then, when Steve gets his arm back, he decides to still try and make his dad proud, ultimately leading to Stan and Steve water jet packing to get lifted into the sunset. That's the A story, and for what it is, it absolutely shines. It all feels completely believable and is a great showcase of Steve as his own character that we haven't gotten in a minute. And if it was just that, if it was just the A story, the episode would be a solid 8 out of 10. But the B story makes this one of the best episodes of the season. We see Danuta, Haley's friend, and she starts to ask about Klaus's situation, thinking he's cute. We get to see Klaus freak out as he tries to play it cool. A chilling voicemail. Some absolutely fantastic Haley and Klaus writing that makes him feel truly insane. The carnival at the end is so tense in the best possible way, and it just keeps showing how Klaus has grown into an unhinged force. We also get the return of Jurgen. Shark is terrific and really should be appreciated, not only for how well the writers understand the characters this far into the show, but also for just some amazing jokes and an overall phenomenal 21 minutes.
The Long March.
Haley gets a promotion at Subhub to assistant manager, and much to the delight of Stan, begins The Long March. American Dad has largely given up on its satirical edge in the TBS era, but The Long March is a very poignant story about the grass not necessarily being greener on the other side. Haley panics and decides that she and Jeff are going to drive around and live out of Jeff's van as van lifers. Roger agrees to be their manager and work their way up to representing acai, the superfood. We then see Haley going from slicing meats to rushing to get perfect shots and waking up at obscene hours to promote some markers now featuring orange. It's a smarter episode than initially leads on, and it's great to see Jeff attempting to be both supportive and a voice of reason. We get a straight up clowning on Gucci Mane. It's pretty good stuff. Even the B story is pretty fantastic. Steve and Francine have to deal with a stalker Uber driver that begins to stalk them because they gave him a 4-star review for bad service. I really like this play on Steve and Francine, and honestly, the fact that Klaus being unhinged ultimately kind of saves the day just makes it that much better. Not to mention, Ernie the Fish Eater is played by Troy Baker, of all people. The Long March really is just a well-rounded American Dad episode that is something for everyone. The influencer commentary, while obvious, isn't beating you over the head. There is something to take away from Haley the character and Haley the symbol. What Haley represents, there's satire and there's commentary to it, but you also understand that Haley is starting to respect a retail lifestyle, having to go to work, go to home, go to work, go to home. Yes, you can't explore all the time. Is it ideal? Absolutely not, but we've all been there. And it's a very respectful approach to it. It could have been worse. And overall, I mean, the episode is a 9 out of 10 that could only come out 14 seasons in.
The Hall Monitor and the Lunch Lady.
I'm gonna be honest with you, gang. I would say this is one of the weakest episodes of the season. This has all the pieces to be good and just doesn't quite get there. Klaus becomes a lunch lady and Steve goes undercover in the hall monitors to figure out who's poisoning people. Agent Turlington, played again by Craig Robinson, returns and is subsequently taken out. The B story is Stan and Roger just going into a trance after watching someone get torn apart by an escalator. It's got some charm to it, especially the Tuttle bits, but the episode is largely forgettable. Like, the only thing I remember from the B story is this weird British guy that brings them home and just starts talking in this weird accent about charging their cards. That's it. That's, like, every time I think about this episode, that's the only scene that comes to mind. I don't know. There isn't a lot to really talk about with it either. Principal Lewis is behind everything because of course it is, but it just feels overdone. The hall monitor and the lunch lady feels like a Steve and Roger episode from like season 4. It just doesn't feel fresh. Like, there's only so many ways you can say an episode is just okay or fine. I don't want to harp on it at all, because even an okay episode is still better than other shows out there like Mulligan. I would watch this episode 10 times in a row instead of watching another season of Mulligan. It's a 6 out of 10 compared to other American Dad episodes and feels like a small valley before a very sharp peak.
Wild Women Do.
Jeff agrees to take Francine out for a date night when Stan gets into the Shaquille O'Neal sleep apnea clinic. The B story is Klaus pestering Steve to watch his impressions video. Both stories are established right there in the cold open, and that's kind of the gem of this episode. At its very core, it's Jeff getting wild with Francine as she just embraces chaos, and Klaus just does horrible impressions. But on that basic skeleton is some of the most robust comedy of the season, which is an absolute stellar performance by Tom Kenny that truly shines. Wild Women Do is catchy. When Roger comes in as the cleaner, it feels natural and is handled great. I couldn't say the last episode was fine enough, but this episode is just another high peak of American Dad, and it's hard to explain other than it's Francine being able to go wild while understanding that Stan has those rules to keep her safe because he cares, and Jeff is just enforcing them because he cares too. It feels like you need the dynamic that these characters have had to do an episode like this well. This feels like a culmination of years of hard work and honed skills. Wild Women Do is a perfect example of TBS American Dad, much like I Am the Jeans, and shines from brilliant guest stars like Mark Hamill. Superb writing, and I'll say it, a brilliant job by Scott Grimes as the tortured Steve. Wild Women Do is a solid 10 out of 10.
An Irish Goodbye.
It's another Francine episode, back to back. When Stan, Jeff, and Rogu bond by pretending to be frontiersmen, the second appearance of Rogu in this entire season, Haley chases Francine to her special hideaway, an airport bar called O'Rivals. I gotta say, I love Francine's confidence in her coping mechanisms, and it really kinda helps her shine as a character and the centerpiece of this episode. This whole episode hangs on how she can carry it, and I mean, Wendy Shull goes all in. Her delivery is next level, and it's just great to hear that enthusiasm still after all these episodes. Of course, Haley gets obsessed with O'Rivals and goes to Dublin to experience the real thing because she wants to run away from Jeff. However, after instigating a bar fight, she gains a new debt that Jeff agrees to work off. The B story with Stan and Jeff has just enough of them being dumb buds that's endearing instead of obnoxious, and with Rogu again just briefly included, it makes the whole episode feel just a little more whole. An Irish Goodbye is terrific and really showcases why Francine is one of the best written moms in television. The episode hangs on her, and it's elevated because it's willing to. I remember watching a bottle episode of Family Guy before writing this episode review, and just comparing the two between Lois and Francine, the difference is night and day. Lois-centric episodes are usually awkward or just unsettling, where Francine-led episodes are much more honestly realistic. Sure, she has some darker episodes, but overall she's a pretty balanced character, so she can have things like An Irish Goodbye or Wild Women Do and have them absolutely shine. The episode as a whole is a solid 9 out of 10 that is a great bonding episode between Haley and Francine that is always a delight to see and is necessary before going into the next season.
Stomp Le Monde.
The season is rife with odd episodes, and Stomp Le Monde is no different. After an uncle leaves an inheritance, Stan uses the money to buy the rights to Stomp the musical and starts trying to sell it nationwide and reignite Stomp fever. They start scamming towns by pretending to put on a fake show, and when they get caught, they have to actually perform, and they're so incredible, they get taken to the Big Apple. There is no B story. There is no other narrative, it's just the family and Stomp. A lesser episode would buckle under the pressure of having to carry a full 21 minutes on its back, but I think this one pulls it off well. American Dad really thrives because it doesn't have anthology episodes like Family Guy, Futurama, Simpsons, or Bob's Burgers. They don't tell 3 half-baked ideas as one episode. Instead, they'll work on ideas until they're just surreal enough to keep your attention. At first, I wasn't a huge fan of Stomp Le Monde, but every trip to Sonic just gets better with age. It's an episode that grows on you, and when you become more and more familiar with it, you just zone out and appreciate the dumb comedy on display. It's a very sneaky formula, but it works for this amazing series, especially the New York bits where they're highlighting everyone's different lives. How Francine is working with Dick Wolf, how Steve has a much older girlfriend now, and how Haley's a tortured agent for Jeff and Artist. It's so weird and surreal based off Stomp of all things. Like, I can't explain to you how Stomp is just the most absurd Broadway musical ever created. It's very, I don't want to say it's an homage to Stomp. Don't want to say it's a celebration of Stomp, but it's a celebration of the weird life of stage plays. Stomp Le Monde is a solid 9 out of 10. Mom Sauce. Snot is poor, and Steve takes care of him, and that dynamic can never be questioned. Steve gives Snot Steve bucks to spend whenever he needs anything, and yeah, it's this kind of episode. Basically, Snot's mom passed Francine's sauce off as her own and gets rich off of it, and Steve, instead of being happy for Snot, is determined to get it all shut down because he can't lose his dynamic. You've seen the A story before, just done better in other episodes. Honestly, the best part of it is Francine, who just doesn't care. It's nice to see her just going with the flow. There's not even a B story worth really talking about either. Stan, Jeff, Klaus, and Roger become mall runway models and get tapeworms to stay skinny to show off. Yeah, that's the episode. There are some fun jokes, but they're all interspersed between just unsettling dialogue and awkward delivery. This episode is a 4 out of 10 that flounders its way to the end. I know I said Hall Monitor might be one of the worst episodes of the season, but honestly, Mom Sauce I think really takes that cake. It's the only one that really feels like a completely realized horrible idea. I could at least see what they were going for in Hall Monitor, but Mom Sauce just feels like pack filler. It feels like a nothing episode to flesh out a season, and that was it. There is no other episode as bland and nothing for the rest of the season as Mom Sauce. American Dad! Stan has been gunning to move up in his prestigious ham club, and when Roger attends the funeral of a former member, he decides he wants to join, much to Stan's chagrin. Roger then starts rising as the ham club's most popular member. The B story has Francine deciding to scare Greg. American Dad shines in its simplicity. Again, a very easy episode to explain and set up, but it builds off that simple premise so well. You have Roger keeping the club poisoned on a restful lakeside resort trip juxtaposed with Francine just walking menacingly with an axe because she's never scared Greg. Maybe it's because it comes right after Mom Sauce, but American Dad just feels so revitalizing. It feels like you're at that resort eating tainted ham. Sharp jokes, Seth MacFarlane playing off of himself masterfully, and just overall dynamite writing makes it a 9 out of 10 episode. I gotta say, Fred Tatasciore has become an absolute cornerstone of American Dad voice actors. He shows up in a couple roles this episode even as the club president, and he just knocks it out of the park again and again. I mean, the man is in all kinds of projects and you probably never realize it without diving into it. He was in Royal Crackers, and I'm not gonna lie, hearing him made me keep watching the show. He was enough of a pull. American Dad takes advantage of the voice talent it has and really does something special with them. It's not really something you talk about much in other shows, but American Dad really is a celebration of the talents of everyone involved, and American Dad is a great example of that. Demolition Daddy. It's another, yet better, Snot episode. Snot and Steve are in driver's ed, and Snot doesn't have anyone to teach him how to drive because his dad is gone. He gets bullied by Billy for being different for not having a dad, and after driving Tuttle to the hospital, Roger agrees to teach Snot how to drive and compete in demolition derbies just like his old man. The B story has Steve joining Haley on a cross-country truck ride where they have to get the salami to Florida, or else. And so yeah, Snot's mom hid his dad's derby ways from him and tore down the Red Rambler, and Steve and Haley have to Smokey and the Bandit some salami. I'm not going to overcomplicate things here. It's a solid episode that doesn't play the Snot is poor idea into the dirt. It still has other jokes it can make, and I actually really like Snot and Roger episodes. Roger feels like he actually wants Snot to improve and grow, and it actually seems like a form of care. There's an actual form of camaraderie between the two that is very rarely focused on. But when it is like in Santa Schmanta, it is an underused but very effective combo to work with. I also love that Haley's work at Subhub is still getting weirder and out there, but this B story just feels perfect for her and Steve. It weirdly reminded me of an episode of Squidbillies where much the same thing happened, which again is just a reference to Smokey and the Bandit, but still, it has a lot of charm. It has a lot of great energy. Demolition Daddy is a solid 9 out of 10 that could only be made in the later seasons of American Dad and shines because of how absurd it really is.
Pride before the fall.
With just one class to go before she graduates from Groff, Haley is determined to fail so she doesn't have to move out of the house. However, Roger wants her room, so he enrolls to force her to pass the class. The professor for the class is played by Ken Marino, but the real star of the episode is Cheryl, played by the gold standard of voice acting, Kathy Najimy, who you'd probably recognize as the mom in the next series I plan on covering, Peggy Hill. Not only does she have an iconic voice, but she keeps a high-energy delivery that honestly helps maintain the tempo of the whole episode and feels like a needed element to make the rest of the episode work. Just hearing her say Yoshinoya beef bowl, I could hear her say that all day and I'd love it. The A story of Haley and Roger trying to outsmart each other is great, and while we've seen this story before, giving it an A story focus and length honestly I think was a super smart move, and I'm surprised we didn't see it sooner. Now, is the episode bogged down by a boring, dull B story or anything? Wildly, no, not at all. This is just a great all-around episode with a solid B story. The B story is Francine needing to trade her car back in and having a little ding that Klaus agrees to buff out, and so he turns the garage into a chop shop and gets to work. Again, it's more unhinged Klaus making a story work, but having Steve popping up here and there alongside him really seals the whole deal. It's just a 10 out of 10 episode that no matter where the focus lands, you're in for a great time. It keeps a solid tempo, and by the end, I was just genuinely feeling re-energized in this whole review. Just 4 more episodes to go, so let's finish strong.
Enter Stan Man.
Roger helps Stan go into Francine's dreams and sees all the different versions of himself that she sees him as. His jealous form escaping the dream plane and wandering around while Stan tries to find Francine after she disappears into the dream plane. I don't know. I know there's probably a ton of people out there that love this episode, but I'm really just not one of them. I'm sure it's just a personal taste kind of thing because all things considered, it has a solid message, good writing, it's a more cerebral idea than usual, and doesn't have a B story again, which that seems really odd. Everything on paper should lead to it being a pretty fantastic episode, and yet it just doesn't work for me. It feels like the issue of Stan being self-conscious has just run its course, and this isn't new or inventive enough for it to feel like it needs to exist. If it came out like 3 seasons ago, I think I would have liked it more, but as it stands, it's just perfectly okay. Jealous Stan also gets to just be a bit much. While he's based off Nosferatu, very obviously, and Clown Stan is funny, it reminds me of Adventure Time. It reminds me of when Finn goes into his own little dream world, and that was done much better. When you have things that come after really iconic episodes of shows, it's weird that they don't live up to that standard. It happens, it's fine, it's just not an episode for me. Personally, it's like a 6 out of 10, but I could argue critically it's closer to an 8 out of 10. It still has an emotional core, and you do still ultimately feel like Stan and Francine genuinely love one another, and sometimes you need that kind of friendly reminder that reestablishes the dynamics before heading into a very interesting episode.
No weddings and a funeral.
After holding Klaus over the garbage disposal, there's a time skip and the family has all gone their own ways. Francie and Stan have divorced, Steve has a robot butler, Jeff and Haley have kids, one even looking like her dad from the Kidney Stays in the Picture, Roger is digging, and everyone is doing their own things after Klaus seemingly passes away. D. Bradley Baker carries this episode. Between his delivery as Klaus and as the nun, he really shines, and it's great to see him getting to flex. But yeah, Klaus put his brain in a nun so he could see what the family would do if he really did pass away, and they're all largely unfazed. So he implants them all into his head, and they have to see what it's like as a fish, eventually realizing that Klaus is the buffer that the family needs in order to get along. Without Klaus, everyone starts hating each other, and they don't have the outlet of mocking or belittling him to make it better. And this is where I think American Dad does it better. Wow, I think American Dad did something right. Who knew? Breaking news over here. But hear me out. In Family Guy, during the hurricane event, there was an episode called Seahorse Seashell Party, and the plot was, you guessed it, Meg confronting the family about why they bully and mock her, and the episode ends with her realizing that she's the buffer that the family needs. Whoa, the exact same idea? How could you possibly compare the two? Easy. Klaus is a fish who is just a terrible person, and Meg is a kid who didn't ask for any of the punishment. Klaus is chilling with Danuta. He has been unhinged since the first season and has always had growth towards being just the most chaotic member of the family. The entire episode is dedicated to this what-if scenario and helps everyone learn the importance of Klaus instead of having Klaus solemnly understand his role without anyone saying anything. I don't know. In Family Guy, it feels like a retcon. In American Dad, it feels earned. No Weddings and a Funeral is great, and I'd say it's a very strong 9 or even 10 out of 10 that works mostly because of D. Bradley Baker being an absolute legend of talent.
8 Fires.
Francine discovers that the family has secret snack times away from her because they can't stand her cooking. When Stan tries to escape their hideout, he gets a nail stuck in his brain that makes him an absolute piano-playing legend that the manager of Nordstrom, played by Paul F. Tompkins, absolutely adores. Francine decides to take cooking classes, and she's taken to Rogers Island, where he unapologetically rips off famous chef Francis Malman, who I knew nothing about until I saw his Chef's Table episode, and man, the guy is a wild character. He's weird. He burns everything. And so yeah, Roger has to help Francine deprogram herself from relying on a recipe, learn to love spatchcocking, and return to the source of cooking, while Stan just keeps playing the piano. I actually really like this Francine and Roger episode. Nowhere in it is Roger the active antagonist. It is always Francine versus herself. Francine not trusting herself leads to the conflict in the episode. Roger is there to teach her, to guide her, and she keeps pushing him away. The episode as a whole, I think, is amazing. It has a lot to really appreciate and just shows how deep they're willing to go. They could have just made Roger a ripoff of Emerald or Bobby Flay or Gordon Ramsay or something, and instead went with an international icon that a traditional viewer may not realize is even real. Again, American Dad trusts its viewers, and episodes like 8 Fires and Rabbit Ears are the rewards for that trust. 8 Fires is a brilliantly burning example of American Dad done right, and is a solid 10 out of 10, leading us straight into the season finale.
The Hand That Rocks the Rogu.
We get a cold open featuring Billy and a curly fry and a globe-trotting adventure, before we just dive on into a very straightforward season finale. Steve wants to prove to Francine that he's responsible, so Roger lets him babysit Rogu, while Stan and Francine are at a Bazooka Sharks game. Rogu splits up and grows huge, and Steve has to find a way to get it all under control. It's a perfectly serviceable episode that feels like a solid introduction to main cast for Rogu. This is the tipping point where he goes from a sometimes their family member to a full-on force that we'll get to see entire A stories later on in the series based on. It's much akin to joint custody, showing that Jeff can handle a full story of himself and really works as a proper introduction. The Hand That Rocks the Rogu shines because of a Scott Grimes and D. Bradley Baker. They deliver their lines perfectly, and while it feels like an homage to the monster movies of the 80s and 70s, it still very much has an identity all its own. It's not like it's just Adventures in Haley sitting retooled. Here, Steve is actually babysitting an alien, so they have more freedom to go wild and weird with it. It's a solid way to wrap an already surreal season full of experimental episodes. The Hand That Rocks the Rogu isn't the best season finale or even the best episode of the season, but it's far from the worst. It knows what it is and just lets it be Goofy Boy and his alien shenanigans. The Hand That Rocks the Rogu is a perfectly serviceable 8 out of 10. And there we have it. That's season 14. Overall, another masterful season full of a lot of great episodes. Any you think I was right on? Wrong on? Let me know in the comments below. Season 14 really was one of the most experimental seasons for the show, and with episodes from Rabbit Ears to No Weddings and a Funeral, and everything in between, it's really hard to ever accuse American Dad of being creatively lazy. Which for a show where its next season houses the infamous episode 300, it's incredible to see that it can still feel fresh well over a decade after starting. Thank you all so much for watching, and I'm excited for you all to join me when we careen into Season 15! Season 15. What an absolute wild season, full of some astronomical highs and crashing lows. We'll get some of the best and some of the worst American Dad has in this season, and it very much feels like a teetering point. We'll also get our 300th episode and be able to look back at how a Family Guy replacement pitch turned into a show with an identity all its own. I will say, depending on where you find your season orders, this may be inaccurate, but I am going by the Hulu compilation of episodes, so while the last season had 20 episodes, this one has a much heartier 24. So we get some much needed extra deadage. So, what worked? What failed? Which celebrity guest stars will we hail? It's time for a season like you've never seen as we talk about Season 15. 100 Years a Solid Fool. Stan takes the family to Little Columbia when Steve's flimsy wimpy library card needs some plastic laminating reinforcement through hardy Colombian means. But when they get there, Stan admits that he was humbled in Colombia, and we get a flashback to 1980s Miami, where Stan and his old CIA buddies are hunting El Narco as he moves below from Colombia to Miami. Stan is a radical and wild dude, and I'm sorry, but you want to guess who El Narco is? You want to figure out who absolutely clowns Stan at every turn? It's Roger. Like, this is before they canonically met, and he goes out and turns Stan into an idol that people can all blame their misfortunes and bad luck on. The episode is also supported by guest voices like Brett Gelman, who you'd recognize from Inside Job, and Arturo Castro, who was in Narcos. 100 Years a Solid Fool isn't a parody episode, it's not some Miami Vice reskin, it is legitimately its own side vignette that ties back into the main plot. I actually wasn't a fan of the episode when I watched it for the first time, but after reviewing it for the series, I have to say I have a newfound appreciation for it. It's smart, has great jokes, Scott Grimes is still a knockout talent, and there's a lot to really love about the episode. It has a solid tempo, and if you look at the season as one marathon, it's a great warm-up for what's coming. Like, it's honestly one of my favorite Stan and Roger episodes because it's playing off of them having no relationship whatsoever. This is just who Roger naturally is as El Narco, and that's just great. I don't know, obviously it's all an excuse to tell a story in 80s Miami and Colombia and have that certain aesthetic, but it still has structure, and yet not too much structure, which is what American Dad does best. Stan has no idea it's Roger, and playing Stan as a total idiot works in much the same vein as Leslie Nielsen in, say, the Naked Gun or Airplane franchises. He's so confident in how dumb he is, and it works for his character. I've had this conversation in previous seasons, but you have episodes where Stan is the voice of reason and logic and a competent CIA agent, and you also have episodes where he's a dumb Stan. He is just the dumbest he could possibly be, but still confident in being wrong. Season 15 is very much a dumb Stan season. Not that that's a bad thing. As we've gone deeper into TBS, there is an evolution of Stan to becoming a more and more dumb dad character. It works as they've earned that and display it in a proper way. He's not becoming a Homer or a Peter. He's Stan. He's a guy that was abused when he was a kid and didn't know how to really handle it. He's a weird and complicated guy just doing his best. And 100 Years a Solid Fool really kind of encapsulates that. It is a solid 9 out of 10 that gets you prepped to go to the stars. Downtown. It's funny. Much like 100 Years a Solid Fool, I remember not being a huge fan initially, but Downtown might very well be one of, if not the funniest episodes of the season. Steve needs to take the PPSAT, so Haley drives him to the seedy dark underbelly that is downtown. However, they blow a tire, and Haley and Steve find themselves escaping members of a pyramid-shaped makeup company after witnessing a murder. Stan, believing Haley and Steve dead in downtown, takes a dangerous trek with Francine and Roger, just to find out that downtown is completely fine and gentrified now, much to Roger's chagrin. There's such a manic energy to this episode that really works in its favor. I mean, there's a lot of great guest stars, including Joe Latrulio and Michaela Watkins, but the all-star from out of left field is returning great Jane Lynch. I mean, talk about a comedic tour de force. I am so glad she came back for this episode because it feels like her strongest appearance yet. While playing a cop, much like her character in Velma, the absolute cinematic masterpiece that is, Jane Lynch brings a solid delivery that sings every rewatch. Honestly, Downtown might be my favorite Steve and Haley episode. Both Stan and Haley are so incredibly dumb, and having Haley say things like, "They're the car's keys and I'm not going to carry them around for it," like that's just a five-brain thing to say. My God. It's controlled chaos when you look at this episode. How many jokes per minute can they fit in without it seeming over the top? Every time I revisit the episode, I find something new that I never noticed before. I mean, there's just nothing to hate about it. It really is just a perfect little episode. Downtown is a 10 out of 10 episode that perfectly showcases the characters and their dynamics in the TBS era.
Cheek to Cheek, a stripper story.
Ben Schwartz guest stars. Cheek to Cheek focuses on Roger as Jesse, who wants to compete in the World Series of Strip to show off how strip dancing could be chivalric cabaret. He believes in the delicate soft dance of seduction, gallanting across the stage, fully clothed. We get the return of Debbie, played by Jessica St. Clair, which is really interesting that she's just there for some reason. They got the same actor to play her and everything, and she's just there for that one-off joke. Anyway, he gets assaulted, put in a wheelchair, and while Jeff is helping him, he discovers that Jeff has an innate talent for chivalric cabaret. The B story has Klaus moving in with Steve in a doghouse after Francine kicks him out of the little nook. Linda Mamari also passes away. The B story would be the first introduction of Shoshana, Klaus's girl. The A story is great, and honestly, it's great to see a Jeff and Roger story with way lower stakes than, jettisoning Jeff into space. They work really well together, and honestly, this episode is way stronger, again, than I remembered initially. We see Jeff and Roger bond, but more importantly, we get Klaus and Steve, which is growing to one of the funniest combinations in the family. I'm baffled by how well they work together, and honestly, I usually look forward to Klaus and Steve episodes now more than I do any other combination. Cheek to Cheek is weird, because unlike Downtown, it's much more subtle with its jokes. It's not as over the top and takes a lot more time to linger on individual scenes. Klaus playing Guitar Hero is a great example of that. American Dad can juggle fast, almost rapid-fire joke-telling and longer developed narrative comedy with such grace that it truly is like a chivalric cabaret. Cheek to Cheek? Yeah, that's gonna be a 9 out of 10 that will charm its way into your heart as you try to forget that The Idol was a show.
A Star Boy is born with Breckenmeyer. Woo!
Have you done it? Have you forgotten about The Idol? It didn't happen. It's canceled. Shh, this is all a dream. Just wake up. Let's just get this out of the way. This episode has probably one of the biggest guest stars on the show. He has been in everything from Garfield to Rat Race. He was in no less than 4 episodes of Robot Chicken and 5 episodes of the Hulu great Crossing Swords. I mean, when I think quality animation, I think Crossing Swords. Who needs a conclusion to Supermansion when I have Crossing Swords and MODOK? Yum, yum. We're eating good in the neighborhood today, gang. Anyway, I am, of course, talking about the comedy legend himself, Breckenmeyer. That's right, star of Franklin and Bash himself. The Brickster is a powerhouse that keeps that hype train going. Oh, and The Weeknd guest stars. One of the biggest musical hits in modern history, and just kind of a big deal overall. Yeah, this is the Weekend episode. The entire episode revolves around the Weekend, and honestly, it really kind of works. Roger pretends to be the Weekend while the Weekend hangs around the house, and Haley tries to seduce him when he bursts into song. I mean, what do I say? Much like Blogsnart, A Love Story, and Kim Kardashian, here American Dad has one of the biggest guest stars of the modern age, and they balance the line of satire perfectly. They practically deify him in the dumbest ways imaginable, and honestly, his delivery sells it. If The Weeknd sucked at voice acting, that would be one thing. But honestly, he does a phenomenal job and elevates the episode as a whole. A Star Boy is Born is a special episode. It's something you don't get twice. American Dad has earned this episode, and honestly, it just feels like it happened because The Weeknd is a fan. And I can't even be mad about that. It's like Post Malone playing Magic. It's just an awesome thing to see. A Star Boy is Born is an out of this world 10 out of 10.
Ugh, tapped out.
Well, we had our fun run, didn't we, gang? It's been real. Look at that. We talked about 4 just really great episodes of American Dad, and we can just walk away here. It's okay. I won't tell anyone. I'll see you in season 16. That one has the Wonder Cabinet, and that's pretty funny. But if you're gonna stick around, if you want to brave this storm, you are a brave and noble spirit indeed. Tapped Out is about how Francine has been feeding Steve breast milk his entire life. She drugs him and makes him think he's addicted to her breast milk, and so he gets back on the sauce so he doesn't screw up his performance of Oedipus. Shock comedy works for some people. It's an abstract and one can say most primordial form of meta-comedy as a whole. It's what trendy jokes are sculpted from. This is not shock comedy. This is bad. Tapped Out is just bad. Oh, but it references Green Gables. Oh, yes it does. Yes it does. It sure does. And it doesn't do anything with it. Doesn't do anything for the episode as a whole. Don't know why it's there, but sure. Yeah, it does reference Green Gables. That's so cool. I mean, how do you defend an episode like this? How do you sit down and go, yes, this is peak right here. Yes, sir, I have ordered 1 order of peak, and this is it. Tapped Out. I do not get it, and I will probably never get it. I watched the whole thing through again, and if nothing else, it made me viscerally uncomfortable. It evoked raw, unbridled emotion of some variety out of me. So if nothing else, I can say the episode isn't boring. If that must be the lowest bar we allow ourselves, let's let it be that. I don't know, 4 out of 10. And yet, despite all that, where I would say skip Deacon Stan Jesus Man, I won't say skip Tapped Out. If you are in it for the long haul with season 15, then you need to watch Tapped Out. Just keep powering through. Remember when The Weeknd sang Like a Virgin? You'll be okay. Keep fighting. We need to set sail because we're going to
Brave Noob World.
Brave Noob World! Haha, comedy. This is a doozy. Okay, so Stan and the CIA boys have to enter an Overwatch tournament to take out a North Korean general. Stan uses Steve to teach them all how to play Overwatch better and keeps him in the dark about their mission as they fly out to China and talk about how great Chinese ice cream is. But don't worry, it hasn't gotten weird yet. The B story has Jeff, Haley, Francine, and Roger getting their heads stuck in a banister on their super busy important day, and wacky hijinks ensue. This is juxtaposed with Steve finding out the CIA was lying to him, they fail the mission, and total nuclear devastation extinguishes all life as we know it. And then a Chinese culture pod flies into space where a single scoop of Chinese ice cream is discovered by an advanced race of aliens who bring Earth back so they can eat this apparently super delicious ice cream. In this new Earth, Stan hugs Steve, and this singular hug makes him question the very fabric of reality while dealing with naysayers like Bill Nye, played by the actual Bill Nye. There's a lot here to chew on, but I think the tone of the episode overall is great. It never lets the devastation sink in until the last moment and the jokes actually fade away. I really wish I understood the Chinese ice cream joke. I really do. Maybe it's like American Fung, maybe it's just apparently that good. I genuinely have no idea. This is by no means the best Steve and Stan episode, nor does it have the best B story, but it does still have a charm all its own. While the Overwatch scenes were jarring, the dialogue at least felt written by people that understand the concepts at the base of the game. It might be minute, but things like tank, healing, doom, torb do add up credibility to what they're saying, even if it's passively. It's those small attentions to detail that make this just a weird, wild ride that, again, if nothing else, it's not boring. Brave Noob World is a perfectly balanced and unnerved 6 out of 10.
Into the Woods.
Into the Woods, I think, can be perfectly described as experimentally mundane. It peers over the fourth wall, acknowledges the formula to the show, and then doesn't really do anything with it. While Stan and Roger are getting subs at Subs Galore, not to be confused with SubHub, keep up, Stan bumps into an old childhood friend working at the Subs Galore. When he and Roger follow him around, they find that he isn't living a Warren Buffett situation and is in fact poor, and Stan blames himself for it. Which, I mean, the man has an apartment, a car, a management position. He's got DVDs, which, let's talk about it, were a dead medium. Now, all of a sudden, kind of looking really good with how fractured streaming is. Like, I'm just saying, the guy could be worse off. It could be a lot worse. I don't know. Doesn't seem like a guy I'd intervene with. But now Stan is determined to right the wrongs of the past and help him overcome his embarrassment caused by Stan not defending him on Halloween when they were kids. However, Roger has a cold and knows he isn't going to be able to go along on the adventure. So they need to find a fill-in and have a showcase where Stan picks Francine for his Roger companion as she promises to bring Power Clown energy. And that's a joke that lasts throughout, but it just doesn't go further than that one recurring thing. It's nice to see them write the Stan-Francine dynamic intentionally differently, and the dialogue is sharp in the first half of the episode, but the second half really kinda trails off. This episode would do great with a B story, because this A story cannot carry all the weight by itself. Have Floridian Klaus do a quick little thing. Maybe Jeff gets real good at Guitar Hero. I don't know. Anything to break it up so the other payoff feels a little more delayed and therefore a little more earned. The episode even has a pretty sizable guest cast, including the likes of Jason Mantzoukas and Colin Hanks. But even then, it just doesn't really do much. It's not a skip, it's just not in the running for best episode anytime soon either. Into the Woods is a middling 6 out of 10.
One fish, two fish.
When Danuta catches Haley slacking on her humanitarian efforts, Haley decides to help Klaus get his citizenship, which could not go wrong at all. I love that new Haley has two sides. She's either totally put together, climbing middle management with confidence, or she's one of the dumbest, self-centered idiots in the family, and they've learned how to write both perfectly. I will say this episode also just has a fantastic cameo by the great Patricia Belcher. You've seen her in something at least once in your life, and everything she's in, she brings a great energy to, and this episode is no different. Remember her in Bones? She was great in Bones. And so yeah, when Haley takes Klaus to get his citizenship, they find out he's been an illegal immigrant for 20 years and send ice on him. So Haley decides to turn herself into a fish, marry Klaus, and that way he can get his citizenship and she can prove she's totally selfless to Danuta to shut her up. Checkmate. Klaus is great this episode as the very odd voice of reason, and honestly I think he saves the A story. Jeff is great absolutely, but Klaus just keeps the crazy energy going even as he's shooting down Haley's dumb ideas. And you have all this going on juxtaposed with the B story, which is, get this, the family buys a coconut from the farmer's market, refuse to pay an opening fee, and try everything they can to open it as they slowly go insane. Still also a very solid B story that has the entire family just being the dumbest they can possibly be. I really kinda love it though. It's like the house had a gas leak this week and they're just dealing with monoxide poisoning or something. Hi, Anime Academic here. This is your friendly neighborhood reminder to check and make sure all your alarms have been tested and have fresh batteries. Take the 5 minutes. It's better than being dead. One Fish, Two Fish, I think, is going to be a love or hate episode, and while I initially wasn't the biggest fan, it definitely spoke to me more this rewatch, and I really do appreciate the creativity at work. We're getting hot scoop levels of idiocy out of Haley, and it just really works at this level. The episode is a solid 8 out of 10. That is a good casual American dad that serves up idiot freshness.
Exquisite corpses.
No, I don't know what idiot freshness is, and no, I don't know why I put it in the script, but I'm just gonna trust past me on that one and hope you'll understand. Darcy Carden and Jamelia Jamil of The Good Place guest star. Roger, Jeff, and Francine are house spouses that feel like all they do is drink and sit around and watch TV. Because all they do is drink, sit around, and watch TV all day. Haley buys Jeff a present and expects nothing in return, and he takes it as a personal offense because he could never get her anything that nice. And so Roger, Francine, and Jeff buy a tour bus and begin driving people around to R.G. Berger's serial killer crime scenes to try and make up some extra money. Klaus is a lion man, and it's glorious. He even has a little song, and it's so charming to see him up on that pole working hard. I know I haven't said much about the episode, but I genuinely do love Exquisite Corpses. I'd say it's a solid 10 out of 10 that's probably one of the strongest of the season, mostly due to the odd dynamic trio of Roger, Jeff, and Francine. They really are the three stooges of the family that have the most chaotic energy that we've seen established as far back as Wild Women Do and Widow's Peak. I like how they just feed off of one another, and having the patrons on the bus adding into it, including Craig Robinson, who would not like attention brought to himself at all. The episode plays out exactly how you think it will all the way to the conclusion, and even then that feels predictable, but on brand in a good way. It's a 10 out of 10 episode that doesn't overcomplicate itself and celebrates three great characters that is a much watch of the season. Even just the scene where they're scraping holes in the windows to look out has a chaotic charm that I think encapsulates the whole feel. They are going to be a positive about the situation even if it kills them, literally.
Trophy wife, trophy life.
And I am positive this episode is magic. Stan gets hit by a satellite in his own home and gets put in the hospital, so Francine can nurse him back to health and have him be a little more dependent on her. She rewards him with trophies, and he eventually gets obsessed with them, eventually buying the trophy store. Gee, does this sound familiar at all? I'm feeling a little repetitive this season. Then, when Francine has to work in the store that they just bought, Stan buys the pickle house across the street to open a competing trophy store. Doesn't that sound great? Oh man, rev up those fryers, they're cooking up something bland and nothing. Oh wait, hang on, there's a B story here. The rest of the family discovers that Tuttle is huge in Korea on a hidden camera reality show called Sad Fatty, where they watch his daily home life. Understand this. If Richard Kind was off even a little as Tuttle, the episode would have fallen flat on its face right out the get-go. This episode is such a testament to his skill and talent as an actor, as a tour de force brilliance. Truly, I would say that he is one of the strongest elements that has helped elevate American Dad as a whole. The family tries to get in on the Sad Fatty fame by being weird and wacky, but that's not what the people want to see. No, they come for Tuttle. They come for Sad Fatty. It's amazing. Honestly, the length Stan goes to stop Francine from being successful, I would say goes far enough to be funny, and the whole Pickle Man element at the end really saves the A story from being largely forgettable. If the B story wasn't nearly as strong as it is, this might have been one of the weakest episodes of the season. Instead, it's carried to a solid 8 out of 10. Eat the trash cake, Tuttle. Eat the trash cake.
Game night.
Stan is a sore loser and bad at games. So during family game nights, the family throws the games and Jeff is tired of it and decides to call Stan out like only he can. Stan decides to take the family to Bullock's new special Labyrinth inspired by Jim Henson's Labyrinth, even having Bullock in his best David Bowie attire. Stan gets stuck while the family keeps pressing on, eventually making it to the end where Stan decides to go again and the family just leaves him there. Some time passes and the family get worried when they haven't heard from Stan in some time, and they decide to go and see him, and the labyrinth has fallen into disrepair. They now have to navigate the dilapidated labyrinth to get to the end and get Stan out. The B story has Roger getting geese to cultivate foie gras. I'm not going to tell you what foie gras is, nor will I tell you to Google it. I'll just say it tastes good when done right. The episode is what I kinda wish Jeff and the Dank-Ass Weed Factory was. It's obviously a parody of Labyrinth, but it takes it in a new direction that, even if it still feels kind of stale, at least is different. It's not one of the best episodes, and Stan can be pretty insufferable intentionally throughout, but it does have a charm, and I gotta give credit where credit is due. Game night is inventive, and you're either going to love or hate it, but it'll make you feel a lot of something at least. The end does feel very rushed, and that seems to be the problem with a lot of these episodes. The runtime is only 21 minutes now as opposed to the old 23, and I don't know, you can start to feel those extra minutes add up.
American Data?
Steve and the boys have been saving up for calf implants at the local kid bank, and when Steve buys a nice backpack with the entire fund, they're understandably upset. However, they agreed to all get a weekend job as part of an experiment at the school run by Roger to pay for their new calves. The experiment is a parody of the Stanford prison experiment. You know, the horribly infamous one that they had to shut down early because it got way too dangerous. Don't Google it. Google it. Basically, half get guard and half get prisoner, and yeah. Really interesting, odd movie about the Stanford experiment starring American Dad legend Forrest Whitaker, called The Experiment, by the way. So, you know, it's all connected. 5 degrees of the experiment. I could talk about the B story, but there's just not that much there to say. Stan grieves the death of the groundskeeper only he remembers, and so he stops talking and uses a leaf blower everywhere. We get to the return of Dr. Ray, played by Ted Danson, who yet again dies in an incredibly gruesome fashion. The episode is fine. Always great to hear Ron Perlman. William Jackson Harper also guest stars for a few episodes this season, so that's a really weirdly specific 4 Good Place actors guest starring in one season. Like, sure, Ted Danson is a recurring character, but the rest just seems curious. Saying Beetlejuice and Community levels of curious. I can go on these little tangents because, yeah, there's nothing here you haven't almost literally seen before. It's a funny take on a crazy experiment, and honestly, I say is one of the strongest Steve and the Gang episodes in a while. While the B story doesn't do much for me, I can respect the dedication to the idea and how far they were willing to take it. Overall, American Data is a fantastic 8 out of 10. Salute your Slort! Steve and the gang ride some sweet powder when they're joined with their newest member, Slort. We also get Billy as a new member of the boys. Billy, an absolute legend that I'm glad to see included now, featuring a tongue. Slort? Yeah, it's just trolls backwards. She's a troll. That's it. That's the whole story, summed up as fast as possible. The boys run from Slort, and Billy has to try and save his precious boys. All because the boys didn't want to lose Slort to the Cools, even framing her for graffiti. And that's it. It feels like a Christmas episode, but it's really just Steve and the boys being bad friends. I love the Billy parts of the episode, and this does feel a lot like, say, The Witches of Langley, where it's a boys-focused adventure that goes to weird, almost homage-filled places. Agnes Lindstrom does a lot of the vocal heavy lifting as Slort this episode, and if her delivery wasn't as strong as it is, the episode as a whole would have been middling at best. It's solid enough and offers a good watch a few times through, but having watched it 5 times at this point, I'm just kind of burnt out on it. It just doesn't have the legs to be a wholly memorable episode other than 1 or 2 scenes. Watch it, it's different enough. Salute Your Slorts is a perfectly fine 7 out of 10.
Ghost Dad.
Jack is gunned down in a highway chase in a very famous Bronco on live TV. The whole family watches, and Stan starts to spiral as he never got any amount of closure and starts up a rock band with some kids. So the family decides to do a fake seance so Stan can get it all out. Except they actually do summon the ghost of Jack and bind him to the house. Jack tricks the family, then possesses Steve to try and finish the heist he got caught at. The episode is about grief. It's about letting go. It's about celebrating your family and breaking the cycles of abuse. It's about a lot of things, but ultimately, with all the Jack growth we've seen, it just feels out of place. If this was before the Krampus episodes, I wouldn't have had much problem with it, but I don't know, it just doesn't seem like it earned the retcon. Of course, it's great to have more of Darren Norris, but I feel like he could have just played a different character at this point. The B story also has Jeff and Haley getting 2 oars and finally go out in their own canoe. However, they spin and end up in weeds and just have a miserable experience throwing the relationship on the rocks. Ghost Dad is a weird episode that, honestly, I really enjoyed. It has a lot of solid jokes and a ton of solid charm. It's great to see Stan actively trying to break the cycle with Steve, and the resolution being him actually uplifting his son, unlike how Jack treated him, while played as a joke, at least shows he's trying. My only gripe is that it just feels like a season 12 or 11 episode. It doesn't feel like a season 15. It feels old even when it's brand new. Ghost Dad is a totally fine 7 out of 10.
Men to boys.
Klaus is getting married to Shoshana, and so he needs his boys, Roger, Stan, and Jeff, to help throw the wildest bachelor party as Klaus's boys. Meanwhile, with the men gone, Francine and Haley decide to hire a stripper, and what they get is Rick Rod, played by Patton Oswalt, who starts to break down when he can't perform his dance and runs and hides in the house. And so Francine and Haley have to have him compete against his rival, Todd Rod, played by Matthew Mercer. Jotaro Kujo is in this episode. It's a weird but satisfying get. He does an excellent job. Klaus leads the boys on and keeps getting them in a more and more dangerous situation, so he can't make it to the wedding that wasn't really happening and just bounce. Men to Boys, I think, is great. Not only for the great Klaus writing, but also just again an untested dynamic that really works. The B story is hysterical, and Patton Oswalt brings a lot back to the show since he has been a guest star in the show since its Fox days. Between Instapot talk, fantastic dialogue, and just a solid overall vibe, this episode is quintessential TBS American Dad. This is a solid 10 out of 10 and a must-watch episode of season 15. It pulls you in and doesn't let you leave until you're one of the boys.
First, do no farm.
After Stan is rescued by good Soul of the Earth farm people, he decides that Haley and the family are too soft, so he makes a tiny home and turns them into farm folk. However, when Haley gets too intense on the farming, he decides to try and sabotage her yields, so she'll come back to her old ways. It's just a dumb farm episode that works because it's just nonsense. The absolute powerhouse of the episode, though, is when Stan has Roger sabotage the crops, and out of nowhere, a Weird Al parody of Sabotage starts to play. Leave it to American Dad to just throw a Weird Al song into an episode that actually kind of brings the whole thing together. Again, it's stuff like this that makes you see they haven't gotten lazy. Starboy is Born is a perfect example of that. They could have had any song they wanted. Instead, they had Like a Virgin, which is not only a super sharp parody, but just a solid bop performed by The Weeknd. And then here you have Weird Al doing Rabotage, which you would swear he's done a Sabotage parody before, and it's just great. It's just delightful. Why not? Why not include Weird Al? And that's something you will not get in another show. American Dad is willing to do that. It is willing to be weird. It's episodes like First Do No Farm that make all the American Dad hate feel so unearned. Oh yeah, no, tell me more about how American Dad is for the lowest common denominator when it's making Twilight Zone episodes and slipping original Weird Al songs into A stories. Family Guy wishes it could do this. First Do No Farm is a solid 8 out of 10.
Roger needs Dick.
Roger gets a new boyfriend. It's Dick from the CIA. That's right, Dadders. It's a Dick episode. Everyone loves Dick. He just gets up inside you and makes you laugh every single time. Oh, that kooky Dick, always getting up to shenanigans. Yeah, no, it's a very special episode where as Roger gets obsessed with Dick, he starts leaving the family high and dry. Then after a rough breakup, he and Francine go to Italy to try and do an Under the Tuscan Sun. However, when they return and Roger sees Dick has a new girlfriend, he goes full on Jean Reno, Leon the Professional to hunt Dick down. That's right, the second half of this episode is a Leon the Professional reference. Again, just slipped in there with no big fanfare because American Dad has earned that. Even if you don't know Leon the Professional, the rest of the story still works with Roger as just some French assassin. But if you do know it, there's references sprinkled in throughout. You're not obligated to get the reference to get the joke, but if you get the reference, you're rewarded with a better joke. It takes a special kind of show to be able to weave something like that, and I love that it's in an episode called Roger Needs Dick. There's an awareness to it, is all I'm saying. Roger Needs Dick, I think, is a solid 10 out of 10, and probably the best episode of the entire season. It feels much like Persona Assistant in that it's all roads end at Roger, and traditionally those types of episodes are pretty dang solid. Roger Needs Dick knows how much absurdity he can get away with and comfortably treads that line. There's a special kind of magic to Roger Needs Dick that shows you can do something smart and clever in an episode without drawing attention to it. No, hey Lois, remember that time Brian was like Jean Reno and Leon the Professional but with like dog edibles or something? No Rick explaining the joke after the fact so the audience feels all clever because they didn't need the explanation. It just trusts you to get it. It trusts you to enjoy. We're over 290 episodes into the series, and to have something like Roger Needs Dick is a showcase of why this show has gone on for so long. They still got it. Watch Roger Needs Dick. Sit down and just enjoy some of the sharpest 21 minutes American Dad has put out. It's a 10 out of 10, full to the brim with quality. Or you'll absolutely hate it, and that's okay too. You know, you do you.
The Old Country.
Stan has no interest in learning about his family heritage, and Steve is desperate to find out. And so he takes his dad's DNA and his own and sends it to an ancestry site. After running it through, they discover they're Canadian, and Steve is determined to find their relatives. The B story has Francine following Haley around as she secret shops at SubHub to try and find employees to rile up. Of course, they all follow SubHub protocol perfectly, except for one that Haley decides to investigate. This perfectly encapsulates how SubHub has gotten weirder and weirder. At first, you look at it as just a subway type, but now they have built it into such a wild, confusing assortment of things. Again, Subs Galore is also equally weird. Just hearing them talk about the sandwiches for like a minute is incredibly unsettling. Anyway, Stan and Steve go to a meetup where they think they're going to learn about their Canadian roots, but sure enough, the Ancestry website is just a way for organ dealers to find out what blood type people are and kidnap them to harvest their aforementioned organs. Haley ends up turning the guy into SubHub corporate, and he ends up on the party sub of SubHub, and, you know, that's about it. The Old Country is okay. It doesn't do anything horribly wrong, but it doesn't do anything particularly astounding either. The Steve song is fun, but it's definitely not one of the best songs of the series or anything. The Old Country suffers because it's directly after Roger Needs Dick, and if you don't watch the season in order, I think it would probably be funnier. But for where it is, it's a perfectly fine 7 out of 10.
Businessly Brunette.
Haley decides to go and be a businesswoman when Francine laughs at her trying to be professional. Not because she hates professional women, just because she doesn't think it's a fit for Haley. And so, thanks to Roger, they both get jobs at a company and plan a major pitch to move up the corporate ladder. Stan plans a party. Two equally important things. How could any B story compete with something like the unveiling of Meet Getty and Spag Balls? Tom Kenny does a ton of the heavy lifting this episode, and he just brings so much high energy to the delivery and brings the whole thing together. Stan and the gang dogpile on Snoot and take a quick nap while he enters a diabetic coma. There's a Thunderdome, Sky Crooner is back, Haley and Francine reconcile, it's a whole sweet thing. They go real in-depth into Shine Theory, so, you know, they don't mess around on the Dad Show. The party was an absolute rager and the gang slept through it all. Mark Evan Jackson is in a lot of the season and it's easy to pick him out, but his delivery as the executive in this episode is oddly inspired. I don't know, he made a nameless character memorable, and that takes a lot of real skill. Businessly Brunette is a great episode that gives us a fantastic Haley and Francine episode that actively works through their trauma and shows they genuinely care for another. While Ghost Dad focused on Stan and Steve, this gives us another beautiful dichotomy to appreciate. Businessly Brunette is a very professional 9 out of 10.
The Chili Thrillies.
Wherever you guess this episode is going, you're wrong. Francine can't stand the sound of Roger's voice unless he's whispering, so she takes him to places where he has to whisper, and her neurons fire off. She falls into an ASMR rabbit hole and keeps him whispering, even recording conversations to play them back later. Okay, so that's the first little half. Seems to make enough sense, right? The B story has Steve getting ready to put a secret admirer letter in a girl's locker, only to then have a giant bar of rebar jammed in his head. You know, I'm just gonna say it. You pulled that thing out, you wiped the gray matter off? That'll be some good rebar right there. Anyway, he sees the note and thinks someone left it for him, and thus begins his brain-damaged adventure to find the secret admirer that doesn't exist. Oh, wacky hijinks with Steve and the gang. How utterly delightful. What, you're curious how the A story ends? Oh, well, that's easy. Roger feels ignored by Francine when he talks normally, so he goes to Chernobyl, turns into an irradiated psychic monster, and Francine has to go and get him back as he gets corrupted more and more by the aforementioned radiation. Like, it's not a bad episode by any stretch of the imagination, but it is rough to watch the back half. It almost feels Cronenberg-esque with the weird body horror they went with. It's definitely not an episode I'd recommend skipping because, again, it has a ton of great jokes and wonderful gags. Even the Klaus spa day in the kitchen is just incredible. It's just an episode I'd put a warning on so you know that things are gonna get really weird really fast.
Damn, Stan!
Francine loves fly fishing, and Stan absolutely hates it. They can never seem to agree on what they want to do as a family hobby, but when he's determined to stop her hobby, Stan dams the river and makes it a lake where he encounters Clennard, played by comedian John Reep. The B story is Haley and Steve investigating why there's marks on the door and discover that Klaus had a fake imaginary son based off a kid in a commercial. Haley and Steve decide to set the two up and see if they can make a connection or something. Francine gets tired of dam life, blows it up, and Stan and Francine have to escape from dam rednecks to save themselves. I really like how much agency Francine has in this episode, and she's not being mean or vindictive about her actions. He took her hobby away from her. He did all this, and she's tired of him being selfish, so she acted out and got revenge. We also get Roger as a dam cook doing a little Joe Dirt thing, which is great, and has a lot of solid cutaways attached. The B story is a solidly unhinged Klaus B story that teeters that line of uncomfortable perfectly. Until you find out Fred Savage played Omar, and there's a lot of layers on why that's uncomfortable now. Damn Stan is fun, funny, and lands everything it's going for. It's a terrific 9 out of 10 that wraps the last normal episode before the final rush to the end of the season.
The last ride of the Dodge City Rambler.
Francine wants to take the last ride of the Dodge City Rambler to go and visit her Aunt Karen. Okay. The intro, when Stan punches Roger, might be the best cold open the show has had yet. It still hits. It's always good. Every time I see it, it's just boom, quality right in my face. Everyone dresses up in old 1800s outfits, and yeah, sure enough, the fake actors and everyone get held hostage by actual train thieves. Aunt Karen decides to join them in their train ride while Roger and Haley follow a fellow train goer that is in no way Prince. Stan gets lost in the world of marbles and decides to miss the train until he sees that it's an actual train robbery. All this while Steve is nose deep in train facts. Prince is obsessed with transportation. Steve gets used to keep the train going for the robbers, blissfully unaware that they aren't actors. A lot of things happen this episode. The robbers plan to run the train right through the Bradford Company headquarters to avenge the leader's ancestor for incredibly asinine reasons, but hey, it's American Dad. It's what we do for love. Stan has to work with Aunt Karen to save the day, and honestly, I like that Aunt Karen is a fleshed out character that we get for one episode so far, and that's good enough for me. The last ride of the Dodge City Rambler is a great idea executed in probably the best way it could have been. While the family is all on one train, they manage to break into 5 smaller conflicts that need to be resolved. It gives everyone ample time to be doing something other than Jeff and Klaus, and lets them have their own mini adventures. Sure, nothing really gets a ton of time, but none of the stories feel short-souled either. It's a 10 out of 10 episode that walks a very delicate balance and hits every note perfectly. Honestly, no notes. You got Ron Perlman, Tom Kenny, and some of them of the best Stan lines. What's not to love?
300.
So back in Father's Days, there was a golden turd moment where the senator is taken out and a cleaning lady finds the turd and brings it to the Vatican, where the Pope and the other Knights of the Turtle are ordered to debate on how they should go about returning the turd to its source. I didn't mention my Father's Days review. I'm human. I make mistakes. I'm sorry, but I'm talking about it now. And that's what leads us into the 300th episode and the epic golden turd conclusion. The holy leaders and Beyonce take each other out, a delivery girl returns the turd to Roger, and he shatters into 300 pieces and pieces brought back to the world. Utopia has been achieved. Pandora's box has been sealed once more. However, with everything being constantly perfect, the family decided to save Roger and start putting him back together by getting all the pieces and stitching them together, even fighting Steve Harvey to get the last piece back. After freeing Roger, the turd falls out, Stan swears to destroy it, and the family spends the next 20 years fighting each other over the aforementioned turd. In a way, I'm glad the turd made its way home to roost. It deserves to be settled by the family. While the turd has been a great way to sew different side stories in, it has definitely earned its rest since its first appearance in Homeland and Security almost 15 years prior. 300 is a celebration of American Dad. It's a celebration of the tropes. It's a celebration of the characters, of the writing that makes the show what it is. I will say though, while this does wrap everything, I think I like the 200 better. That still is kind of just the breakout hit of the 100 episode specials. Not that any of these are bad, that one is just especially hearty. The 200 came out early into the TBS run, and now we have had officially over 120 episodes. At the time of recording this, that's closer to 200 overall episodes, and we're actually nearing the 400th episode pretty quickly. I can only hope we get to see it. 300, much like 200, is a love letter to the fans. Sure, it's also Roger-centric, and sure, it swings moods like a pendulum, but it's a fun little adventure that helps you look back at everything American Dad has done and smile with pride. 300 is an unmissable 10 out of 10.
Yule Tide Repeat.
It's the Christmas episode and the season finale. TBS would start doing special event episodes, so the Christmas episode of this season, as well as season 17, The Grange, are both the Christmas special and the last episode of the season. If we look at the season 15 finale as 300, hey, that's a really awesome place to end a season, and even a show if you needed to. Think about it. Wrapping a whole show in a clean 300 episodes while wrapping up a plot device set up all the way back in season 1. Wouldn't that be something? Wouldn't that be kinda cool? Thankfully, the show is still going, but that just shows how solid the episode was. It was a really, really great episode that just brought harmony to it all. It brought balance to the Force. It was the Hayden Christensen of episodes. Yuletide Repeat is not the Hayden Christensen of episodes. So, just some background on this episode, just because it's more interesting than the episode itself. Yuletide Repeat is a play on Live, Die, Repeat. You know, the Tom Cruise movie based off the Japanese novel and manga All You Need Is Kill. However, Live, Die, Repeat had its name changed to Edge of Tomorrow. So technically, the episode title is a pun of a movie title that never technically existed. Yeah, isn't that neat? Anyway, yeah, Stan tries to go back in time to try and save his whole family over and over again. Stan gets isekai'd the Christmas special. I don't know. 6 out of 10. It's fine. It's not horrid, but it's not my favorite at all. It's absurd for no good reason, and that's the worst kind of absurdity. I would have loved if this came out before 300, because I don't think I'd be as harsh in that context. But imagine this being the episode that tides you over for 4 months until the next batch. It doesn't work. That's all I got. It doesn't work for me. I hope it worked for you. I hope you're going, oh, you're so wrong. That's like a 10 out of 10. That's my favorite Christmas special. And if you don't, that's fine too. there we have it. That's season 15. 301 episodes in, and look at how far we've come. There are, of course, some cracks in the writing, and where previous seasons did have a much stronger variety and overall experimentation, especially seasons 13 and 14, I think season 15 was a very safe and comfortable experience. Then there's next season. I'm not gonna lie to you, gang. Thanks to a certain global event that transpired, 3 years ago or so, these next couple seasons are not necessarily a shining beacon of what American Dad is. There's still some fantastic episodes I'm excited to cover, but the peaks are sharper and the valleys are much deeper. The fact anything came out at all, though, is a testament to the talent at work. So anything you think I was right on? Wrong on? Favorite episodes? Least favorite episodes? The usual stuff? Let me know in the comments below. And if you liked what you saw, make sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and tell your friends we're out here. And I'll see you all next time when we get tough like neoprene when we review season 16. It's season 16! The first season passed the 300 episode milestone. Now, of course, it also came out in 2021, so yeah, a non-zero amount of production on the season was done during the dark times. This is definitely a season of American Dad, and while I'm not going to say it's bad by any means, it is a product of the time it came out, and you have to have some leeway with shows that were produced during this period. So with that being said, what worked? What failed? Can we decalcify our third eye and prevail? There's only one way that can be seen. It's to review season 16. Who smarted? This is like tripping on your feet right out the gate and just face planting full force into the track. Who Smarted opens with Haley being embarrassed by how dumb Jeff is, and they present it in an honestly astounding way. Like, he is baffling dumb even by Jeff standards. So, Jeff, feeling dejected, goes to get an intelligence enhancement to show Haley he can be just as good as the other intellectuals. And I think I know why I have such a problem starting in this season. Dr. Weitzman. He's been around since the very beginning, but this season he is really involved, and I gotta say, it just doesn't work. I am not a fan. I would even say I hate Dr. Weitzman. The ironic thing is, Dr. Weitzman is played by Matt Weitzman, one of the creators and writers on the show, who actually does great comedic work. He is a great writer. He's a very talented person, but Dr. Weitzman, can't stand him. I think he's one of the worst additions to the entire show, and we'll get into that. Season 16 onwards, I don't think there's a single moment where I have even chuckled at something he says. It's like he just throws things off whenever he shows up. But at least, hey, it's not like there's an A story this season about him kidnapping the family and trapping them in a buffet. that would be really, really, really dumb. Really dumb. The B story is, I guess, interwoven into the A story, with Roger getting bit by a snake, helping Stan wrangle animals, and then discovering how much you can sell anti-venom for, and begins trying to clack snakes with Steve, and yeah, gets bit. A lot. Jeff gets too smart for Haley, so she tries to dumb him back down, and they break up, where she gets a really odd new boyfriend, and Jeff is used as the stud for an intelligence think tank, literally. It's a season premiere. I don't really have a word for it. To start your season on this and then just kind of stumble feels like this was not intentional. There are good jokes interspersed throughout the episode, but as a whole, just beat for beat, it did not work. Who Smarted is like a 5 or even 4 out of 10 that hopefully proves there's nowhere to go but up. I will say Paget Brewster and Thomas Lennon do bring great performances to the episode like they usually do, and it should be appreciated, but yeah, it's to the service of effectively nothing.
Russian doll.
Stan picks up an American Girl doll to use for a CIA mission, and he becomes best friends with it. Yep, that's the whole episode. Stan is slowly losing his sanity. Oh, and someone is hunting down each member of B12. Hey, there we go. There's something. Klaus helps Roger file his taxes. And Dr. Weitzman swaps Haley and Jeff's minds, so, that's cool. The episode is also really referential, and it just feels exaggerated. I don't know, it doesn't land. I wrote a poem about ham once, and then my friend took my carving position from me. You could have just mentioned the ham poem and not explained the entire A story of that episode. Oh boy, Klaus is going through all of the Roger personas and they have wacky deductions on their taxes. It honestly feels like a series of bumps just smashed together in an A story. Oh man, Stan teams up with a collection of American Girl dolls he envisions as secret agents with unique talents to infiltrate a Russian mobster's home to get back Piper as he gets lost in his delusions. There is so much going on in this episode, and yet there isn't. The A story is honestly pretty short compared to other episodes, and even the B-12 killer is just there. They keep mentioning it, and then just swoop, out the window he falls, plot resolved, there you go, no worries. There's only so many ways you can say an episode doesn't work, but this is just especially bizarre. I don't know, if you like the episode, please let me know in the comments below. I'd love to find out why. It's not offensive or gratuitous, it's just nothing. It's like a 4 out of 10 that just teeters along. I was stone-faced the entire episode, and I hate that. I hate that I was unmoved one way or another. Klaus doing Roger's taxes should be funny. It could be done in a funny way, but I feel like it would have worked better with one Roger persona just having a ton of wacky taxes instead of just shotgunning some old personas out. Oh, but it's self-referential. If you saw previous episodes, you get it. And? It's self-referential, but is it funny? Is it creative and adding to these personas in any way? The only ones that actually felt elevated by including them was Raider Dave and Ricky Spanish. Those two were the closest to an actual solid joke. Russian Doll is just, it's an episode, I guess. It's 20 minutes of what am I watching?
Stan moves to Chicago.
Stan's college friend moved to Chicago to become a comedian and got picked up by Second City Theater and then S&L, not to be confused with SNL. Get it? Do you get it? Anyway, Stan is jealous of Dave and believes it should be him succeeding in comedy, so Stan decides to move out to Chicago to make it big after the family tells him he's not funny. The B story follows Steve and Haley having a night in with Roger. The B story isn't even established until 10 minutes into a 20-minute episode. It's just there and maybe 90 seconds long. Nothing really there. Meaning the bulk of the episode is Stan being obviously horrible at comedy and going undercover at S&L and living his dream and wanting to go back to the CIA. It is so genuinely boring. Every time Stan does his stand-up, it just takes all the wind out of the sails. It's not good. The other episodes, I think an argument could be made for. But this one, I don't think so. It's just a mind-numbing 3 out of 10 that feels hollow. Like, I've spent the last 15 seasons talking about how great this show is, how it gels and is a gem of adult comedy. I don't like disliking episodes. I don't want to bash them. I want them all to be great. But this opening stretch has just been brutal. It just feels like padding. The worst thing a show can be is boring, and it takes a truly numb experience for me to be bored watching American Dad. But this episode was that low point. This is one of the worst episodes of the entire show.
Shakedown Steve.
It truly is always darkest before the dawn. It is genuinely baffling how quickly the episodes smack back into form. Shakedown Steve is, in fact, a pretty solid episode of American Dad focusing on everyone's favorite duo, Steve and Jeff. Yeah, this is like the third time it's happened in the entire series, including when he had to carry Steve's digital corpse everywhere. Steve is upset he doesn't have a brother after even Billy shows off he has a new brother that Dr. Calgary built for him, so he decides to hang out with Jeff and have him be his kind of brother. The B story has Stan getting a coupon for an escape room and the family refusing to leave and start living in the escape room, refusing to solve any of the clues. Jeff takes Steve on the road and Steve capitalizes on Jeff's grilled cheese business. Matthew Illard, aka Shaggy in the live-action Scooby-Doo movies, as well as Scream and a ton of other great movies and shows. He was in Hackers, great little movie. Anyway, both him and sports icon Bill Walton guest star and do a fantastic job. I mean, there's not a lot to say other than this is that much needed breath of fresh air. Steve and Jeff run afoul of the nitrous mafia? Delightful! A Wook eats all their cheese and bread? They do be doing that. Where Stan moves to Chicago made me question years of content creation and passion. Shakedown Steve brought me back to laughing hysterically and loving every minute of it. 9 or even 10 out of 10 episode that makes you feel like you're finally in season 16. I mean, only season 16 can have an escape room B story that takes a very dark turn very quickly, juxtaposed with not Pokemon flying up in the air and getting a wish at a fish concert. It's magical. It's absolutely magical. Everything about this episode hits what it needs to hit. Like everything was just build up for something better. This is how things turn around.
Klaus and Rogu in Thank God for Loose Rocks, an American Dad adventure.
Klaus is super popular on the yearly trip to the Dude Ranch and is excited to go. Except this year, Rogu is tagging along, and everyone seems to love Rogu more than him. Noel, the leader of the ranch, is played by Timothy Oliphant of Fargo, Santa Clarita Diet, and Justified fame. Did you know Chadwick Boseman guest starred in an episode of Justified? Black Panther was an up-and-coming magician. Now you know. I don't know. Stan loves a party donkey, I guess. It's a Klaus and Rogu episode. It hangs on you liking either character enough that you'd be willing to invest time into a wacky adventure where Klaus tries to leave Rogu in the woods for dead, and then Rogu turns around and vows revenge. You want that? You want Rogu hunting Klaus while Stan sings about a donkey? That's not fair. Here I am lashing out at things, but the song is actually sweet. Again, Kevin Michael Richardson, I know I've talked about how great he is, but seriously, imagine having to sing in Billy's voice. Imagine having to stay that nasally and maintain it while also hitting the right beats. I've tried. It's a very hard thing to do. Like, there's a reason he's one of the best. And the fact that I can talk about that shows I just don't have anything to talk about with this episode. If you like Klaus and Rogu, you'll probably think it's like a 7 out of 10. If you don't like them, like a 3 out of 10. Personally, it's not as bad as Stan Goes to Chicago, so it's at least a 5 out of 10 for me. It's not great, but man, it's better than nothing sometimes, I guess.
The Wonder Cabinet.
See, this is a perfect example of why it feels like such an uneven season. Why some episodes just feel slapped in there for padding. The Wonder Cabinet opens with career day at school, and Steve is disillusioned with the idea that no matter what career he picks, he's going to just be a miserable adult. The part with the Candyman? Amazing, incredible, downright masterful. The radio guy, wonderful. The Candyman? Also strengthened by him being played by Patton Oswalt. And so yeah, Steve is miserable until he hears Palmer on the radio talking about the mind's eye. Palmer being voiced by Andrew WK, singer of that hit song, Party, Party, Party. Honestly, I swear I always thought Palmer was voiced by Adam Conover, but the more you know. You wanna know something wild? Something just so weird and out there? Andrew WK made an official Bondi-sanctioned English audio Gundam soundtrack cover album for the anniversary. Listen to it sometime. It's actually really, really good. Unlike the last episode, I just really like that fact and want more people to know about it. Tell your friends! JB Smoove, Yvette Nicole Brown, Dan Navarro. I mean, this episode is stacked with talent and it's the service of one of the best episodes of the season. I haven't even gotten into the B story either. Roger is the bang van driver who dreams of one day not being the driver, but being the star. It's great. He has a new protege who steals his thunder. It's amazing. It has so many layers and it feels like an actual episode. Steve becomes an ascended being and Stan does everything in his power to try and bring back his son, and it's a really touching story that ends with two gods appreciating Chimdale. Like, this is the American Dad I came for. This is what I wanted. More of this. Less of Russian Doll. This is a 10 out of 10 that is a perfect showcase of both Steve and the boys and a Steve and Stan adventure. Stan is just going around measuring the moisture of wood to see where they're going, and it's delightful. Every element I think back to in the episode just works. It is honestly probably one of the funniest episodes of the entire TBS era.
Little Bonnie Ramirez.
Little Bonnie Ramirez is not the funniest episode of the season. But you know what? It's not that bad. It's actually pretty good. It's just a Roger and Francine episode, and that's actually really solid. After Francine gets bored of Roger's personas, he keeps trying to impress her until he falls back on a tried and true legend, little Bonnie Ramirez, a pageant queen little girl that was kidnapped years ago. Now she's returned and Francine is framed and charged for her disappearance. Roger then battles himself in court while the family tries to adjust and struggles to figure out what they're going to do with the family cruise if Francine can't come, eventually settling on taking the actor that played Francine in the reenactment of her horrible crime. Honestly, it's an episode that you feel like could have been one of the best of the Fox era. It felt like an old friend. This is excellent writing, especially having Roger screw up every step of the way with unabashed confidence. Josh Robert Thompson does a Robert Stack impression for an Unsolved Mysteries bit that might be the funniest joke of the season. The kid that can draw Manny from Modern Family perfectly, even though he's never seen the show, is just perfect. No notes. It's not a 10 out of 10, but it's a 9 out of 10 that keeps that feeling alive as you just feel okay for a change. Little Bonnie Ramirez was found. The nation can sleep once more. Man, things are really turning around. I'm really glad that things have started to really kind of balance out. We're grooving. Things are gonna be okay.
Dancing with myself.
I don't know what to do with this season. I'm losing my mind. I am just gonna lose it, dog. Stan decides that the family needs to be more like him. Hey, something we've seen before. So, how does he do it? Does he take him on a little camping trip to the woods? Maybe he goes to a gun range or something? No, he splices their DNA with some of his own. He gives them giant chins and makes them exact copies of himself to win a bed race. Don't worry, it all then goes on to infect the entire city to make them all stand. It's like that one episode of Rick and Morty where everyone falls in love with Morty and it's all chaos and they have to change timelines and bugs and all that. Remember that? Right? Well, replace alternate timelines with all of this was done to win a bed race, and you're halfway there on why this is a dumb episode. To its credit, the B story is dumb, but intentionally so. Louis, Jeff, and Roger are going to the mountains to shred some fresh pow-pow, and they just idiot their way around. They're just dumb for the sake of being dumb, and you know what? It absolutely works, because every time it cuts to them getting trapped in the snow more and more, it feels like that much more of a reprieve from these giant chin monstrosities haunting my dreams. 3 out of 10 A story, 7 out of 10 B story. Numbers don't matter. Math is a lie. I don't know. 5 out of 10. Who cares? It's also the worst version of this story trope. I honestly don't know which is worse, this or Father's Days. Here, he is actually adjusting their DNA with the help of, you guessed it, Dr. Weitzman of all people, and there he was wiping their memories. I'm inclined to think this is worse and just proves that if Dr. Weitzman is involved, it's usually not one of the better episodes. That does have some exceptions, but law of averages, he sucks.
Mused and abused.
I'm conflicted on this episode. This episode can be hard to watch and can be what one would call triggering for harmful relationships. However, it is a pretty solid episode of American Dad. When Klaus discovers Roger has an innate talent for painting, he encourages him to pursue his passion, and Roger confesses to using Klaus as a muse, which causes them to grow closer. And then, of course, Roger becomes Roger, a self-obsessed artist with an inflated ego that abuses Klaus and leaves him by the wayside. Klaus moves on, gets a job at Panera, tries his best to go back to his old life, but the world of art is just too enticing to ever truly run from. The A story is a lot, but I think D. Bradley Baker actually gives one of his best performances as Klaus this episode that really does humanize this crazy fish. His delivery has so much depth to it that it makes such a heavy story still feel satirical. It works because of the talent of the actors at play. When you have such amazing voice actors, you can take those chances. You can go for a bit of an edgier narrative because they can hang on to it. The B story to this poignant tour de force of animated emotion is Francine, Haley, and Stan raging cross-country in their armored tank to attack Bazooka Shark management for ignoring their ideas to save the team. Mused and abused can be a lot for some people, but if you can make it through to the end, it's a really solid 8 out of 10, even 9 out of 10, that showcases again how American Dad can handle the weight of the emotion at play while still making dumb B stories like Stan and Francine missing an entire season of arena football to just rage. It's a great episode that deserves to be properly appreciated and enjoyed.
Henderson.
Huge props to Carlos Alzaraki for this episode where he plays Stan's childhood imaginary friend and very real person his dad hired, Henderson. I mean, the man has a huge catalog of work. He was Rocco in Rocco's Modern Life, you know. The man is an absolute legend of voice acting and he's front and center. Basically, yeah, Henderson comes back into the Smith life and Francine pays him off to keep pretending that he's Stan's imaginary friend instead of ruining it for him. He starts recommending things for him to do with Francine and rebuilds the relationship until Stan believes he's magical just a little too strongly, and yeah, Francine ends up traumatized for her trouble. The B story? Klaus has got Danuta on the rebound, but he needs a sick new bowl to impress her. So he asks Jeff to forge him the perfect bowl, including no less than 2 Pickle Ricks. This B story is one of the best of the entire season. The entire TBS age. I laughed so hard I cried as Klaus melted his way to the core of the earth. This is peak comedy right here. Henderson is again another really solid 8 to 9 out of 10 that really shows off how the season fluctuates. Sometimes you have really, really great episodes and others you just zone out and blank on. It makes me miss the season 12s and 13s of yore. But it makes sense. It's a tragic but understandable thing. Who knows how many episodes they'd already had made before the event happened? Who knows how production had to change to make these episodes work? Sure, the animation as a whole and voice acting didn't seem to downgrade, but the writing noticeably did on quite a few episodes. That being said, a lot stronger showing than I remembered this season. Hot Scoop. I've gotten flack for reviews in the past. I'm too nice, or I hate someone's favorite episode, or I don't know what I'm talking about. But of all the other reviews I've done, this might be the most divisive. There is no B story to this episode. There is just Scoop. Haley takes Journalism 101 and discovers that journalism is dead, while also discovering a girl that has a pretty great butt and compliments her on it. Haley is now determined to find a scoop all her own, and she decides to hunt down the great butt to a studio called HG, led by Holly Graham. Holly Graham. Anyway, it's a fitness cult, and Francine, former cult leader and member, and Roger get sucked in, even traveling internationally and surrendering their passports to move up closer in Holly's circle. Haley, Francine, and Roger are at their dumbest and most petty this episode, and honestly, it really kind of works. Everything flows and you feel the competition between them all the way until you see the cord under Holly Graham's feet. I haven't talked much about John Daly, but sometimes a role is just made for someone. Sometimes lightning gets caught in a bottle and needs to be unleashed thanks to Percy Jackson or whatever. I don't read books. John Daly has been in the show several times before. However, his role as Man on Toilet is inspired. The first time I watched it, I thought I was going to die. I was laughing so hard. My chest hurt afterwards. I took a break from watching this episode because the moment I saw him, I just started cracking up all over again. "Put me back on the toilet" is one of the best lines ever uttered in the history of television. This is elevated acting and brings the whole episode together. I told you this would be divisive. Hot Scoop is my favorite episode of the season and an unquestioned 10 out of 10. Hot Scoop is chaos perfected. It sticks to what it knows and walks that fine line like a pro. This is what prime American Dad looks like. Lumberjerk. This isn't. This is not what prime American Dad looks like. This is bad. Stan wants to be a lumberjack and has no talent whatsoever, whereas Jeff is super talented and a natural wood splitter. So Stan begrudgingly teams up with Jeff as Jeff carries him through competitions, all while Stan trains with Roger, who is just a drunk lumberjack champion or what. I don't know. I don't care. Stan sabotages the competition with Jeff. They get lost in the woods after a plane gets sawed in half. Stan takes credit for rescuing them. It's a whole thing. Meanwhile, the B story has Steve, Francine, Snot, and secretly Klaus all competing to keep their hands on a car, and the last one standing wins. I'll admit, the B story does outshine the A story by a mile. I think it's just how horrible Stan treats Jeff and how outlandish it gets. The lumberjack crew are fun for the short time they're around, but ultimately I'm just way more invested in who's gonna get this car. Lumberjerk is just a bad Stan and Jeff episode coupled to a pretty decent B story that could go anywhere and goes in a lot of wonderful directions. It doesn't really do anything new. If you left it on in the background, you might not even notice it's playing. There's stuff in it to appreciate if you actually sit down and watch, but overall, it's largely vapid. It does nothing. It has some extreme parts, like some extreme elements, but it just doesn't capitalize with the elements it has. It still holds back. You can feel the restraint in the episode when it's unnecessary. Lumberjerk is a perfectly okay 6 out of 10.
Stan and Francine and Stan and Francine and Radica.
It's a time travel episode. Oh boy. Stan and Francine go back in time to settle an argument and run to their old roommate, Radhika, played by Poonam Patel. Stan and Francine go to a couple's dinner with Haley and Jeff and get into an argument, go back in the past. Past Francine flirts with old Stan, and past Stan flirts with old Francine, and yeah, they switch. You've seen it before. But whoa, hang on, what's this? Stan is horrible to young Francine, and so he gets together with Radhika and has to learn how to appreciate the effort that goes into a relationship and not letting the fire of love smolder or extinguish. Wasn't that a sweet message the other 17 times we've seen it throughout this show? It's not even the first or best time travel episode. The bulk of the episode falls on Radhika being an interesting addition to the episode that she just isn't. And it's not even fair to her character. Sure, there's no B story to pull away from the main episode, but you can't expect a new character to carry all the weight. It's unfair, and she does do her best with what she's given. Admittedly, again, Poonam Patel does try. It is not her fault this episode doesn't work. The episode is like a 4 out of 10 that honestly just let itself run in the background. Let it just linger there, and every time you come back, just go, huh. I would be baffled if this was anyone's favorite episode. Out of all the episodes of American Dad, you'd choose this one? You would choose this over everything else. Not in 100 years. This is no one's favorite episode, and it shows.
Flush after reading.
Stan thinks the library is for nerds. Francine uses the bathroom at the library, so Stan never finds out about her embarrassing shame that it was her that destroyed that airplane bathroom with the great brown spackling. Roger teleports Francine into some books. Nicole Byer plays a pyromaniac librarian, and yeah, they had to run through books in order to survive the inferno while hiding Francine's shame from an inquiring Stan, who goes to the dreaded library to find his wife. Flush After Reading is another background episode, but it's one where if it's playing in the background and you catch one of like 4 scenes, you'll sit down and watch it for like 5 minutes. It's nothing groundbreaking, but at least works for what it is, despite the fact it's only a 20-minute episode and it could have put just a wee bit more effort in. It's dumb American Dad fun that pushes what Roger can do just for the sake of a padding episode. Flush After Reading is a 5 out of 10 that isn't offensively bad or anything, it's just largely forgettable. It's vapid and you could easily believe it was just a fever dream. It's not skippable, but if you accidentally miss it, hey, no harm, no foul. To her credit, Nicole Byer is trying. She's a terrific guest star, and I mean, she does bring a lot of energy to, like usual. It's just unfortunate everything around it just sort of floats away. There is some sharp Francine writing. Dr. Weitzman isn't involved. It's good enough. I like how Stan imagines himself, but it just doesn't have any cohesion. It doesn't come back around. It doesn't feel whole. Flush After Reading is just nothing.
Comb Over, a hairpiece.
Chris Pine is back. Legitimately had no idea he was even in the episode till the rewatch, but my god, he does a great job. You can barely recognize him. Stan is bald. They kept this canon from all the way back in Chimdale, and now he's finally getting hair seeds to fix his lack of hair. The hair surgeon is played by Chris Pine, and once he has hair and functioning kidneys, courtesy of an anonymous Tuttle, Stan gets his hair styled by the one and only Jose Bose, hairstylist to the stars, and Rod Stewart. Just kidding. Love you, Rod. We all know Rod Stewart watches reviews of American Dad on YouTube. I legit had to Google if he's even still alive. He is. He's 78. And played by Matt Mercer in this episode. That's right, it's High Noon, baby Jane. The episode is just Stan trying to not tell it like it is and be honest without being hurtful and understanding. A softer touch sometimes help get a thought across. I gotta say, I really love Comb Over. I think it's hilarious in a lot of places. Sure, towards the end it kind of loses the plot, but it starts with such a strong lead-in that it'd be hard to stick a landing after a stratospheric jump like that. The episode is a solid 8 out of 10 that you find new things to appreciate about with each rewatch. It's one of the better Stan and Roger adventures, and while not the best, does perfectly showcase a world where Roger actually has low self-esteem. While a rare element, it does work for him and honestly makes the episode as a whole that much stronger. It's a solid plot that doesn't need a B story to pull away from it. And speaking of plots...
Plot heavy.
Plot heavy! Get it? Scottie Pippen guest stars. The family goes to visit their cemetery plots for a picnic just to find out that Stan sold the plots for some quick cash for some jet skis since he's the decision maker. The family decides to get their plots back one way or another and decide to open a cemetery in the backyard and ignore all of Stan's ideas, even telling him to take a back seat while they run things. He keeps getting pushed back as the family keeps barreling ahead and tossing corpse after corpse in the backyard with no real plan or structure until they eventually need Stan's help, and honestly, it feels like the payoff to Hurricane from like 8 seasons ago. In that episode, the whole My College Javelin idea had him being bad in crises and learning to just keep trying is rewarded with him hurting his family more and more. Here, he actually finds a solution for everything because he's the idea guy. Even if he has bad ideas sometimes, he's still always thinking of solutions, and honestly, it's a really strong episode for Stan. Haley and Steve both have great dialogue, and Scottie Pippen is a fun inclusion. I don't know what it is about Paul F. Tompkins as a cemetery owner, but him telling Stan to whiff the pig is just constantly stuck in my head now. He just has such a one-of-a-kind voice, and it's delightful to hear him whenever he pops up. I walked into Plot Heavy expecting to be bored and came out enjoying it all the way to the credits. It's a solid 8 out of 10 that gives you a good dose of that controlled chaos that makes American Dad one of the greatest shows ever made.
The Sinister Fate.
Haley has a new friend, Eunice, who is older. Stan references the old Stan the Mountain. Things happen. Haley is afraid of becoming like Francine, and Roger thinks his improv troupe wants him out. Because they do, because he's horrible. You've seen the story 100 times before. Turns out, Eunice is a mad scientist that wants to harvest Haley and Jeff's youth, and Haley learns to appreciate Francine as the older couple gets ready to do their body snatch. It's a really solid Francine and Haley episode. Much like the Wonder Cabinet, it's nice to have these family episodes that don't completely destroy the dynamics, but rather uplifts them and shows that a family can love one another. What a concept. Hate to think that that's what I get compared to Family Guy, but, you know, I'll take a loving family that supports each other. It's not hard to write, actually pretty easy. The A story isn't like, say, Rabbit Ears, where it's largely dealt with serious tones. Here, there is a comedic tone to the darker elements, and it works for the episode as a whole. And all of this without even talking about the B story. Roger basically starting his own improv troupe when he realizes he can't trust the other members, and gets Steve and the gang in on it. He gets even more paranoid, kicks them out, and thinks that everyone else is funnier than he is, and starts falling apart all over again until he's hiring people off the street just to make himself look better. It's a pretty solid episode that is probably one of the stronger Haley and Francine adventures. Eunice felt a little cliche, but if I'm complaining about an old lady, I got bigger fish to fry. The Sinister Fate is a menacing 8 out of 10.
Dr. Sunderson's Sunsuckers.
Haley and Jeff run into Roger's persona, Dr. Sonny Sunderson, who strives to help the planet with his solar technology. They decide to help him streamline his business and install the solar panels he needs to make his clean world a reality. Stan is on the hunt for a TV listings booklet thief. This episode has a cutaway gag in it. It's rare for those to happen in American Dad, and rarer still for them to be so obvious, and yet still really well done. Dr. Sunderson's Sunsuckers is a very special American Dad episode. It's not my favorite of the season when Scoop exists, obviously, but it's a perfect example of peak dadage. It's a great Haley, Jeff, and Roger episode that honestly needs to be seen. The third act of the episode is just so bizarre and dark in an almost beautiful way, and I know that sounds like AI wrote that sentence, but you just kind of have to trust me on it. Sunsuckers is a perfect example of when evaluating sitcom plot development, especially adult animation plot mapping. This is a formula that hits each beat masterfully and interweaves all these different tropes into something really magical. I went into Sunsuckers knowing I enjoyed it the first time around, but revisiting it, I don't know. I see something really special in that sunlit sky. I know it's been said, but Seth MacFarlane really does a great job as Roger, and it adds so much to this episode as a whole. Even the little Stan story is great. This is a 10 out of 10 episode that feels like the clouds of mediocrity have parted. We have only 4 episodes left, and this is the level of quality I have to look forward to? I will want for nothing!
Family time.
The family go to a restaurant where they're drugged by Dr. Weitzman and used as stand-ins for his family. Meanwhile, Roger is depressed and decides that his new persona is going to be a flower, and he goes on a wild journey of theft and debauchery. Want to know the worst part of this episode? Stephanie Beatrice is in this episode. One of the best comedic talents of the modern age, who did a solid job in Twisted Metal of all things. Like, of all the things, she's in Twisted Metal, and it's not bad. It's surprising. And she's stuck in Family Time. I feel so sorry for her. She deserved a better episode. Yeah, no, this is the worst episode of the season. This is bad. This is just genuinely not good. Dr. Weitzman is insufferable. If I had to pick a villain for the entirety of American Dad, it would be Dr. Weitzman. I hate him. Genuinely, I can't think of an episode that would be better served by just some guy instead of the inclusion of Dr. Weitzman in one more episode. I am sure that Matt Weitzman is a good person. He's a very talented writer. His voice delivery isn't even that bad, and I'm sure this is personal preference, but I seethe with anger whenever I see Dr. Weitzman, because I know what I'm about to get is weapons-grade crap, and I have never been disappointed. Positive of the episode, I like that Stan referenced Frisco Melts. I enjoy Frisco Melts. They're pretty cool. Roger Ebert's favorite fast food restaurant was Steak and Shake, and he said he wanted to take Barack and Michelle Obama there because it's just that good. Live with that pointless information because it's more important than anything you could get out of this episode. There are no jokes that make me laugh. There is nothing insightful or thought-provoking. This is a 1 out of 10 on any scale. This is an episode that, looked at in any lens, is unequivocally garbage. The show is great, one of my favorite of all time, and I know that everyone attached is super talented, and I've said as much across 15 videos. But yeah, no, this is an affront to all that is who we are as a human race. This is the bottom of the barrel.
Cry Baby.
Stan can't cry, so he asks his competitively viable good boy son, Steve, to teach him to be empathetic, even resorting to experiments to just be able to cry on cue. However, after having Steve in therapy open him up, he realizes how horrible it can be to have emotions and has Steve's emotions sealed away right before the crowning of the Best Boy award that he was a shoo-in for. The B story is a very light one, with Roger being a horrible HVAC repairman who reaches out to one of his disgruntled customers, Tuttle, with an overly personal email to apologize for his horrible service. Each cutaway is great, and the continued narrative is peak Roger. Like always, Richard Kind is great as Tuttle, and honestly, it's a little refreshing to have such a simple B story after something like Family Time. Honestly, this episode could have been anything after Family Time and still been like an 8 out of 10 by comparison. But Crybaby really evokes that serenity you feel after a good cry. It's a solid Steve and Stan episode where Stan realizes the importance of the feelings he's bashed Steve for over and over again. It's like Any Which Way But Lose, but with a softer touch. I love how seriously they treat the Best Boy Awards, and honestly, it's great seeing Steve be seriously celebrated for being the good kid that he is. The episode just doesn't feel like it has a mean bone in its body. It's just cruising and giving you the best worst of Stan, and it's a solid 9 out of 10 that is a perfect palate cleanser before we go into what I'm sure is another American Dad banger, and not something that totally ruins the idea of Stan or harms Steve in any way.
Crystal Clear.
Stan snoops around the Yoshida estate before Toshi's dad gives him a tour of all the incredible stuff he owns. Reggie Lee really does a good job as Hideki. He always has. He's very good at the character. But I just cannot stand Hideki in a lot of stories. This is no exception. The B story has Klaus and Jeff going to the country for a weekend. Steve mentions his patented Sunday strolls, which are pretty dang legendary. Stan uses Steve's name to get credit cards to take out a ton of debt to impress Hideki, and so he has Roger buy a ton of crystals. Roger takes out a loan from a loan shark, Mike Donkey, played by Joe Manganiello of D&D and Magic Mike fame, which, wow, what a range. Hideki is mildly impressed, and Roger and Stan then have to use the crystals to win Atlantic City to pay the loan shark off, or have Steve's legs broken. The B story with Jeff and Klaus has them in a tranquil little lake town, and they run into one of Klaus's lake boys who's getting married and didn't invite Klaus, so they decide to sabotage the wedding with one of Klaus's tainted IPAs. The B story is fine. I like that Klaus and Jeff are doing something together and their energy works together when done right. The A story, on the other hand, is a whole different beast. Stan doing all this for Hideki sure is on brand, but it's just brutal to Steve for no reason. Steve is just an unwitting victim to the forces that be as he tries to enjoy a delightful Sunday stroll. Like we just saw not last episode what a certifiable good boy Steve is, and then they're breaking his legs because of debt taken out by his dad and Roger in his name. I know it's supposed to be so extreme it's funny, but I just don't think it hits that threshold. Not to mention, all things considered, this is the proper season finale, and we get an episode where Stan betrays Steve and gets into crystals? That's it? No other real resolution, no making up before the end? I don't know. The episode as a whole is okay, I guess. The B story makes it watchable, and the Klaus bits are still pretty solid. It's not an episode I revisit often, but it's one I'd at least watch again. I guess a 5 out of 10.
Steve's franking out.
No Christmas special this year, though it will return in season 17 with The Granch. No, this time it's a Halloween special. It's Halloween week in Langley. Steve is in science club with Snot and Billy, but when Snot leaves and Bartleby the turtle gets run over, Steve turns to Billy and his reanimator for help, and yeah, it's a reanimator parody. The 1985 classic with some Frankenstein slapped in there for good measure. It's honestly just a solid Halloween episode. I love that the whole town is in on it and they're always wishing more intense greetings to each other to celebrate the holiday. It's delightful. It's a great ride with a lot of B camp references that just feels genuine. The B story with the family drinking formaldehyde against the creative Halloween A story gives you an actually special holiday special. Steve's Franken Out is a really fun adventure and a great Halloween watch. Ironically, where last season I wish 300 was the actual conclusion of the season, here I'm glad Steve's Franken Out is the season finale. It actually works a lot better for a finale than Crystal Clear, and at least lets Steve have an adventure where his legs aren't getting smashed in. Again, huge shout out to Kevin Michael Richardson, who has to basically play 3 characters this episode, and we even get a return of Angelica Huston. The episode is a solid 8 out of 10 and an excellent way to walk away from season 16. It's the best note a shaky season like this could possibly end on. And there we have it, season 16. Anything you think I was right on? Wrong on? What was your favorite episode of the season? Least favorite? Let me know in the comments below. This was definitely a unique season. It had some of the highest highs and lowest lows, and honestly, still tried to be experimental when it could be. Season 16 did have some phoned-in episodes that seemed to just kind of meander, but then you get something like Hot Scoop or Wonder Cabinet, and you see that they're still trying, despite everything, to make a show that can still make you laugh, that can still evoke some kind of emotion. We're over 300 episodes in, and they still have episodes that feel fresh and unique. If there was ever a bad season of American Dad, this would probably be it. And even then, it still has a ton of qualities to love. It made the best of a bad circumstance, and honestly, there's a lot of diamonds in the rough to appreciate here. That being said, next season we're going to get some great experimental episodes again, including the legendary Gold Top Nuts. We'll have more of Klaus's Boys, and get to see one of the best season finales the show has ever had. So I'll see you all next time when we careen into season 17. It's season 17! At the time of writing this, season 18 is still premiering, so for all things considered, this is the tentative endpoint for my reviews. This was the season that was out when I started this journey all those months ago. Season 17 can be categorized as the first post-2020 event season. It's returned to form in a lot of ways, and honestly, there's a lot to love here. We get more experimental episodes, wild B stories, and one of the most wholesome and surreal stories American Dad has ever done. So, what worked? What failed? I need to see a live-action Gold Top Nuts directed by Neil Breen, so let's review Season 17!
Langley Dollar Listings.
When Trishelle, the most popular member of the Langley Dollar Listings crew, goes missing and is presumed dead, they hold open auditions for new hosts, and Roger and Francine compete to see who can get on the show. Julie Bowen of Modern Family plays Trishelle. There is a small B story with Jeff making really good coffee and the family tries to monopolize on it, eventually getting it all shut down by the DEA when Klaus gets something from Colombia imported. It's a very small, almost vignette, but props to Jeff for actually standing up for himself and attempting to have some confidence. I just wish it had more time to develop, but it is solid for what it is. The A story of Francine and Roger fighting and eventually having Francine have to sell one of Roger's most eccentric properties to himself because she's just that good just works. It's just a lot of really solid events, and honestly, this is just a really good episode of American Dad. We're coming right out of the gate with everything that you'd expect. Fun guest stars, a vibrant energy. It's a parody of realtor shows, and yet we've never seen that before. It's never been done. We're 17 seasons in and still feeling fresh. Langley Dollar Listings is a league's better season premiere than Who Smarted, and honestly is just a solid Francine and Roger episode. They have one of the best dynamics, and this episode really highlights it. I really did go into this season with low expectations, remembering my initial lukewarm response, but I gotta say, Langley Dollar Listings is a solid 9 out of 10, that if you're going straight from season 16 into it like I did, it's a breath of fresh air. It feels like a true return to form.
Dress Down.
Dan has low self-esteem about his body, which, same fam, but he believes he looks horrible in anything he wears, and so he only wears suits, and when invited to a pool party, proceeds to pass out from heat stroke. So Roger, in a persona like Reynolds Woodcock, Daniel Day-Lewis's character in The Phantom Thread, yeah, we're going that deep with it, designs a Bad Goose line of clothing that gives Stan a whole new confidence and zest for life as he starts to live it up. However, Roger becomes possessive of Stan and keeps guilt-tripping him away from his friends and family to take care of him, even though he's been completely courteous and even invited Roger out with the gang, and he chose to not do anything. You actually feel really sympathetic to Stan here because he finally feels confident, and then it gets stripped away from him. I don't know, Stan is much more sympathetic this season, and I think it really allows for a more nuanced approach to his character. Season 17 is weird. It's not the most inherently experimental, but it takes a lot of weird chances that just keep paying off. The B story of the episode, however, doesn't. Jeff and Haley keep chickens in their room to prove to Francine they can raise chickens instead of using chicken punching brands. Odd thing to do, but I'm here for it. The chickens steal their van and terrorize them. Dress Down is a 9 out of 10 that perfectly highlights the dichotomy of American Dad. Much like Roger Needs Dick, you have Roger playing a wild persona that is a bit of a deep cut, juxtaposed to just a really dumb B story about chickens hijacking a van. Only American Dad could do both at the same time and feel like it earned it.
The Book of Fisher.
Stan doesn't know how to chop it up and just awkwardly blurts out whatever comes to mind, embarrassing himself in front of Steve. He then begins to panic and reveals that Tuttle is in witness protection for watching like 4 hits in a minute. We also get the first appearance of the barber shop, as well as the new character, the head barber, as well as a return of Thomas Lennon's character, who is just being added in more and more, and I'm here for it. I enjoy him. Honestly, absolutely brilliant showing by Richard Kind this episode as Tuttle as well. It really feels like a Stan, Tuttle, and Steve episode. Not that he's main cast or anything, but he's definitely up there in the rotation. Anyway, they drive Tuttle to a safe house, and Stan keeps trying to just chop it up like a normal human being, even picking up a hitchhiker to have someone new to talk to. Christopher Maloney is in this episode, and it is wild. The B story has Jeff writing things down in his diary so that he can recount them later. Seems perfectly normal, right? Well, he leaves it in the freezer. It's discovered centuries later and is turned into a religion for robot-human hybrids, or cyborgs, or whatever, science. Much like Brave New World, here we have just an absolutely absurd twist that is a self-aware framing device. They don't draw attention to it or even play it up. It's just Jeff walking around writing weird stuff down, and then you hear them teaching about the misspelled, weirdly worded diary, and you realize that they totally just made it their own thing. They read what they wanted to read into it. You know, like religion. Honestly, again, The Book of Fisher is a really solid episode, and if we compare it with Stan Goes to Chicago from last season, it's very funny that they seem to cover the same ground, but one does it way better. They're both about Stan being unfunny or unable to just chat with people, but The Book of Fisher gives you examples and actively showcases it in a much more nuanced way. The season so far has been just a net improvement compared to where the show was last season, and you really do love to see it. The Book of Fisher is another 9 out of 10.
A Roger story.
Now, the focus of the episode is on Roger. This is how Roger finds out who his newest persona is as he battles with internal conflict. Oh, and I guess if you want to talk about the story occurring in the background of the episode, we could do that too. Steve and Snot attribute 40% of their friendship to their weekday sleepovers while their moms do book club. Francine and Snot's mom get into a fight over Treasure Island and forbid one another from hanging out, even having Principal Lewis and Billy hunt them down and stop them from seeing each other. Steve and Snot decide to fake their own deaths and buy medicine/poison from Apothegary and go into a deep sleep that actually does kill them. And so Francine and Snot's mom have to go to hell and get back Steve and Snot's mom's kid. They take the elevator, make a deal with the devil, and yeah, they can bring their sons back if they hang out in a room for all eternity together. Where it shows that a mother's love is boundless and they do anything for their kids. But I can't emphasize enough that this episode is actually about Roger. None of that family nonsense. This is Roger's story. It's in the title. He's in most of the episode and is almost always saying something at some point. We also get a little B story where Stan has tattoos that remind him of what's going on, and it's really, really solid. Even a callback to Memento. It has a payoff at the end of the episode that, I don't know, it kind of makes the whole episode work. Sure, we had Shakedown Steve last season, which was great, but this is just even more experimental weirdness. Last season was pretty tame in comparison. I'm not going to say it's a great showing, but I was never bored and it was definitely one of the better Snot episodes. It's a totally righteous 8 out of 10.
Epic powder dump.
The family goes on a ski trip to the mountains where Stan wants to relive his vacations from when he was a kid and realizes that he was really, really poor. Darren Norris and Swoozie Kurtz would return to play Stan's parents. When they get there, the old cabins have been torn down and Roger becomes a partier with DJ Avalanche, played by Craig Robinson. Stephanie Beatrice would also return, and the Keyblade wielder himself, Haley Joel Osment, also guest stars. The B story has Klaus getting a woman on a support line to find out why his phone isn't working and accidentally hangs up on the girl, and he believes she is the girl of his dreams. So he and Snot hunt to find out where she lives. Stan tries to rebuild his past at the dump, and the family try to support him the best they can as they struggle through it, but ultimately do go to the party to actually enjoy some of their vacation. Between Stan realizing he had a miserable childhood and his family coming to rescue him when they see he's in danger, not to mention Klaus going to find his dream girl who he only misses because she's out looking for him, this episode really knows how to pull at your heartstrings and makes you feel in ways you wouldn't think were possible. Again, I don't know what it is about this season, but it's rejuvenating, it's revitalizing. There's a weird undercurrent of hope that just flows throughout this season, and I love it. Epic Powder Dump is a brilliantly down 8 out of 10 that works both the heartstrings and your funny bone. I'll see myself out. But it is a solid episode, and I mean, sure, some episodes this season might not land right, but going back through, there really wasn't any that I was just completely gobsmacked by. This season really does feel special, and I can't quite put my finger on why.
American Dad Graffito.
Stan wants Haley to move up in the real world when he discovers that Johnny 50's, his beloved 50s themed restaurant that he never went to, is closing. He decides to try and bring back 50s culture to Langley, and Haley is determined to shut down Johnny 50's to move up its sub-hub after installing a new sub-hub there, and hopefully impress corporate. And that's the whole episode. That's it. Stan talking about how violent the 50s were and why we should return to them, Roger as Wolfman on the radio, and Haley trying to grow up, all while Stan realizes he just wants to keep the memories he had of his time with Haley at Johnny 50s when she was a little kid, and he just doesn't want to lose those. Again, there's this undercurrent of familial love this season, and it's just really focused on how much the family cares for one another in their own ways. There isn't really a B story to the episode, and it's just a bunch of 50s jokes and parodies of things like Happy Days and Grease. But I actually think the A story handles the weight of the entire episode. It's not anything complex, and all things considered is a pretty tame episode, but it knows what it's doing and sticks to it. I really just did not have a ton to say about this episode. It does have a lot of quirks, it does have a lot of charm, the song is entertaining, and overall, it is a solid 8 out of 10, but it is a little bit of a forgettable episode. That being said, it does lead directly into a weird Twilight Zone episode.
Beyond the Alcove, or How I Learned to Stop Worrying and Love Klaus.
Beyond the Alcove. Francine struggles with doing a seating chart because she has no way of putting Klaus anywhere that he won't embarrass himself. She even does this whole horse tranquilizer Queen's Gambit thing to try and Jimmy Neutron brain blast a solution for it. We make references here. Have fun. However, at that same party, Klaus is actually charming and delightful. Everyone seems to be enjoying him. Francine begins to spiral because no one can like Klaus and starts going to more and more extremes to get people to like her and hate him again, steadily losing her sanity because it just doesn't make sense. How could anyone like Klaus? And then the truth comes out. Klaus has been brainwashing the entire city to love him. I think this episode doesn't get talked about enough, mostly due to its proximity to perfection, but it's honestly a really solid, surreal little adventure. It's Francine at her absolute strongest, and it really is unsettling when you think about it. How could Klaus be popular? It can't be done. And then you get to the downright Orwellian reveal that feels like a Twilight Zone episode all its own. We also get our first appearance of the flatter-chested than promised Nerfer, played by Rachel Dratch of SNL, not S&L fame. I genuinely really love Beyond the Alcove, and I'd say it's an excellent 10 out of 10 that is some of the best writing of the season yet. Again, it's a rebound like this that shows it was extenuating circumstances that impacted season 16. They've still got the pepper, and they're cooking up something great!
A Song of Knives and Fire.
Cooking, fire, we make puns here. Dumb puns, but puns nonetheless. Pow. Alright, gang, I'm gonna be real with you. This might be the weakest episode of the season. I'm so sorry. And yet, if I had to give it a score right now, it's still like a 6 or 7 out of 10. Which, if that's the lowest score, this is just an absolute fire season. See? We did it again. We have fun here. The A story has Stan signing up to be a volunteer firefighter while Francine gets annoyed at him. Keith David actually guest stars, which, first time he's come to the show, but always great to hear the legend himself. Francine then begins to set fires around town as she slowly gets seduced by the flames, and Stan has to keep putting them out as she makes bigger and bigger infernos. It's fine. I like the personified flame, that's a cool touch, and they're obviously going for something, so credit there, I guess. The B story has Roger performing as a knife-throwing persona, and he's really horrible at it, mangling his assistants every time and attracting a huge audience because of it. Neither story of the episode is bad at all, they're perfectly on the level, they just feel like older season episodes. I'd expect this from like season 11, not 17. Somewhere where they still were in that kind of Fox writing mindset. Like I said, probably the lowest score of the season, but still not bad in the slightest. It has a lot to love and is just overshadowed by the greatness right around the corner.
The Curious Case of the Old Hole.
Ooh, I can feel it. I can feel what's about to happen. It's gonna be magical. But for now, it's summer break. Snot and Steve are off to their old hole that they haven't told anyone about that got vandalized, and so Steve and Roger have to solve the mystery like only they can. As Wheels and the Leg Man. Bow, 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 bow. The B story has Klaus and Principal Lewis, a hashtag dream team, going out to party, and Klaus trying to pump Lewis up to go out there and take the city on and show them who they're dealing with. I love that Klaus and Principal Lewis are friends. They have a chaotic energy that really gels together. Between the cult, Steve going rogue cop, and just absolute dynamite voice acting from everyone, from Jason Mantzoukas to Christopher Maloney again, this is honestly one of the best Wheels in the Leg Man bits of all time. Like, to bring back something we haven't seen in seasons, it had better be good, and it more than earned bringing those two back. I love this episode. It's a 10 out of 10 that absolutely shines because it's absolute perfect comedic pacing. Some of the B story flounders a little bit, but the A story is just so strong that it keeps the rest up. Even just the fruit lick is great. Everything I can think of about the episode lands, and it's a very memorable background baseline American Dad that has perfected that formula. This is easily one of the best episodes of the season, and honestly probably a great way to introduce TBS American Dad to people. It gives a taste of the old ideas, some of that TBS flair, and if they just let it play over to the next episode, they get
Gold Top Nuts.
Gold Top Nuts. Now, I'm not going to call this episode a religious experience, but it's close. The family are on a budget flight back from vacation when it crashes on a mysterious island and they wake up naked, confused, and with no recollection of who they are. They explore the island and discover a lighthouse. Inside, a TV with a VCR, Google it, and a tape that just has a commercial on it for Gold Top Nuts. The family begins watching it over and over again and reshape their very identities around the dynamic in the commercial, about a guy whose boss is coming over to watch the big game, and them promising to always leave out the Gold Top Nuts. The family does eventually make it back to Langley, discovers it was just magnetism that was making them lose their minds, and just get eviscerated on live television. They're mocked, ridiculed, and just run into the ground for no reason whatsoever. And so the family comes together and tries to fight the siren call of the island once more, eventually coming to the realization that if you can't forgive and you can't forget, you just need to be kinder and try to bring more happiness than darkness in the world. You just need to put out the best nuts for those you love. Family Guy could never. Simpsons could never. South Park, Rick and Morty, whatever, could never. Never. This is one of the best, if not the best episode of American Dad. This is one of the best episodes of adult animation ever. This is what perfect television looks like. We as a civilization, as a species, would be elevated if we were all required to watch and appreciate Gold Top Nuts. Gold Top Nuts has a quiet beauty. It doesn't push as many jokes as possible into a scene, and the family aren't just trying to be wacky, they're earnestly trying to understand who they are and their society. We kind of saw this with Daysong Heavy Industries too, but this is much more focused and bred and a much better developed attempt, and I think I can attribute it mostly to the absence of Roger. Roger is not in the episode until the very end, and having him out of it shows just the family and how they're adapting, how they adapt in this foreign land. Roger, you could just say, oh, he's immune to magnetism, so he's just watching them be crazy, and maybe he tells them to live a different life, but they don't do that. They want you to focus on these characters. They want you to focus on their story. Gold Top Nuts is a 10 out of 10 that will make you reevaluate things in your life. It will make you want to leave out the best nuts for those closest to you. We can be hurt. We can be mocked and ridiculed, but if we leave out the best nuts for those we care for, we'll never truly be alone. Gold Top Nuts is a light shining in the darkness. It is true and unbridled art. Gold Top Nuts is an ascendant episode of television and a must-watch for any dadder, any viewer. If you see this and you've never seen an episode of American Dad before in your life, you need to do that. You need to watch Gold Top Nuts and feel better about yourself. This is a pin episode. This is a cerebral episode. You will walk away from this feeling evolved. This is, I'm sorry. I did this entire review series to talk about this one episode, and it's glorious.
The 3 F's.
Francine gets real into frogs. No, like real into frogs. If you're doing a marathon of the show and go from gold top nuts to this, just know I'm sorry. That's like stepping off in an in-motion bullet train, just wiping out on that Shinkansen. Yeah, Francine gets obsessed with frogs since the family doesn't want to hang out with her, and Greg absolutely hates it, just loses his mind. The frogs start to take over the house and worship Francine to effectively butter her up as they get ready for their total takeover and to use her as food for their eggs. The family goes to save her from her froggy fate. It's a weird and unsettling episode, but it really does kind of work. The family genuinely cares about Francine, and they're actively panicked when they realize what's going on and rush over to save her. It's just a reassuring thing to see, especially after Gold Top Nuts. Seeing Greg spiral is great, and there's even a little B story of Klaus just talking Jeff's ear off. I don't hate it, it's actually pretty funny, but overall, the episode just suffers from following greatness. It's still like an 8 out of 10, but how do you live up to being in the shadow of nuts? That being said, look at all the episodes we've had at the halfway point in the season. Do you notice anything? We've gotten way more weird episodes this season than any previous one, and we're still not done. This is a wildly experimental season, and honestly, I think it really pays off in the long run. And the fact that we're not just front-ended with quality shows that this is a properly structured season, unlike season 16.
Smushed, a love story.
Steve goes to Philly, the city of love, and hopes that he'll meet the girl of his dreams there. Finding one girl he crushed on and trying to charm her with milk, he finds out that she's just Reese Witherspoon in disguise and hangs around Philly with Allie, played by Patty Harrison. There's a little side story of Snot going around Philly with a crazy girl as well, and it's honestly just a fun, great little episode. It reminds me a lot of something like Independent Movie and just gives a solid Steve episode with these cutaways to couple stories of when they fell in love. It's fun! There's not a ton to analyze with it. I wish Allie showed up more, but I think that's just who her character is, and it's supposed to be a temporary thing, but it was still fun regardless. Smushed is a very competent 9 out of 10 that is Stan and Francine hanging on Steve's every word, just waiting for the news, and then Steve just realizing it doesn't matter and going with the flow. I don't want to keep going into the episode, but there's a part where Steve eats a pepper, and it might be one of the funniest scenes Steve has ever had. I mean, Scott Grimes has done this voice for over 300 episodes, and he is still knocking it out of the park. Really, all the voice actors have only evolved with their characters, and their performances never really seem to dip. It's a wild thing to see in action, but it does add an extra layer that makes the show shine. Smushed, a Love Story is an excellent Valentine's Day episode that is nowhere near Valentine's Day. It's something that feels like a holiday special that never truly was. It has a lot of potential, it hits all the right notes, it's just an interesting place for it, but overall is a beautiful little adventure.
The Fast and the Spurious.
No one can trust Roger with driving because he's always irresponsible. We get the return of Heinrich, played again by Terry Crews, which I know, I'm sorry. I thought he was voiced by DMX too. We even get a little song with him too, another homage to the late great DMX. Roger feels dejected, and Klaus and Jeff find time to bond when the family goes to a pizza shop that then takes off into space. Yeah, I bet you had no idea the second half of the episode is the family dealing with being on a spaceship and combating the sun madness after Roger shoots them all into space. See if you can recognize Roger's spacesuit. Look familiar? It's the same as the suits in the Orville, the greatest not Star Trek show you aren't watching. Seth MacFarlane, Scott Grimes, the late great Norm Macdonald, it's honestly got a lot to love. I could sit here and talk about this episode, but what good would it do? Roger brings up Sun Madness. Want to guess who gets Sun Madness first? You want anyone? Anyone. By all means, yeah, Roger. That's right. The episode is predictable, and that's definitely not a bad thing. Remember, if it has a familiar formula, it's allowed to focus more on the jokes, and honestly, it does. The writing is still super sharp, and while not as strong as Smush, it's a great 8 out of 10 and great casual American Dad viewing. Like, not every episode has to be Gold Top's level. That's what makes an episode like that special. I am not bashing these episodes for being normal. If anything, it's great to have baseline episodes like this. You know what to expect, and I love that.
A League of His Own.
Steve is doing a report on his dad for school and is totally obsessed with why his dad is great for a school essay. The B story is Francine trapped in a porta potty. Haley gets hung up on Steve thinking Stan is great at something and sets out to prove something isn't right. Steve's teacher is played by Jay Farrow, and I gotta be honest, he kinda elevates the whole episode with his performance. Full disclosure, I've been watching the newer episodes of Family Guy and was wondering why after so long they were getting a laugh out of me, and then I saw it. Jay Farrow was there in the credits. I genuinely believe Jay Farrow is one of the guiding lights for Family Guy and is one of the sharpest comedic minds of the modern era. And he does a fantastic job here showing off his talents. He's a super funny guy. But yeah, no, Stan is fudging his record and makes sure he looks super impressive without actually doing anything. And Francine is stuck in a porta potty. Lot of moving pieces to this episode. Honestly, again, much like The Fast and the Spurious, it's more just casual baseline American Dad. It's not the worst, it's not the best, it's perfectly fine. It's an 8 out of 10 that I genuinely enjoy watching if it comes on late at night. And plus, the Bullocks singing the baseball song is fantastic. It's delightful. I'm a fan. It's an excellent watch as you're zoning out. It relaxes you, it makes you laugh, but not too hard, and just lets you know that everything is gonna be okay as you drift off into a snooze.
You are here.
The show opens with a documentary zoom-in. The episode is a very complex parody of Jasper Mall, which was a documentary about, you guessed it, a dying mall. Roger's the janitor for the mall and the groundskeeper while the boss, Mr. Javits, is away. Steve gets a summer job at the mall with Roger while the family goes off to do their B story of doing a food truck thing. We then get a surreal, spooky, delightful little episode. It did actually air on Halloween, so I will say it's the Halloween episode of the season. But honestly, how it's presented is so fantastic. Very much in like a Midsummer idea, where it's not inherently spooky. It's the ambiance that's being set up. I love the development of it just being this dilapidated mall with a very dusk atmosphere, and Steve teaming up with the ghosts that inhabit the mall to stop the evil lich, Mr. Javits. The family food truck being incorporated into the mall food truck food court thing is great, and honestly, the episode as a whole is a solid banger. It has this air of 1980s glam horror like Chopping Mall, and it just works so well in large part to how it's not intentionally trying to be spooky. It's a slow burn that has a great payoff. You Are Here is an experimental success and arguably the best Halloween special the show has. You Are Here is an outstanding 10 out of 10.
I heard you want to buy some speakers.
Barry has a party with the boys at his house and then they blow out his dad's speakers and they have to go out and get replacements from Roger. Stan tries to do a backflip. Honestly, it's a Barry episode, something we haven't really had before. Is it as good as Barry starring Bill Hader? No, absolutely not. But it does have a lot of charm, and honestly, Eddie K. Thomas does a phenomenal job carrying the episode. Barry has really been whatever they needed him to be, and this episode is just a shining example of what happens when they revisit a character and breathe new life into them. We've seen Tuttle brought into his own right during the TBS era, and honestly, this episode feels like Barry finally getting proper time to shine. Sure, we got evil Barry back in Stan and Francine and Connie and Ted, but we have never really seen this Barry. And having it be a Snot and Barry adventure with Roger featured actually works really well, exploring an almost never used dynamic. It's a very competently done and solid side character-focused story that shows there's still more to love about this delightful return to form. I Heard You Want to Buy Some Speakers is a 9 out of 10 that deserves your attention. The more I think on the episode, it's got such great guest stars that return back. You've got Gary Cole coming back, who's always wonderful, and it just offers so many great elements to visit. I went into it the first time absolutely just thinking it was a nothing episode, and then the second time fell in love with it. It really is fantastic.
Haley was a Girl Scout?
Haley is leading a Girl Scout troop, and when Stan gets in trouble with the cops, he gets assigned to co-lead her Girl Scout troop, and Haley is shocked by how he takes over and shows interest when he didn't have any interest when she was a Girl Scout. She then is determined to sabotage them and win back her troop. The B story has Steve trying to escape to his fantasy world, but when he gets caught showering in the gym shower, he starts to slip and can't do anything right in his dream world either, and it's less and less of an escape. The Girl Scouts compete in a robotics contest, and yeah, it's a perfectly decent episode. It's nothing groundbreaking, but hey, I'll take baseline here and there. Honestly, as we turn the corner on the end of the season, there's still a lot of great episodes to look forward to, and while Haley Was a Girl Scout is in that same territory as, say, A Song of Knives and Fire, it delivers on being a competent example of American Dad. It's a 6 out of 10, and it's a perfectly okay episode to just have on in the background. You've seen the episode before, and honestly, it reminded me a lot of Alias, but it seemed to be more about letting go of that hate and disdain instead of it eating you alive. It has a deeper message if you look into it, it's just surprising to see, especially after episodes like The Devil Wears a Lapel Pin. We've seen this angle before. We have seen Haley have this resentment for Stan, and Stan fully deserving it, but I don't know, this seems like the weakest example of it in comparison. I think that's why this episode doesn't work for me, is that Stan wasn't the absolute worst that he has been in the past. Remember, he made Haley a sleeper agent. Anything lighter than that, that's whatever. This is American Dad. You gotta earn your trauma. But the episode's not bad.
Please, Jeff.
Jeff can't say no to people, and it's burning him out. Meanwhile, Stan creates Chicken Baby, the perfect Halloween costume. I'm not gonna lie, I love when Stan is like this. That unbridled confidence is what makes him just one of the best characters ever written. He is going to charge into a ravine with a smile on his face. Roger dresses up like Tony Mendez, the subject of Argo, since he's celebrating the Argo Museum in Fargo. It's a busy but solid little adventure. It's nice to have a Jeff-centric episode, especially when it shows him gaining some confidence in who he is. I love hearing Bullock talk about moon schedules too. It's just, there's something about it. I don't know, maybe it's Patrick Stewart's voice, but I could hear him say moon schedules for days. Please, Jeff is a perfect showcase of why Jeff is a great character. He's both genuinely stupid and stupidly in love with Haley. He decides to taxi a giant plane cross-country with Tuttle as his co-pilot to show her he cares. Stan goes delusional looking for the one fan of his costume, and Steve gets called to mediate a full-on hostage situation. I will say, the fact that it's all in Stan's head, that he was the one that complimented himself and he walks away proud of how strong his self-conscious is really good. Like, that's a really clever way to spin that, and honestly, it pairs well with everything else we've seen about Stan just living in his own reality. And I do actually really love the end of the episode because Roger subconsciously suggesting for Jeff to drive the plane is perfect. Please, Jeff just works because Jeff is such a good guy at heart. He loves Haley more than anything and she loves him back. It takes effort to write a healthy enough marriage that seems natural, and having Jeff be a lovable idiot has helped elevate him as a character again and again, not only this season, but the show as a whole. Jeff has earned his time in the spotlight, and honestly, you'll love to see it.
Jambalaya, jambalaya.
Francine decides to build a garden even though she has a brown thumb. Stan and Haley follow Bev DiVincenzo on social media and basically cyberstalk her until they actually go out to visit her in real life. Roger remembers the perfect jambalaya recipe, and Klaus turns to Steve for help writing his script to impress John Cena, even referencing when Roger and Steve were writing partners in Season 4. It's been a while since we had an A, B, and C stories, and it almost feels like a return to form. Jambalaya is just a perfect episode. I don't know what else to say. It perfectly showcases the family just being their dumbest selves, except maybe Francine, who just had a dream and everyone keeps getting in the way of that. Naturally, Roger decides to open a jambalaya restaurant after remembering the aforementioned recipe, and even finds a frozen alligator that he nurses back to life. His name is Julius, and he's incredible. And the rest of the episode goes exactly how you think it would. Stan and Haley get nursed back to health by Bev, Julius gets kidnapped and then rescued by his previous owner John Cena, the jambalaya is good, all very predictable events that anyone could see coming from a mile away. I love jambalaya. It's everything I want from just good, dumb American Dad. Sometimes a 10 out of 10 episode is just that good because it's perfected getting a sharp laugh out of people. They know what you want. Just turn your brain off and trust that it's gonna be good. Sometimes there's deeper meanings. Sometimes there's a gold top nuts. And sometimes there's a Mardi Gras gator. And that's okay. It is okay to be dumb. Dumb is a form of comedy that needs more celebration.
Giernaut and strudel.
I'll say it, I think I was a little too harsh on Dr. Weitzman. I think I attributed him to a lot of the issues of the last season, and it wasn't necessarily on him. He's in this episode, and honestly, he's fine. It's Klaus's birthday. His boys have even come to visit. However, Klaus is being selfish, and that's no good. He reveals a past trauma with the old puppet show Gernot and Strudel, and so Stan and the clan decide to make a Gernot and Strudel episode to teach Klaus about the power of sharing. However, he has Dr. Weitzman put their bodies into the puppets and has them perform Gernot and Strudel forever. The B story has Steve trying to keep Roger sober for a piano recital and rushing to stop Delmonico from giving Roger what he needs. It is an inspired performance by Andy Richter as Delmonico. I absolutely love hearing him, and he has truly breathed life into this drug dealer. I enjoy Andy Richter. I think he's fantastic, and I know I haven't sung his high graces earlier in this season or even in this series, but it needs to be said that he is a wonderful addition. Gernot and Strudel is a really solid episode. The dialogue is great, I love the puppet designs being just unsettling enough, and it's great seeing them handle such a basic concept with such panache. Like, yeah, it's just teaching Klaus sharing is caring, but it goes so much deeper than that. They wouldn't give Klaus this much focus if he was a character they were trying to get rid of. Honestly, Klaus has had the biggest glow-up of any character in the show. He has some of the best A stories, and he's a genuinely entertaining member of the family. Oh, and he's a talking goldfish. No other show could do it. That's all I'm saying. Gernot and Strudel is a lesson learning 8 out of 10.
Echoes.
While there is the Christmas episode left after this is considered both as a season and potential series finale of our beloved American Dad. Bullock is narrating as he talks about the hum. Just a steady, annoying hum echoing in the back of the mind and universe. And then Bullock shreds out in an IROC, and yeah, it's a lot of an episode. There's a lot here. Steve is worried about doing the right thing for his timeline and apprentices under Memphis Stormfront and goes into the Bloppler, where he awakens to the vision to see the future. It's a lot of timeline alternating wild nonsense that works in the best possible way. It reminds me a lot of Wonder Cabinet having Steve have these almost ascended powers. Roger wants to get back into music as the whiplashing talent that he is as Walt Whitman. I don't know, it doesn't do a lot for me, but the constant stream of people asking about that hum, even in the B story, is chilling in the best way. Fun fact, in the studio head's office after Steve gives his premonitions, he has a poster on his wall, and in the middle of it is Mazinger Z, one of the most prolific giant robots of all time. Echoes is a 10 out of 10, make no mistake, but it's mostly due to Steve and Scott Grimes' excellent performance. Honestly, huge props to Andy Daly, who is fantastic as Stormfront, and really brings more to the character than he ever needed to before. If the series had ended on Echoes, I think I would have been okay with it. I think it would have been the perfect bookend of a return to form after a horrible global event. However, thankfully, it kept going. It kept pushing through, and honestly, I'm so glad it did. Echoes isn't a finale, it's a checkpoint. Echoes is where you can look into the event horizon and know that if you stopped watching the show right here, right now, you could get a complete adventure. You could just walk away. Or you could turn and walk into that horizon. You could see what's on the other side.
The Grouch.
Oh, here we go. Demonetization speedrun. Woohoo! Roger gets deprived of actions at the annual Christmas gathering of not-clothed holiday enjoyers and basically becomes the Grinch, but he's called the Grouch instead. Do you get it? Do you get it? Do you understand the joke? That's it. That's all there is. I hope you liked the chick from the Birdwatching Buddies episode about the egg madness, because she comes back. It's a Roger is the Grinch episode. There's only so many ways you can say that. Want to know what the B story to our Christmas episode is? Not our Halloween episode, our Christmas episode. It's Stan making a magazine for men and going to Barry for financing. This is the Christmas episode. They're making a magazine for men in the Christmas episode. No time travel, no battle with Santa, no angels, no nothing. It's probably one of the weakest Christmas specials, and honestly, it's disappointing. To go from Echoes to the Grouch is just such a tripping point. It's not a bad episode, but it does not hold up compared to what came before it. It's like a 6 out of 10, vastly overshadowed by just the rest of the season. If it was in any other season, it wouldn't be as bad. It would be a bad Christmas special, but not a bad way to end a season. Here, this is just bad. It's almost offensively bad compared to Echoes. I would take 10 Echoes over having to watch the Grange one more time. It is just a slow burn slog. And there we have it. That's season 17, and honestly, it was a lot better than I initially remembered. We got a ton of really great episodes this season, and some that were even show-defining, I'd say. To bounce back from season 16 with such ferocity shows that it was not a sign of times to come, but rather just a misstep. This season had no valleys. It had no episodes I truly dreaded revisiting, and honestly, it was just the best of everything I needed it to be. So what was your favorite episode of the season? Least favorite? Anything you think I was wrong on? Right on? Let me know in the comments below. It's season 18, or 19, or 20. Who cares? The most important thing is we're talking even more American Dad. It's a new season full of, honestly, some really great daddage. It's crazy that I've done 18 of these reviews at this point, and we're 18 years into a series, and I'm still finding things to love about it. It's also wild that of all the seasons, I can finally say this with pride. This is the season of Jeff. Our little bucket hat boy has become a leading star man with some pretty downright special A stories this season. We'll get a great backdoor pilot, some great guest voice actors, an adventure spanning a multiverse, and so much more to love. So what worked? What failed? What untrademarked metaverse variants will be curtailed? If you ever visit Chicago, don't be a chump and visit the Bean. It's time to review Season 18! Fellow Traveler. It's very funny that there's Fellow Traveler, this glorious season premiere, and Fellow Travelers, the Showtime political drama, that premiered in the same year. Just kinda confusing. Thought the guy in Suits might have been an American Dad for a second there. Anyway, in a truly out-of-this-world intro, Roger is on the moon scanning planets when he runs into a shape-shifting, definitely not the thing alien, and crushes its young. He then escapes down to Earth in Roswell, New Mexico in the 40s, setting up his origin on the planet while tragically losing his fuel supply. He gets picked up by a traveling Bible salesman who takes him back to a hostel where he runs into his fellow travelers. Carrie Payton, aka Cyborg in Teen Titans, is Fred Underwood. Amy Sedaris is Rosalind Jenkins. Anthony Mendez is Luis, and Ann Dowd is Miss McAdoo. He learns about his persona powers and even gets pursued by Avery Bullock Sr. to Roswell's festival where he gets his power supply back and ends up using the creature as a decoy to distract Bullock and his fellow travelers as he runs off into the desert. He puts his UFO in Hangar 18, and then begins his journey through time as the Fellow Traveler in an intro homage reminiscent of the Traveler series of the 70s and 80s like Incredible Hulk, $6 Million Man, Quantum Leap, etc. I gotta say, absolutely loved it. What a way to start a season off, and what a creative vehicle for the episode. Stan and the family aren't there. They're not even born yet. There's no narrative framing device. The episode just starts. This story can be taken as 100% true or a complete fabrication and still work. It has sharp jokes, a growing tension, and having the other alien have a very The Thing presence worked really well. Roger can fill a role as a persona, but he's still Roger. This alien, however, can completely replicate something. They're not as different as they initially may seem. I don't know, it's wild that a show can do this 18 seasons in and still feel fresh. Fellow Traveler is a 10 out of 10 that starts the season off on a high note. The Professor and the Coach. Haley has a new professor that absolutely inspires her to be her best self, and she loves the person she's become because of him. Professor Longbottom is just Roger. However, Haley knows it's Roger the entire time. He's just different in this form. He's more inspiring. He's better. Oh, also, in breaking catastrophic news, the Bazooka Sharks are leaving Langley. Francine is shocked into a coma, and Jeff is determined to right this wrong with the rap of the century that will make those money crunchers think twice about ripping Langley's heart out. Stan becomes a booster for Groff football. Haley wants to help Professor Longbottom finish his great American novel about Old Faithful, the light sci-fi epic in the works. Roger then starts finding more and more creative ways to procrastinate until he actually makes up a second personality as Groff's new football coach, which will definitely eat into his writing time. Barry gets recruited to Groff. A lot goes down this episode. And yet, it feels natural. Like, look at all the chaos of Roger running around trying to maintain two different personas, even roping Rogu into it, that Haley, of course, knows is all fake. You have Jeff putting on an absolutely breathtaking and heart-wrenching rap, even mentioning the Zuka Sharks' eternally young fan, Lisa Jenkins, and sure enough, saves the Bazooka Sharks. Full disclosure, this really is the season of Jeff, and I am here for it. It's actually kinda neat how the last episode was Roger discovering his powers, and the next episode is him having a conflict within his personas. I don't know, it's a bunch of small touches that add up to the series being greater than the sum of its parts. Vice Principal. Steve thinks Principal Lewis is horrible at his job, so he files a formal complaint with the superintendent, played by returning great Angelica Huston. 3 former students break out of prison and vow their revenge on Principal Lewis. Chris Sullivan, Ally Mackey, and Pete Davidson would all guest star. Pete Davidson as one of the escaped convicts, which is very fascinating. First Kim Kardashian, then Pete Davidson. I think they're fans. The B story? A baby giraffe escapes the zoo and the Smiths decide to take it in and have the greatest adventure ever with their new Savannah-loving friend. Lewis and Steve have to work together to stop the convicts from blowing up the school, while Stan and the Stanimals take the giraffe around town for a night it'll never forget. The convicts aren't great in a few spots, but overall the episode is a fun little adventure that shows why Principal Lewis is more laid back and doesn't want kids burning themselves out. He feels like he failed these students. It's an interesting angle with the episode, and I think that's what sets American Dad apart from other series. It offers introspection, even if it's exaggerated. Principal Lewis can feel like he failed those kids and chug a bunch of soda and pop Mentos until he's flying in the sky taking them out at the exact same time. It's also great to just have another Steve and Lewis adventure. We haven't had one for several seasons, so it's a nice return to form, especially not having Lewis just hunting down Steve for shenaniganery. Not to mention Stan and the rest of the family just having a great time with a new friend. Vice Principal is a solidly enjoyable 8 out of 10.
The Pleasanting at Smith House.
Oh, why, it's an ever so delightful day, and Jeff and Klaus are going on one of their pleasant afternoons, where they go and find an antique comb at a property sale, and Klaus discovers there's a wraith inside it. The wraith played by Alana Ubach. Naturally, when you hear that there's a wraith somewhere, you start to panic, but nope, Klaus decides to start dating her and spends less time with his best bud, Jeffrey. And so Jeff decides to sabotage his friend and even gives the comb to Tuttle, who gets that primo drip. He's slathered in the Riz, kids. We even get the return of Jane Lynch in the episode, who will actually show up several times throughout the season. The B story has Stan getting hit by unintentionally getting wrapped into Francine's fights, and eventually when his mouth is wired shut, he's determined to eat a sandwich he's been waiting for forever. The longer you can sit through it, the better that scene gets. I mean, just seeing the screws slide out and the wires snap, ugh! It creates such a visceral feeling and makes my skin crawl, but it feels so dang heroic at the same time. Just talking about it sends a chill up my spine. Like, I can't do body horror like that, but it doesn't go overly graphic and definitely knows the line it has to tread with the joke. We also get the appearance of the ghost of old Ulysses, so that's great. The Wraith is freed, Roger is a gig worker, and Klaus and Jeff make amends. It's a Jeff and Klaus episode, and I really don't hate it. Of course, Jeff and Klaus would find a Wraith sealed to a comb, and Klaus would take the opportunity to lie about their relationship and try to seem cool. Everything on display makes sense, and it's great to see Jeff not opposite Haley, Steve, Roger, or even Stan, but Klaus of all people. The closest I think we've gotten to that in the past was when he forged Klaus's pickle Rick Bowl. It's an absolutely terrific episode that fleshes out a relationship we don't get to see much of, but when it's there, it absolutely shines. The Pleasanting at Smith House is a non-haunted 9 out of 10.
Stretch thin.
It's another great Jeff episode. Jeff, the leading man in 2 episodes back to back? Oh, we're eating good this season, dadders. So good. At the grand opening of Mama Manja's, Jeff wants to eat the salmon, but Haley makes a decision for him, knowing that he would make the wrong choice. Jeff gets fed up with everyone telling him what to think and storms off. While wandering the streets, he gives a robber only some of his money and stumbles into the highly lucrative, low price of entry pyramid-shaped business scheme of selling cheap leggings. When Haley finds out that he got scammed, she goes down there to get even, and bing bang boom, she's also in on this great deal. They're practically giving these bad boys away. Can you believe these margins? Jay Farrow and Wendy McClendon-Covey return as guest stars. And basically, Jeff competes against the Smiths to become the top salesman. Sure enough, the CEO is Roger, just doing his best MLM leader imaginable, and when Jeff wins that top spot and gets to gaze at the stars with Pitbull, they just giddily look at the moon. The Smiths come crawling back to Jeff to have him lead them and tell them what to do, and the pressure causes him to snap and run off. Turns out he cheated to get the top sales position award, and so he just starts shotgunning ideas until they dump their leggings on Tuttle and bail. While there isn't much of a B story, the main focus of the episode is strong enough to keep your attention and the jokes feel fresh. It's great to see Jeff actually trying and the family being absolute morons in a perfect kind of way. Stretched Thin is an episode that could only come from a later season. It knows it's absurd and goes all in with it. Stretched Thin is a great example of how Jeff-centric stories can work. Like, the revelation that he cheated is even smarter than most people would give Jeff credit for. He paid for it by robbing a bank. We don't build on that, and that's wonderful. I don't know. There's a lot to love in this elastic 9 out of 10 episode.
Better on paper.
On first watch through, I was indifferent to this episode. On the second, I started to like it. On the third, it might be one of the best episodes of the season. While playing hide and seek with Roger, Stan finds a box of old love letters to Francine from kids back when she was a little girl. He takes it to his, corporate office meeting room with Haley, Steve, and Klaus, who are dialing it up to 11 with the rage and vowing to hunt down anyone that they thought could be sweet on Francine. That is until they come across a beautiful letter written by someone at the CIA. Now, a lesser show would have Stan going after Duper or Dick or maybe even Bullock, and one of them would actually be guilty. But we actually get that expectation subverted when we find out that Stan's emotional lobe was implanted into a printer, and it's been writing and sending the letters. Stan decides to take the printer and use it as a means to tell Francine how he really feels. Now, if you believe that Stan hasn't had his romantic lobe since he started working at the CIA, it makes a lot of previous episodes just not make any sense. Or, you could just not care because the printer made a beautiful, fantastic little love song that's just perfect. If you're gonna mess with the timeline, you gotta be funny enough to earn it. And I'll say I genuinely enjoy Better on Paper more than I do May the Best Stan Win, even though they're basically the same idea. While yes, this season would introduce the multiverse idea, and you can just say, hey, it takes place in a different universe, don't worry about it, I just enjoy it as its own thing. You don't need a reason for it. The printer tricks Dr. Weitzman into giving it a body, and it and the other appliances start to attack. Again, Dr. Weitzman is great this season, and honestly, this episode kinda shines because of him and his delivery. I really love Better on Paper. Just the more times I revisited it, I kept finding more things to really appreciate about it, and it just has such a steady tempo between jokes that you're surprised by the time you're in the third act. And at the end, where Francine shows Stan where she keeps all her keepsakes from their relationship, she opens her drawer, and there's Roger with a giant smile on his face, telling Stan it's his turn. It's mentioned that Roger is still hiding throughout the episode, but the tenacity to wait until the last scene to reveal it, I don't know, completely paid off and really made me love what this episode was doing that much more. Better on Paper is a 10 out of 10 that just kind of celebrates Stan and Francine while giving us just absolutely amazing jokes. It's sort of the old jealous Stan idea, but they subvert it by showing he's jealous of himself. And so he uses this tool to show Francine how much she means to him because he's not able to on his own. It's a very selfless development on that trope that, I don't know, you'd expect more nuance in an earlier season, not a later one, but here it just works. I'm rambling and I don't care. Watch this episode. You will absolutely love it.
How I Met Your Mother.
Haley is self-conscious while hanging out with Danuta and that smoke show Nerfer. Her inner voice starts taunting her and telling her how awkward she is when she invites her friends to hang out at her place next, though she doesn't know how she'll compete with block cheese and filtered water. Haley's inner voice is played by Natasha Leggero. Haley, in an attempt to get rid of the voice, goes to Roger as Dr. Penguin, who, with Groupon quality work, sends the voice into a painting of a farm, and next thing Haley knows, her disembodied voice is now a talking cow, harassing her about every small mistake, as she just wants to play overly complicated board games and watch Big City Honeys, her favorite show when she was a kid. Big City Honeys being a parody of 90s sitcoms like Living Single, and for like one scene, Friends. And as the cow's harassment gets worse and worse, Haley tries to escape into her own head and ends up in Big City Honeys with special guest stars Tia Mowry of Sister Sister, Allison Hannigan of How I Met Your Mother, Jaleel White of Family Matters, and Jason Alexander makes a special appearance as Mr. Orlando, the Big City Honeys tampon-hating landlord. Haley makes peace with her inner voice and is able to escape. Oh, sure, yeah, the B story. Roger is Rub Tuggington, massage expert. He gets carpal tunnel and can't give Francine and Stan a couples massage, so Stan massages Francine, and yeah, that's it. That's the whole thing. How I Met Your Mother is a fine Haley episode that really kind of feels like a Stan episode in a good way. She's grappling with her own insecurities and pushing the problems down instead of facing them head on. Just like her dad. I don't know how intentional it was, but it's handled incredibly well. The episode does really depend on you enjoying the cow and Haley dynamic, and I'll admit the Big City Honeys bits went on just a bit too long, but if all I'm complaining about is some long in the tooth segments, that's nitpicking something fierce. The episode is an utterly delightful 8 out of 10.
Stan fixes a shingle.
Steve needs parental guidance, but Stan can't do it, as today he's going to fix that shingle. Big things are coming for Smith House. Big things. And so yeah, Francine agrees to help Steve with his ethanol project to prove Stan wrong, when all he really needs is her signature so he can work in peace. Francine doesn't just want to be placated and even gets a very special task of nailing nails into a block of wood. That'll show Stan that she can be a real parent. Oh, he's gonna be eating his words. Meanwhile, Roger, Jeff, and Haley go out to see the G-Man's bus. The melon masher, the rind renderer, Gallagher. Fun fact, when Francine asks if he was already dead, the answer is actually yes. Gallagher died, sadly, in November of 2022. However, for the sake of this episode, he's alive and kicking temporarily, as Roger, Haley, and Jeff have to reunite the G-ster with his mallet that fell off his bus. Francine messes with Steve's ethanol project and somehow makes beer, don't question it. However, this beer doesn't give you a hangover, but rather a hang-under. And we have a wonderful little tune to carry us through. Turns out it just delays the hangover and makes it 10 times worse, because it used to be fuel turned beer. Klaus brings in some of his microbrew crew to figure out what the haunting elixir is, and next thing you know, Steve is trying to get first with Hang Under Beer, blissfully unaware he's poisoned the judges. The episode is fine. The shingle doesn't get fixed, Francine is miserably hurling into a trophy, and Roger and the gang splatter Gallagher. The entire episode is literally a comedy of errors, yet it feels intentional. When Francine does the I Love Lucy bit, they don't just make the scene grayscale, they actually change the aspect ratio as well. Every time you want to point out a flaw, you almost appreciate it in a new light. Stan Fixes a Shingle isn't the best episode of the season, but it's a fun Party Francine episode that just works. I love that it's so dumb and yet so believable. Stan Fixes a Shingle is a well hammered out 8 out of 10.
Saving face.
Stan has hit his peak, Stanimals. Thanks to an article in a magazine he found years ago, he now knows he's at the absolute peak of his life and can't wait to see what's coming until he's informed that after a peak is the descent, and his vanity comes creeping back in. He goes to get plastic surgery done, and the surgeon proceeds to steal his face. It's all John Wooey in here. We're getting a classic face-off. Dr. Adrian Revanche is played by Simon Helberg, aka Howard Wolowitz on Big Bang. Turns out that Stan stole his letter to try and get the house that Stan's family lives in, and now he's going to get his revenge. I don't know. The rest of the episode is Stan in a grotesque botched job running around trying to prove that he's the real Stan, even turning to Tuttle for help. I will say it's a nice touch in the flashbacks where they add the Doctor to past episodes addressing Stan's vanity, but one very interesting one was Man in the Moonbounce about his repressed childhood. Like, you can argue the reason he's vain is he's chasing the youth he didn't get to enjoy, and it just feels surreal to see that kinda laid out. It's just to the service of an overall boring episode. The B story is Roger buys an apple. That's it. The apple falls into a hole, and then he chases it because he can't dare go back and try and get a deal on a $4 apple by paying $5 again. It's not a bad background noise episode, but I just don't think it does anything for me personally. There's never a joke that feels like really, truly, properly earned, but it does still have a solid structure. Honestly, probably the weakest episode of the season, which even then it's maybe a 6 out of 10, and that's still not bad.
Fantastic Voyage.
Francine hits it off with another one of Stan's friends, and when he doesn't want them hanging out anymore, he takes her ship and injects it into his body. Stan, being afraid of losing his friends to Francine, has caused him to send them all off on different missions, or turn into reverse werewolves? Gee, it sounds exactly like what happened with all of his new potential dads. I don't know. Anyway, the doctor communicates with Francine, and next thing she knows, she's going into Stan to hang out with her buddy as they try and escape the spiders in Stan's head. Stan puts the old friends back together to rescue his wife, and after a heated firefight, they all fly off to safety. Deborah Wilson, Jay Farrow, and Phil Lewis would all return as guest stars for the episode. I don't know. The setup is one you've seen before, but I think what makes it better than the sum of its parts is just how passively they treat brain spiders. It's goofy and silly until they're shooting Stan's brain stem and he collapses on the floor to take out the queen spider. Like, it's just having fun with the concept, even calling it Operation Interspace, like the movie it's obviously based off of. The B story is also great. Haley and Jeff find a Lamborghini wheel and just take it around and see what it can get for them as Roger follows in awe. Maybe they'll meet The Rock, maybe they'll get in a club, who knows? There's never a true all is lost moment to the episode. They're hinted at, but it never quite happens, and before you know it, you're at the end, and that Lambo wheel is washed ashore for its new owners. Fantastic Voyage is a fine, if forgettable episode. I watched it 3 times for this review, and each time I came back and had to remind myself this episode existed. It's like standing in a barley field in the middle of nowhere just listening to the wind. Oh, sorry, getting ahead of myself, a little too soon. Fantastic Voyage is an out of this world and into the body 7 out of 10.
A little mystery.
It's another Jeff A story. Haley wants Jeff to be more exciting and tries to get him to make more friends after his old ones kept ghosting him. Okay, look, there is one single solitary element that pumps this episode up ever so slightly above the worst episode of the season bar. Because the B story has Francine mainlining prenatal vitamins to try and get the Guinness World Record for longest nails, even stirring her sauce with her new clacking additions. Yeah, no, it is. I can't do body horror. I really can't do this episode. It is horrible. Anyway, Haley pays someone to be Jeff's friend, and then they get murdered. So Haley thinks Jeff is a serial bad guy and tries to get to the bottom of it, realizing that they always go to get their picture taken in an old-timey Photoshop, where the person that runs it is also the secret assailant, and they're played by TV's legendary hype man, Breckenmeyer. The Brickster is coming in hot. Hashtag Franklin or hashtag bashed. I didn't really watch the show, but he's here! I don't know. Hearing his overly cheerful voice you'd hear in Robot Chicken or Supermansion just warms my heart, and it made the episode as a whole at least come together in the third act. Ironically, I wish Jeff had more to do this episode, and the B story was just wholly unnecessary. You could have omitted it and gone heavy into the mystery. Rope the whole family in or something. Anything would be better than that nail-scraping monstrosity. A Little Mystery is a nail-biting 7 out of 10.
Don't you be my neighbor.
When Francine sees the new neighbor, she gets ecstatic and tries to introduce herself and becomes quick friends with the wife across the way. Andy Richter would return to the show as the husband, and the wife would be played by Allison Tolman. Francine, blissfully unaware that the rest of the family, alongside Tuttle and Greg, have been scaring away their past neighbors to get them off the block and make sure they never have to remember new people's names, including the Mamaris. The B story? Roger has to have a sad day every once in a while, so today he's playing a kite for a kid who never gets to hang out with his mom, who allows him to fly his kite as high as he can until he ends up sending Roger into space and Roger has to somehow flag a meteor down to get home. Francine finds out about Stan and the clan scaring the neighbors away and demands they bring them back, only to realize she hates them. They do a bunch of blow, try to kick them out again, and the house blows up. That's the whole episode. It's not bad, but every bit feels predictable except for the B story. It feels very Fox era. Like I would believe this was a season 8 episode 100%. Maybe 95% factoring in the blow. But it really feels like they just wanted Wired Greg that badly they wrote an episode around it. And I'm not mad. There's some of the funniest individual jokes of the season. It's just wild to see him getting so much attention in the last couple of seasons recently. Where the previous episodes were just kind of okay, this episode feels especially elevated by taking a classic idea and just pumping a ton of manic energy into it. This is the most Adult Swim version of these characters. Just unabashed, chaotic energy. There were lines in this episode that felt more at home in Aqua Teen Hunger Force. This isn't lemonade, it's just water with mustard in it. You can't tell me that's not a Meatwad line. And yeah, that's the new demographic for the show, and hee-haw, that's squarely in my wheelhouse, so I'm A5 certified biased beef. The episode is great, also again in no small part to Jane Lynch. I know people get upset about Velma, but can we just appreciate that she can be a hysterical voice actress? I don't know, I love hearing her in this show, especially this season. Some of her best performances yet. Don't You Be My Neighbor is familiar and different at the same time, and is a very neighborly 8 out of 10.
Productive Panic.
Better on paper is just may the best stand win, but better, Productive Panic is just an incident at Owl Creek done better. Spoilers, I know, but you're watching a review of a comedy show. Just enjoy the joke. When Francine spirals at a party thrown by Hideki, Toshi's dad, she rushes upstairs and starts trying to figure out anything she's accomplished that can compete with Steve's rash or Roger ghostwriting nonsensical life tips. She goes on this giant internal battle over her art and becomes this pottery-making superstar and whatever. The story itself isn't important. It's good, don't get me wrong, but it needs to be watched and appreciated. I know, her dear, here comes the art critic to ruin a cartoon, but look at the wild imagery used in her dreamscape. Sure, you can just say it's eccentric artists and whatnot, but the V-formation hummingbirds, the donuts in the desert, it all reminds me a lot of 8.5, and since they've already made reference to all kinds of other pieces of cinema, like The Seventh Seal, it doesn't feel like it's such a stretch that they'd be referencing it. It's also interesting to see that in her little dreamscape version of reality, Klaus is the one that would help her when not a season ago she wouldn't believe anyone could ever like him. I'm not gonna read into it, but the fact that there's anything to read into in this adult comedy is absolutely terrific. You can see Francine working through her self-doubt and self-depreciation by confronting herself. The self-doubt and self-depreciation we've seen time and time again, even in National Treasure 4, Baby Franny. And even by the end, she realizes what happened. There is closure to an episode that didn't necessarily need it. The scenes with the faceless nurse are also just, they're so good. Peak Twilight Dad. I appreciate how they can give Francine these dumb drunk mom episodes and pseudo Twilight Zone ones because they know Wendy Shaw can handle either like an absolute pro. I mean, we can get comfortable with the voices, but the main cast really do bring these characters to life in a way only they can. No one else could add that depth to Francine that makes the last scene feel as wholesome as it does. How do you leave a Hideki party feeling hopeful? Productive Panic is a constructive 9 out of 10.
Multiverse of American Deadness.
It's the episode you've been waiting for, I know. A rogue Steve is going from universe to universe, taking out other Steves to absorb their power into himself. He's pursued by a Cybertronic vengeance-powered Principal Lewis, as well as Exposition Lewis, who explains everything that's happened to the new, now less stable families. Yeah, this is the multiverse episode. I will say it does subvert your expectations while still feeling predictable at the same time. The other Steve is hit by a car and taken out maybe 7 minutes in, and the rest of the episode is Steve hopping universes to find one where his sister actually wants to hang out with him and go to the one constant in all universes, the Shaggy concert. Meanwhile, all the Lewises watch Prawn and decide to get their revenge against Shaggy instead of Evil Steve. Keith David returns as the fire captain. Steve knocks Girl Snot up by gazing longingly into her eyes, and Shaggy is the center of all reality being in the very concept of time as we know it. All very common things to see in an American Dad episode. Oh, Haley learns to love Steve and value the time she has with him. Oh, that's sweet and easy to resolve as fast as possible. Yeah, the point of the episode isn't the story, it's, look, we did a multiverse episode, isn't that fun? But it works. Like, at the end of the day, it just kinda works. Exposition Lewis could have been in less scenes, but I get that that's the joke. From the sharp cutaways to the Oops All Berries universe, which is just amazing, it's just a fun, dumb episode to throw fun, dumb ideas at, all culminating in the one true God Shaggy ending the episode. I don't know, it's a very hard episode to hate. It knows what it's doing and never really breaks character, if that makes sense. It never tries to overcomplicate itself. It took away the most complicated part of the episode 7 minutes in. What was Evil Steve's motivation? What was he scheming? Any ramifications for him disappearing? Does that mean there's an evil Smith family universe somewhere? Who cares? Doesn't matter. Shaggy concert tonight. It's not so much a satire of, say, Rick and Morty as it is humoring fan theories and explaining everything away while just having fun with it. Though I will say the Keith David cameo is a little on the nose for the Rick and Morty references. I love the episode, and while the plot is basic, they get to anchor a ton of fantastic dumb writing into it. Multiverse of American Dadness is a much-watched canon event spawning 10 out of 10. Jeff is tired of people not taking him seriously. Wait a second. It's Halloween and the gang is all dressed up as the Mystery Gang, with Jeff being Shaggy and Klaus being that lovable goof, Scooby-Doo. Francine is Daphne, Haley, Fred, and Steve Velma, respectively. And as they're getting ready to go to Danuda's Halloween party, they realize that Stan is missing, so they decide to go to the super spooky CIA and look for him. They run into Bullock, who tells them about Stan's new top-secret assignment as the leader of Zoinks, the new division of the CIA, and they sneak through the CIA looking for everyone's favorite Big Chin Dad. Meanwhile, Roger's in the UK as a fifth-string Rumpelteazer in a production of Cats and gets deported with lightning speed. The Mystery Gang accidentally take out Agent Wolfman and think they have blood on their hands as they're tormented by the ghost of the agent until they finally catch him and reveal that it was Bullock and Jeff in cahoots so people would give Jeff some credit. It's a fun Halloween episode. It's dumb in the best kind of way. I don't know, I think I like Zoinks more than I do Best Little Horror House in Langley. It kinda works better. It feels more fleshed out, and sure, there's some quick snip cop-outs here and there, but it works with what the show is going for and the aesthetic of the episode. You never question why any of this is happening. It feels believable in the American Dad world, even if it's the most outlandish thing possible. Like, of course, it's been Roger's dream to be the fifth-string understudy for Rumpelteazer and Cats. Of course that's what he would be doing. Again, another fantastic Jeff episode that really has showcased that he's main family material. This is the third Jeff episode of the season, and that's really saying something when back in the early seasons you may see him for an episode here or there. Now he's a weekly inclusion. Zoinks has 9 lives out of 10. You know, like a cat. A new era for the Smith house. Klaus was watching the house while the Smiths were away and ruined their precious factory default photo frame that he replaced with a finely crafted one, which he even admits he was covering for Jurgen and didn't actually do it himself. However, therefore, their trust in the fish is ruined, and they need to find a new house sitter when they plan to make up for their horrible vacation. There's mighty winds blowing across the planet, devastating nations, and it's up to Gust Breezer, wind theorist, to get to the bottom of things and take the family along as he hunts for those accursed winds. Dick house sits for the family and watches Klaus as he prepares to get squatters' rights to the house by living there for a set amount of time, and Klaus decides to help him to get back at the family. However, when the family comes back and loses the house, he realizes that the family does care about him by looking through his care manual and eventually scares Dick into running away with Principal Lewis's help and accidentally burning the house down. Aww. Oh, and what was causing the winds, you ask? Oh, just your normal everyday sea giant. Don't worry, it doesn't have to make sense. Yeah, Roger finds a sick sea giant and gives him some soup to stop sneezing and destroying cities. Squatters and giants. Only American Dad can shove both into an episode and have it still somehow make sense. It felt very reminiscent of Echoes, and I kinda wanted more out of the winds idea, but I'm not upset with what we got. This is also like one of the 5 Dick-centric episodes in the show, and it's great to see him interacting with Klaus. It's a dynamic you think would work well, and it does. A New Era for the Smith House is probably one of the nicest Klaus episodes yet, though definitely not the best. But seeing him being included and thought of, and seeing how thoughtful he was of the house when he was trusted with responsibility, I don't know. It feels like a true and genuine growth on his part. A New Era for the Smith House is an easy breezy 8 out of 10.
Between a ring and a hard ass.
Child Services is coming to inspect if Steve has a safe home life, and so the Smiths are determined to be as normal as possible, even having Stan try and hide all of his brand new Lord of the Rings memorabilia that is sure to be an absolute smash hit if he can just get Buckle to bite. The family tries to be as presentable as possible. Haley and Jeff are butlers making Wellingtons, Francine gets some Savannah cats, and Steve just keeps smiling and trying to play it cool as the inspector just keeps getting pranked as they fumble every step of it, even spiking the Wellington with aphrodisiacs and making Roger's Encanto-themed day. Sure enough, the inspector isn't the real one and is actually one of the Fellowship boys in disguise. You see, all the hobbits have been working together and will always support each other's endeavors. Yeah. I don't know. We don't get any of the original voices, which is such a shame since Elijah Wood had been on the show previously, and I'm sure Sean Astin wasn't that busy. The episode is fine, but works because of how they just let the chaos take the wheel. It's a dumb episode of American Dad, but even through a peephole, you can see the steps they took to actively make it that way. They were trying to control the chaos every step of the way to make Between a Ring and a Hard Ass a Fellowship forming 8 out of 10. The problem being it just doesn't quite deliver. The third act feels a little rushed, and while it does have a proper conclusion, I just found myself missing the extra elements that made an episode truly shine. It is an 8 out of 10. The one-off jokes are incredibly solid. It's just the elements around it make it a pretty forgettable episode. Roger and Stan bond over never really leaving a footprint, as Roger fears all his accomplishments will be just remembered as his personas. So Stan and Roger decide to set out and leave their footprints on history, even having Roger be confident that he'd be the first alien to make proper contact with humans before Stan takes him out and keeps him hidden. Sung-Won Cho would actually guest star as Roger's uncle in this episode, and Jermaine Fowler would also guest star. Stan and Roger become TV show writers, and when Roger's ready to spill a secret, Stan has another alien land and get taken out, so Roger can't come out as an alien anymore. Roger decides to leave and work at his uncle's space gas station and lament his failures until an alien is actually impressed by all his personas, and he sees Stan's very special episode of their tax cop show, which I really love. They remade scenes of Stan and Roger from past episodes with just some guy in gray face paint. It's amazing. All this while I haven't even talked about the most pivotal part of the episode. This is the episode where we get resolution on Jeff's missing hat. Yeah, remember that? Remember that from like 2 seasons ago? Well, now it's back. We're getting resolutions all up in here. Francine, Steve, Haley, and Klaus spend days in the lids with Jeff as he tries to find the new hat best for him. Until he just finds that his hat was in the back, stolen by the Zuka Sharks guy to try and get Haley to date him, and just proceeds to take it back. Roll credits. Footprints is weird, but probably one of the strongest Stan and Roger episodes. Like, they keep bonding, and Stan looks for ways to keep Roger around for a change. And not even in a selfish way like in Brains, and Automobiles, where he needs Roger as a buffer. Here he just never wants to lose his best friend. It's a brilliant way to make the dynamic work, and the emotional core of the episode makes it a non-deductible 10 out of 10.
Steve, Snot, and the quest for the OG for Loco.
You know the deal. Vince Chung is having a party, and Steve and Snot can only go if they do X or bring X. A story as old as time. And what does Vince Chung want this time? A keg of OG for Loco. So Steve and Snot go to Roger for help and end up having to use Roger's personas as they run around on their quest. Also, important thing to note, Toshi is talking again. We get new lines from the brave little toaster. So yeah, Steve and Snot have to walk a mile in Roger's shoes, or in Snot's case, get walked on while in Roger's shoes. There's no real B story, just Roger's creative use for his Kohl's Cash in a Kohl's Cash cab, which is genius. That wraps back around to Snot and Steve's little adventure, and honestly, I'm kind of about it. It's better than Testubular Adventure by a mile, and really shows that Steve and Snot-centric stories can be fun and still have a ton of wackiness to them. I actually really enjoy this one because they have to live out Roger personas they have no idea on, and it works with, again, that controlled chaos. This is way better than the chaos of the unincludeds and actually makes the episode shine. Also, huge shout out to Cowboy Bebop's own John Cho. Man brings Vince Chung to life like no one else can. It's such a small role, but he keeps bringing that pepper every time they bring him back, and it's not hard to see why. Man's a pro is all I'm saying. Steve Snot in the quest for the OG4 Loco is 9 out of 10% quality content per ounce. I don't know. I only have so many of these.
The Pink Sphinx holds her hearts on the turn.
Francine hates how predictable she is to the kids and tries to learn from Roger as the gambler to hide her tells in the competitive underground poker landscape. Cree Summer guest stars as Chinchilla Slim, and we get Deborah Wilson back as Frog Rose, the loan shark sister to Frog Ross, who had a very successful chain of foie gras restaurants. Francine starts taking the underground supermarket poker world by storm and eventually enters the championship tournament with some funding by Frog Rose and gets taken out in the first round by her kids that have no idea they've doomed their mom. Francine escapes to her field of barley to be too serene for anyone to get a read on her, and gets lost in the sauce until her family is able to pull her back out in the ultimate bet for her soul and theirs against that dubious Frog Rose. You got Bayou Poker, dark magic, Kenny Rogers references, and just absolute dynamite joke telling. There's no way this wouldn't be one of my favorite episodes of the season, and honestly probably near the top 10 of my favorite TBS episodes. Again, it's just a really great Francine episode that only focuses on her. No B-story to get in the way, no extra steps, just Francine going deep into her mind and getting lost. A concept we've seen before, but it's still handled incredibly well. It's a 10 out of 10 royal flush of an episode that leaves you wanting for nothing. This is as close to a new era perfect episode of American Dad we get this season. It's next level. Again, voice delivery is fantastic. Steve and Haley are great in this episode, and every time I revisited it during my reviews, I actually felt relaxed. I felt genuinely relaxed sitting back and appreciating everything this episode has to offer. They have great set pieces. The last poker game is actually phenomenal. Usogui could never. That's all I'm saying.
A little extra scratch.
You know, sometimes you just need a little funny money. A dirty 30 here and there. How'd you get it? Spaghetti about it. When you need it, you'll be glad you had it. And when Stan's stock in adult Pogs flatlines, he's doomed the family and they're going to lose the house. He goes gray and gains a mile-long stare as he looks off contemplating how he could fail his family like that. Roger then uses him as a model for bulk photos for sad men in adverts, and that's kinda genius that even he doesn't know if that's like a real thing or not. However, when Stan starts to relax after getting full booking, Roger has to smack him to bring back his dead eyes. However, with each slap, his chin gets more and more fractured, ready to burst. Again, in the same season. Man has a very fragile chin. The B story has Haley and Francine being pharmacy sales reps to get a little extra scratch. A little something something, you know. Francine finds out the meds they're shilling are actually causing people to, get attacked by coyotes, and Stan, in a sacrifice for his family, takes another slap to the face, destroying his chin and disfiguring him as he tries to finish the commercial. A Little Extra Scratch is another weird, wild episode that works because it doesn't hold back. Much like the sandwich scene earlier in the season, they don't cut away when the wire starts snapping. They show you the whole thing. You're gonna get the whole pie even if you wanted just a slice. It does have Francine and Haley, sure, but I feel like the Stan and Roger stuff just overshadows it in a lot of points because of that body horror. It's a perfectly middle-of-the-road episode and a solidly pushed 8 out of 10.
Into the Jingleverse.
It's our season finale! And of course, it's a ho-ho, holla, delightful Christmas episode! When Steve outgives Stan by even getting him his most prized gift of all time, Death Wish 3 on VHS, Stan doesn't take it well and starts to try and find the ultimate Christmas gift to outgive Steve. And so he decides to give Steve with Obulus or whatever. It's Oculus. It's just an Oculus and Metaverse without saying Oculus. Stan is searching far and wide for the VR headset and then decides to make a deal with dyslexic Satan. Santa offers to throw Stan and his family into the Jingleverse with his own VR headsets, and yeah, the Smiths get trapped in VR right along Santa, for some reason. Like, why would Santa do that to himself? Man does not make a ton of great calls. It's Stan having to accept that he's not the best gift giver anymore, and Steve assuring him that the only reason he goes all out is because he loves his family for all the incredible things they do for him, especially Stan. Stan has to be the best gift giver because he overcompensates for being neglected as a child. He wants to go a whole hog on Christmas, and I think this is the most human Christmas special we've gotten since Minstrel Krampus. Stan isn't gunning for a Hallmark Christmas or demanding people celebrate his way. He just wants his family to be happy and crown him the King of Christmas, a title he tries to earn every year. It plays into his hubris and his love at the same time, and that's a very special balance to find. Also, huge shout out to the guest actors this season. Michael Urie does a great job as Mark Zuckerberg, but Travis Willingham gives us a fantastic Guthrie. While he did appear in previous episodes, this performance just really stands out. I mean, it's odd hearing Roy Mustang in American Dad, but I stan it. I'm going to acclaim standing things from my fellow Stanimals. I don't know. It's a great episode. There's really not much else to say. I think it perfectly encapsulates everything we got this season while going out on a fantastic 10 out of 10 high note. And there we have it. That's season 18. Any episode you think I was right on? Wrong on? What was your favorite episode of the season? Least favorite? Let me know in the comments below. Tell your friends we're out here. Season 18 was, it was another really great season of American Dad. It really solidifies that season 16 was a fluke caused by a global event and not a sign that American Dad was getting stale by any means. They keep referencing past episodes between Old Ulysses, Fogg Ross's sister, and even Jeff's bucket hat, not to mention the multiverse or the Doctor, but they do it in such a creative way. Nuanced? Nah, they'll beat you over the head with it, but that works for what American Dad is. We get quick jokes, body horror, and some just downright terrific writing. While there was one or two episodes I didn't particularly enjoy, the fact that I enjoyed most of a 22-episode season of a series that's 18 years old says something about how the writers can keep things fresh. And you know what? I'll say it, Dr. Weitzman was pretty okay this season. I thought he actually added to the show with his appearances, and there's only so many ways I can say this is one of the most creative seasons American Dad has ever had, and that's me saying that fully aware the last season existed. Imagine following Gold Top Nuts with this season. We never quite got anything of that caliber, but I think what we did get more than makes up for that. If every season was trying to have a Rabbit Ears or Gold Top Nuts episode, it just wouldn't make them as special as they are. Anyway, that's gonna do it for me. See you again when we careen into season 19. I was not expecting this to be the last TBS season, but hee hee ho ho, here it is. And the common consensus around this season has been honestly the widest sliding scale I've seen in recent memory. Some say the show is the worst it's ever been. Others laud it as a celebration of 20 years of American Dad. So, where does it really fall? Well, there's only one way to find out and 3 questions that must be asked. What worked? What failed? What public domain Space Jams will be curtailed? There's more Haley stories than we've ever seen here in season 19. Grocery store bank. 20 years of American Dad. 20 years. It's absolutely wild to me that it took us 20 years to get an episode that absolutely perfected the formula of a Stan, Francine, and Roger story. Yeah, that's right. Grocery store bank is perfect, and I'll fight anyone by the fishmongers that disagree. What's the story? Roger, Stan, and Francine think of hypothetical ways they could rob a bank in the new grocery store. That's it. B-story? Nah, dog. This is the whole focus of the episode, and it's perfect. Roger drugs the trio so they all have memory loss so they can't come clean when they actually do rob the bank, and they have to try and figure out where they hid it while Agent Turlington hunts them down. And I never thought I'd say this, but Turlington is the weakest element of this otherwise fantastic episode. Not a bad element at all, just, the weakest element.
I try and avoid watching reviews before I talk about these episodes, but I did come across quite a few people complaining about how dumb this episode was, and I just honestly don't see it. Stan, Francine, and Roger work fantastically off of each other, and I love that it's just a daydream turned reality. There was a point where Roger was the antagonist of a lot of the series, someone that would always sow some chaos and add to the conflict or be the central conflict of an episode. But through the TBS era, we've seen Langley grow more and more chaotic on its own to the point that Roger's schemes are the everyday. And while this will be prevalent through the season, this really sets the pace for what we can expect. A perfect understanding of the family and how they react with Langley as it warps more and more around them. Langley gets weirder, but the Smiths are the same weird they've always been. Like the Langley of 10 seasons ago wouldn't have trashed the grocery store at the drop of a hat to steal all that money. They'd still be shopping at conservative Red State Grocery or whatever it was. And I mean, look at the cast of this episode. It's full of common voices like Ted Danson, Craig Robinson, Laurie Metcalf, Andrew Daly, Chris Parnell, and so many others. The only new voice is Victoria Mele as a shopper. That's it. These are voices and characters that have made the TBS era the incredible evolution it was. These vocal powerhouses elevate the episode that much more just by being there. Grocery Store Bank is just this perfectly sculpted, dumb, everyday adventure. Over 355 episodes in, and we're still getting peak. I frickin' love it. Grocery Store Bank is a Mama and Baba memorializing 10 out of 10. I adore that Mama and Baba bit. I thought that was just a great extra joke. Brown Lotus. Welcome to the start of the theme of the season, Haley. That's it. Literally just Haley. This is the first of like 6 Haley episodes in a 22 episode season. For comparison, the average was around 3 episodes a season until this one, which is fascinating, especially considering Steve has maybe 3, maybe if we stretch it 4. So yeah, Haley is our big focus. That being said, if there was a Haley episode to cut from the season, I'd actually say if it's not one later in the season, it would absolutely be this one. Haley is burnt out from work and being pushed around, and Roger offers for her to take a vacation in the beautiful Langley Laguna in a totally not the White Lotus parody. Haley wants to show that kindness gets you more things than being mean to people, and Roger wants to prove she's dumb as hell for thinking that. Jeff then has to turn to threatening the staff to make sure Haley gets her way to prove that being nice has its benefits. Oh, and then, of course, Haley gets the wind madness and things go off the rails, all classic American Dad Americana. The B story? The CIA has to rebrand after losing funding, and so they decide to make cakes because, of course, they do. It's a dumb B story, but you know what? I like seeing the CIA be dumb. Duff Goldman of Ace of Cakes even guest stars, though his model isn't him. It's odd. I don't know. Feels sloppy. It's okay. The jokes are fine. The stories really kind of just fall apart as they hit the third act, and it just feels very samey throughout. Despite it being weird and out there, it was oddly predictable. Haley being frustrated with people abusing retail and restaurant workers is just a little too real for such an absurd episode. You want Haley's ideals to be true, even if it's more realistic that they wouldn't be. It's just an odd premise to not actually have a proper resolution to. It's an episode that just sort of spins its wheels, and by the end you just go, yeah, that sure was an episode of American Dad. The Brown Lotus is a botched anal bleached 5 out of 10. I've got a friend in me. Stan and Roger are fighting when Stan has a performance review coming up and Roger wants to audition for a play, and they don't understand why they're still friends. After an accident, Francine has Dr. Calgary graft Roger onto Stan, and the two have to figure out how to work together and rekindle their friendship. Now, I think that's actually kind of the point, though, for you to go, They acknowledge everything that happened in the past. They call back to everything from the Fox and TBS era, and it actually feels like they took the time to make it count. It's a predictable A story, but a familiar one. It never overcomplicates itself, but the jokes are just predictable and stale for the A story at least. The B story is fantastic. The rest of the family finds themselves confiding in a papier-mâché version of Klaus instead of the real thing, and the real fish gets jealous. However, they realize they need to quit because they do care about the real Klaus, and it's just, chef's kiss. It's terrific. Like, I know I bring it up a lot, but look at how far Klaus has come as a character. The family actively recognizes that Klaus is a member of the family and not just some German fish. TBS has been all about evolving Klaus, and this is his best chaotic self this season. We're also getting a lot of just messing around and playing with the intro this season, which is terrific. American Dad really kinda does it right, and I think that's why this episode doesn't bother me as much. It's like the family recognizes they live in an animated sitcom, but not in an over-the-top way like with Family Guy, where they're always trying to add that extra joke. They recognize the formulas now. They call out when Roger is going to be someone that pushes the story. They play with the intro, but it was all adjusted so incrementally that it feels natural at this point. They earned these manipulations of the formula. They earned the viewer's trust, and they never take it for granted. And I know that sounds dumb, but think about it. As odd as it is, compare it to something like Phineas and Ferb. What makes Phineas and Ferb work so well is how it establishes a formula to their episodes, and the more you watch, the more they can manipulate that formula to make the jokes work. The boys have a scheme. Candace tries to tell their mom about said scheme. Perry the Platypus takes down Doofenshmirtz and destroys the scheme before the boys get caught. You can manipulate any element of that formula and kids get it, because it's a great way to teach them basic story structure and how to manipulate it effectively. The episode itself is nothing, but it lets you really appreciate the new normal of the TBS era. I've Got a Friend in Me is a rambling, tangent-inducing 5 out of 10. Touch the Sun, a Chimborazo adventure. After a gas leak from one of Stan's famous cheap stoves, the family decide they want to go on an adventure, and instead of going to Mount Everest, Stan takes them to Chimborazo in Ecuador to save money. The family hates the trip. They are just absolutely devastated until they're taken up to the beautiful Chimborazo with their guide Vincente, played by the always fluffy Gabriel Iglesias. Oh, and Klaus is doing a thing with Zorps. As the family learns to love Chimborazo, they help Vincento protect it from the evil that is Pixar creators. They try to keep Chimborazo a secret to hide its beauty, and so it's not destroyed by tourism. Stan is cheap, so he makes the family suffer until they find their own way to enjoy themselves. And that's really it. Again, very formulaic, but not stale. The jokes are the focus of the episode, and it's honestly great. And it's elevated that much more by the fact that Chimborazo is a very real place, and while they obviously mystify it, it's everything you'd expect from a classic Smith family adventure. It's like Into Fat Air, except they know to still have the family joking with one another and not trying to kill another family. That would be really odd for an animated sitcom to do. Touch the Sun does something that American Dad perfected, and that's making the world a beautifully weird place for the Smiths to interact with. You have sea giants in this world, eldritch horrors, and of course a magical mountain that a bunch of Pixar people are trying to turn into a movie, which is the most on-brand joke I've ever, I can just imagine them watching that Luca documentary and writing so much content about it. It's glorious. That being said, the episode is never more than the sum of its parts, but if it's some idle Tuesday at 10:30 p.m., I'm not upset if this rerun is on. It's perfectly middle-of-the-road American Dad, and that's okay. Touch the Sun, a Chimborazo adventure is an Equatorial Bulge-supported 7 out of 10. Under and over and beside the boardwalk. Finally, after over 23 seasons after it was first destroyed, it's time to return to Langley's legendary boardwalk. We have special guest, wrestling legend Bret Hart, at the reopening, played by, Bret Hart, and of course, the architect of the whole thing is played by a community college superstar, Joel McHale. And it's the Smith family doing their own things on the boardwalk. That's it. That's the whole episode. Stan is humiliated by a kid at an arcade. Steve has to babysit a random kid on the boardwalk and becomes a doting parent. Jeff works his dream job at a taffy factory. Roger and Klaus wait for a table at a restaurant. And Francine tries to get Haley to be good vibes only while Haley struggles to take it easy. Haley then finds out a tsunami is heading for the boardwalk and grapples with ruining the vibes or saving everyone. Eventually, they use the power of taffy to save the day, and yeah. It's just a vignette episode about that classic Langley boardwalk. It's again just good classic American Dad. I also love that Bret Hart is just sort of there and it works perfectly. He's the perfect boardwalk relaunch celebrity, you know? Just that not quite, used to be A-tier wrestler, now he is a solid B celebrity and you would believe he's there like Kiss. Again, the guest stars are just having fun with it and you love to see it. Bret Hart does a great job. Joel McHale could have been a little more involved in the episode, but what can you do? It was still fun. The Stan story was a little weak, the Roger and Klaus one dragged a bit, but overall it's just more Haley good stuff. Are you bored of Haley yet? Don't worry, we're just getting started. I will say, the jokes were a little soft in this episode, and you can tell it would have done better with just like 1 or 2 more weeks of polishing. Just add a couple more jokes in there to really make it sing. Under and over and beside the boardwalk is a taffy stretching 7 out of 10. Violence of the clams. I'm not really sure how to feel about this episode. I'm genuinely torn. A new clam shack opens up in Langley and everyone is absolutely obsessed at Steve's school except for, you guessed it, Steve. They keep pushing Steve to enjoy the clams and he keeps hiding them until they find out his horrible secret that he does in fact hate the clams. The school ostracizes him, including his friends, and he decides to destroy the clam shack from the inside. He gets a job working at the restaurant under, you guessed it, Roger, and tries to dig up some dirt. However, when he fails, he goes full-on tartar toss Joker with Klaus's encouragement. Snotberry and Toshi have to save Steve from himself as this clam Joker, or Cloaker as I like to call him, and yeah, it's kinda odd. There's really only like 3 Steve episodes and 6 Haley episodes. And the Steve episodes of the season are really kinda weak. I appreciate that Klaus is the weird voice in Steve's ear pushing him to be edgier and edgier, but it's just not substantial enough to matter. It never takes that extra step to really sell the joke. Oh, he's gotta eat 50 or 500 pounds of clams, but he loves clams, so that'll be fine. It's okay. The B story? Stan and Francine try and figure out whose junk mail keeps getting sent to the house. So they 3D print a guy based off of what they can surmise from the junk mail, and oh look, he's a wacky, silly little guy. There's no way he could be a real dude, he's got a big cowboy hat and everything. And then, turns out he was an actually real guy, and it was a perfect 3D printed copy. Of course. I'm sure I'm gonna get some heat for this, but this episode was really just kinda bland. I love American Dad, and a lot of the season is just sort of okay. It feels 2 steps away from greatness. Now, I don't know how much of the season was impacted by the writer's strike or if anywhere at all, but this episode especially feels half-finished. The violence of the clams is a tart 5 out of 10. An adult woman. Klaus asks Haley to let him know when it's been 5 minutes while he's playing on his Game Boy, and she's hard at work creating a Haley version of Orange Julius's. However, when Haley isn't deemed mature enough to adopt a hamster, she realizes she needs to grow up, and Roger decides to help her by playing a young Jewish girl and her absent father. The girl being absolutely obsessed with Dirty Dancing and wanting to have her own awakening. Yeah, it's an entire episode focused around Haley, Roger, and Dirty Dancing. That's it. It's okay. Haley takes Roger to a church's chicken church where he gets a crush on the priest, played by Skylar Astin, who's quickly taken out by the mob. You could tell he was supposed to be Patrick Swayze, and that's that's okay. Haley keeps failing to set Roger on the right track and eventually also gets taken down by the mob and goes to heaven, where heaven is just the set of Dirty Dancing where she works the boom mic. They keep talking about how perfect the movie is and how inspirational it was, and I don't know, it's kind of weird enough that they're obsessing over it for it to be funny. Funnily enough, they talk about how Jerry Orbach got upset when he got hit on set during a snowball fight, but they never mention how Patrick Swayze and Jennifer Grey didn't get along, which is funny because Jennifer Grey actually guest stars in the episode as Baby and shows up several more times in the season. I imagine they would have gotten Patrick Swayze to play the priest if he wasn't, seductively making pots in the sky. It's a fun idea. I'm tired of the whole Haley has to grow up idea, but at least they keep trying with it. Oh, and the B story to break up all of this wonderful awakening and everything? There isn't one. The rest of the family was stuck in the walk-in freezer for the entire episode. So, really hope you enjoy Dirty Dancing. This honestly feels like a very Fox-era episode. Not quite weird enough to be TBS, And that's coming from an episode where Haley works the boom mic on Dirty Dancing. It just doesn't work. It was okay, but definitely one of the more shallow parodies they've done. An Adult Woman is a hamster deserving, Orange Julius blending, 6 out of 10. Piece by piece. I already talked about this episode in my top 10 guest stars video, but man oh manity, this might be my favorite episode of the entire season. Steve is really, really great at the cello, which is a fantastic attention to detail. He tells Stan he plays rugby, but when Stan sees Steve perform, he's blown away and applauds his son's talent. Roger is a maestro conducting Steve's orchestra, and whenever he sees Stan and Steve getting along, he tries to take Steve out because he has haunting flashbacks of his persona's dad abandoning him during one of his shows. Stan and Steve work to help Roger's persona get over its issue, and when they go to Germany to fix it, they find out it's not the persona's dad that caused his trauma, but actually Roger's real dad, Fred, played by American Dad superfan Michael Imperioli. I'm not going to rehash everything I said about his performance, but it's really, really solid. And you can tell he genuinely loves the show. This could have been a jumping the shark moment, and yet it actually works. It's a perfectly crafted moment for Roger to actually grow as a character. He doesn't need to grow, but it's nice to see them giving him a story like this. The B story has Jeff building a birdhouse and being taken advantage of by the new feathery tenants, and Francine and Haley take up butchering as their side hobbies. Every bit of this screams classic TBS American Dad. You have a stellar guest star, a fantastic Steve, Stan, and Roger story, and a pretty fun, quick B story that gives the A story plenty of time to breathe. Even Maurice LaMarche is amazing in this as Roger's persona's dad. It does everything it needs to do masterfully, and it all culminates in one of the best jokes of the season. Most of the episode takes place in Germany, and they actually draw your attention to the fact they didn't use Klaus at all until the end of the episode. That's just genius. That's art. That's an actual attempt to subvert expectations and get that one last joke in that you probably didn't even notice until you go back and rewatch. It's just great dadage. Piece by Piece is a well-orchestrated 10 out of 10. Nasty Christmas. It's a Christmas episode. It's actually our first mid-season Christmas episode since season 12, if you can believe it. And it's fine. Hate that I'm saying that a lot this season. It's time for the yearly CIA Christmas party, and Stan and the family get dumped at the loser party while Bullock throws a super fancy soiree. You'll be hearing soiree several times in the script. I just like saying it. Stan and Klaus try to sneak into the party, and Stan convinces a woman to let him be her +1. That woman? You guessed it, Mrs. Claus. Turns out the reason Stan wasn't invited was because Santa was performing at the party and didn't want to see Stan during his rocking resurgence as a lead singer. Cool. Santa and Mrs. Claus fight. Mrs. Claus uses Stan to make Santa jealous. Yada, yada, yada. It's kinda just a sorta there Christmas episode. Oh, Stan learns the importance of spending the holidays with his family and appreciating what he has. That would be nice if there wasn't like 5 Christmas specials about that already. Oh look, Santa isn't trying to take them out anymore and he just escaped the Jingleverse. Okay. There's nothing really to compel you to keep watching the episode, and it just sort of drags you along through each of the points until the end where it just goes, hey buddy, Merry Christmas, thanks for watching. I don't know. Is it the worst Christmas special? No, not really, though I will admit I've softened a little on Yule, Die, Repeat, but it's still, I don't know where I'd put this. It's definitely not the best. It's nowhere near the best. This was actually a struggle Christmas episode to watch. Maybe it is the worst. It's a middle-of-the-road special that if you hadn't seen it before, it would entice you into finding out what the Jingleverse is, while delivering a perfectly serviceable rerun quality Christmas special. It doesn't build on anything, it doesn't fall away from anything, it is just its own thing, yet is a part of the Santa story for some reason. It's okay. Nasty Christmas is a blue dabba dee dabba da 5 out of 10. Idiot Rich. Stan wants a Bugatti, but gets told by Roger's financial advisor persona, Susie or woman, that he needs to make his assets work for him. The family realizes that Jeff is a mooch, and they do this whole noodly Cuphead / classic 1920s, 1930s animation style musical number about how he's a mooch that honestly had a lot of potential, and then the whole musical thing just sort of ends. They could have kept cutting back to it or something, but nope, they just sort of keep moving on past it, which is a downright shame, because the rest of the episode is whelming. Jeff gets a job as a wrecking ball operator, gets injured, and all of a sudden, Jeff's rich! Woo! Haley tries to protect Jeff from the family, and they go to court to get a conservatorship to get control of his money. Roger then getting custody to use his money to build a giant resort and casino. I'll say this, the concept of the episode is pretty weak, but the jokes are some of the best of the season. Steve's 1-star art reviews, perfection. Some of the best line delivery of the entire season. The glitter in the car, masterful. It's so pretty, but it stings so bad. Art, I dare say. The jokes are some of the best timed jokes American Dad has had in the TBS era. If you are not paying attention to the story, this is just a fun, funny episode. The actual plot of the episode, meh. It's not a particularly captivating Jeff episode, and it doesn't really do much to stand out compared to some of the much stronger episodes we've gotten in the past. It just feels like more of the same, which again is a shame, because they do have fantastic jokes and that great start to a musical number that never gets a proper payoff. Again, it feels like there's quite a few half-baked ideas this season that were just kind of thrown out there without actually having the time to polish them up. We still get high highs, but these lows are getting too frequent for me. Idiot Rich is a laughing gas supported 6 out of 10. Killer Mimosa. I think this episode is the reason why I have such a problem with An Adult Woman. Haley is interning at Morning Mimosa and is determined to really make a change with her journalism career. Look at that. Haley still wants to pursue journalism. She wants those hot scoops. A callback to well before the TBS era. Isn't that nice? Isn't that refreshing? Genevieve Vivant's getting that call out. Haley starts working with Trish and Suze and gets a secret message about a dark secret of famed animal handler Todd Fox, played by Spartacus's own Liam McIntyre, who would show up several times throughout the season. She keeps investigating, even as the producer, played by Will Forte, tells her not to and to stop hassling Trish and Suze, and we find out that Trish and Suze used to be actual reporters with dreams and aspirations before getting day drunk in Papa Sans. We see the producer was actually the one that pushed them to become the chaotic daytime talk show they are today, and it is just a little too real in the best possible way. The jokes are fantastic, and it's the best Trish and Suze have ever been. They could have just been something in the background, and yet, not only have we had Greg and Terry, but also we have Trish and Suze. Think about it. There is no daytime talk show in Family Guy that is even an iota as iconic as Morning Mimosa. Morning Mimosa has become an institution of TBS, and the fact that Trish and Suze, these side characters, are strong enough to be leads in an A story, it's wonderful. It's a great Haley adventure that shows her what striving for success gets you, and it's just terrific. You get a killer octopus, fantastic jokes, and a little bit of a heartfelt message. And the B story? The entire family gets food poisoning from squidding paella, and they all have to count on Jeff to save them until he too can't deny the temptation of the jet black concoction. Episodes like this and Piece by Piece are why I can't say the season is a wash, because they're genuinely some of my favorite episodes of the entire TBS era, and that's saying something. Since there's so many great other choices, it's got that creative core that shows they still care. If nothing else, this reinforces that the writers haven't gotten lazy. They're still trying new things, and it absolutely works. Killer Mimosa is a bathroom destroying 10 out of 10. The Legend of Mike Madonia, the Rototiller Man. I'll admit, this episode was so good, I was going to make a video about just it, and then I didn't. There you go. No, I really did genuinely love this episode. I was going to compare a character in this episode to the James Woods of Family. James Woods to Family Guy is what Kevin Bacon is to American Dad. And I got real deep into it. Had a thumbnail and everything. Nothing. I could not come up with a single word about it because this episode blows any James Woods appearances out of the water. Tuttle is throwing a garden club soiree, see? And Francine wants in on that sweet, sweet floral action, dog. It's great that Francine is just this wild energy who will absolutely shotgun a Four Loko and blast heavy metal while mowing. She is an honest and true force of nature. She tries to get into the garden club and even turns to one of Roger's personas, Mike Madonia, Rototiller specialist, to help her. The B story has the rest of the family determined to keep saying yes after stealing the idea from one of Klaus's tea bags. Klaus then goes on to help Francine with her garden. Roger takes Francine to the secret gardening aisle in the woods and builds her an immaculate garden. Tuttle proceeds to destroy it, and Francine is determined to grow it back better than ever with the power of dark garden magic. The Parade of Homes shows up and we get one of our two very special guest stars of the episode. The closer in Brooklyn Nine-Nine's Kira Sedgwick as Kira Sedgwick, and her equally famous husband, Kevin Bacon, played by, Kevin Bacon. I lost it when I heard both of them, and that's such a great callback. Kevin Bacon has been baked into the series as far back as season 2 or 3, and it's just wonderful seeing it all come full circle. And I love how passionate Kira and Kevin are with their performances, and it's not phoned in at all. It just all seemed like it was in genuinely good fun, and they were loving doing a little Tremors parody in the episode. The jokes are super solid, Klaus is in both stories, which is wild, and Roger isn't the main instigator of the plot this episode. He gives Francine the temptation, but she's the one that ultimately goes against his warnings and gets the more dangerous growth spray and worms. Francine became the antagonist of her own story, and the fact that it's Roger, Francine, Tuttle in this story is just fantastic. I don't know, I adore how simple and yet delightful this episode is, and it really sold the season for me as a whole, having more than one classic hit. The Legend of Mike Madonia, the Rototiller Man, is a roof climbing 10 out of 10. The Clearview Motel. I don't know if this was going to be the norm or not, but here's our next Twilight Zone-esque episode. Francine is frustrated when the family won't open up to her, and she goes to Tuttle's aunt's funeral just to have some kind of connection with anyone. She embarrasses herself and gets kicked out, so she and Roger, who was on a road trip on State Road 69 at the time, nice, end up going to the Clearview Motel and discovered that the attic has been tweaked so that you could go over and spy in people's rooms and peep on their most intimate moments. A bald man, brushing hair he doesn't have. Tragic. Francine and Roger get addicted to the temptations of the motel and even hide a body of the previous peeper so they can keep the motel going, slipping further and further into their peeping insanity. When Roger leaves, the motel warps the space-time around itself and prevents him from coming back, leaving Francine alone to be the sole peeper. So, I'm really torn on this episode. The imagery of the owl and the use of the vents and peepholes, I think all of that is absolutely fantastic. I think it is set up brilliantly. I think it's all beautifully storyboarded and it does show a lot of care. What I don't love is the reason why the motel is the way it is. Turns out the motel was built on the land that was cursed by an ancient peeping caveman to make sure no person could 69 in that area without being peeped on. Like every Twilight Zone / suspenseful episode before this had either no explanation for what was going on or a very simple one, beyond the alcove being a great exception to the rule. The reasoning just detracted from the overall experience of this episode. It's a great Francine story and again looks great, just doesn't really stick the landing. It had a lot of potential and, still some fine jokes. It did work for a lot of it. And it's just that caveman flashback just did nothing. The Clearview Motel is a new shirt fashioning 8 out of 10. The Girl Who Cried Space Jam. Who's ready for another Haley episode? Haley's poser ass gets called out at work by her manager, who informs her she passed her last drug test. She's not even the stoner anymore. She's a big fat nobody. She goes to stoner boot camp and flunks. She does try to do improv with Wayne Brady and gets shunned, and she just ultimately doesn't know who she is until she finds the power of Satanism. She summons some demons after getting a red fox's leg, which is one of the most haunting Sanford and Son parodies of all time, and it's honestly just great. The demons agree to a game of Space Jam basketball and leave. Haley begins hyping the town up and tries to show she can be somebody, and the demons reveal that they're not gonna play the Space Jam basketball game, and they're just gonna bail so everyone sees what a poser Haley is, and they disappear. Haley then has to play against Wayne Brady's improv group in disguise to show she's not just some poser. Now, on paper, as I read this off, this sounds like the most unhinged episode of the season yet and nothing entertaining. And it kinda is. But all the pieces fit perfectly in place. I was crying when Steve started to belt out his "I Believe I Can Fly" inspired anthem, "If I can perceive it, I can achieve it." That is just unequivocally hysterical. The public domain characters they busted out. Charles Barkley straight up just guest starring in it, so they have a cameo from someone in Space Jam. That's wonderful. Watch Charles Barkley's SNL bits. They're great. And then to have the whole town believe in Haley, even though they know there's not going to be a real Space Jam, is amazing. They're just happy she got the town together. It's so good. It works on every level. I love this episode more than most. I would say this is one of the best Haley episodes of the entire show, and the more American Dad you've watched, the funnier this is, even as they joke about not knowing how old Haley actually is. It's perfect. The Girl Who Cried Space Jam is a hell-raised 10 out of 10. Get into the Greek lifestyle. Francine wants the family to live longer and adopt a more Blue Zone lifestyle. They start eating more Greek food, adopt a Mediterranean lifestyle, and are partying more and more in the best way possible. They're trying to be healthy, and, well, sure enough, Stan loses an old man friend in the night and fears he won't live long enough to complete his bucket list. Roger's persona lends a hand and starts infusing him with every shot known to man and regulating his every second to min-max the aging process. That's the whole episode too. No real B story to break it up. Just Stan fearing death. Again. You've seen the episode before, and no amount of Greenland shark discourse is going to change my mind on that. It's fine. Oh wow, Stan learns about not taking his family for granted and wants to improve himself thanks to being motivated by Jason Statham. Neat. Oh cool, Roger makes Stan effectively immortal with the power of Greenland sharks, and Stan gets to witness the plates of Pangea colliding as he jams out a guitar solo. It's odd when something that out there still feels so paint by numbers. Where The Girl Who Cried Space Jam is funnier if you've seen more American Dad, I think Get Him to the Greek Lifestyle is better if you haven't seen that much at all. The fewer Stan episodes you've seen in the past, the better. The jokes are still fine, and overall it's an okay episode, but it's too familiar to care about it too much. It just feels like an episode made for reruns. This season feels like it's made for reruns, where you're just adding it into this mix of syndication and not actually going that extra step with any of these stories. It's just, it's not the worst episode of the season, but it's definitely close. Get Him to the Greek Lifestyle is a souvlaki savoring 5 out of 10. The mystery of the missing bazooka shark babe. When Danuta goes missing, it's up to Haley to infiltrate the bazooka shark cheer squad to find her missing friend, with the help of the two greatest garage-based detectives out there, Wheels and the Leg Man. Bow, 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 bow. Yeah, that's right. It's another Haley episode with zero B story getting in the way. They go to try out, and this is when we get our bevy of guest stars. The judges would be played by the wickedly funny Gecko, Kristen Chenoweth, and the ghost-busting supermarket sweep reviving Leslie Jones. Pauline Chalamet, Robin Thede, Avantika, and Dasha Polanco also guest star. And so, yeah, Haley goes deeper into the Shark Girls and moves her way up the ranks while learning how much hard work Danuta has put into her hobby that she mocked. As Haley moves up, she starts getting threats, and it's revealed that one of the judges was actually kidnapping the girls and ruining their careers so that she could take the top spot on the pyramid and take out the team owner that cut her from the squad because she was too old. It's fine. Not the weakest Haley episode of the season, not the strongest, just sorta there. The episode at least fills the full 22 minutes and never feels like it's dragging, and the Roger bits are pretty great, but overall it's honestly the weakest Wheels and the Leg Man episode. Steve isn't really doing anything. He's not elevating the episode. You could have just had Roger sneak in with Haley, not as Wheels and the Leg Man, and he would have just blended in, like he did in Hot Scoop, where he joins the cult alongside her. It just, I don't know. I get the mystery of the missing bazooka shark babe. Like, yeah, I get that it's a Wheels and the Leg Man idea, but it was not a good Wheels and the Leg Man adventure. Steve, audits taxes and is just there. Roger is pushing judges down cliffs in carts to take their place and show who has the sizzle. Like, I love that. I love all of Roger's bits. Steve does nothing. And it's just an okay episode overall. The mystery of the missing bazooka shark babe is a pyramid climbing 7 out of 10. Pork and feelings. Haley and Jeff are having relationship issues. Yay. New Haley episodes. So many Haley episodes. Season of Haley. Jeff wants more romance in the bedroom, and Haley doesn't want to open up, thus a rift forms. Roger tries to help them through their intimacy issues. Oh, look, a B story. Well, maybe those will be great. Sometimes the B story is why the episode is any good at all. Bullock does a whole Marie Kondo, does this bring me joy with the CIA, and discards everything he doesn't need while reminiscing about his skating days. Huh.
Yeah, I got nothing. It's a nice spin that it's Haley not opening up rather than Jeff, and does kind of show a parallel between her and Stan, both having intimacy issues from time to time, but it just again feels so paint by numbers. Oh look, Jeff is gonna get his brain pig beamed so he doesn't need any affection, but then Haley saves him by being honest and open. It could be a Stan and Francine episode with very minor tweaks. Jeff really hasn't had much time to shine this season, and as we round the corner on the end, it's really just gonna unfortunately stay that way. It's an overall whelming adventure that stunts any momentum you have while watching the season through in a marathon setting. Pork and Feelings is a basketball appreciating 4 out of 10. Oh, brothel, where art thou? Greg gets a plaque at his house showing it's a historical landmark. Stan gets jealous because he too wants to be somebody. Oh, boy. Well, I know what the plot of this episode is. We're introduced to Glenn, the Historical Society leader, played by the brilliantly bald Bob Balaban. Bob Balaban, the man in that thing, including Seinfeld. He's actually a really fun part of this episode you've definitely seen before. Wow! While looking for a reason that the house is a historical landmark, they find that it used to be an old brothel and the house gets turned into a museum. Wowie zowie! The family is hesitant, but Stan shares a painful backstory about how he wants to be somebody after losing a competition by being thrown into a sewer, and the family jump on board to help. I will at least admit that them acknowledging Stan's traumatic past was pretty great. They're willing to jump in and do anything with him at a moment's notice because they genuinely love him, and Stan will almost definitely always take it too far. Sure enough, when people come to the museum just to watch the family, they all leave and Stan stays behind to be with Glenn and his real family. Glenn proceeds to push Stan out and replace the family with actors to entice more people in, and yep, that's really it. A pretty nothing experience, all things considered. The final part in the Benjamin Franklin Museum with all of them dressed as the family is a great touch though, and I did really love it. Again, could be the writer's strike, could be burnout. Either way, it's noticeable, especially compared to season 18. Not to say that that was a perfect season, but definitely a more balanced one. Oh Brothel, Where Art Thou is a swing accented 5 out of 10. The sickness. When Rogu gets sick, the family doesn't know what's going on and try to cure him while judging Roger for being a bad parent and not knowing anything about his own tumor. That's the whole episode. No B-story, just sick Rogu. Rogu getting sicker and the family getting more and more creative with what it could be, while Roger refuses to feel guilty or change. That's it. I appreciate that everyone loves Rogu and they're trying to help him. Rogu has earned his place in the family and you do actually feel for him a bit. He is one of the best additions for the TBS era now. I love Rogu, and if you don't like Rogu, we can fight in Minecraft. But even then, even with a great performance by D. Bradley Baker, who owns Rogu now, who does all these great Rogu bits, even in this episode, the episode is so dull. It's so nothing. This is an episode that would have thrived off of having a B story. So many of these episodes would have done better with literally anything to break them up just a little bit. Sure, Roger taking Rogu to a theme park is funny, but give us something fresh to cut to. It just doesn't do anything outstanding. It was an episode I completely zoned out on. Oh look, Rogu was sick from sarin gas and the bubble wrap of the candles he eats for his YouTube content, and Roger being clean and healthy was making him worse, I guess. Neat. By the way, if you want me to eat candles for content, comment below. This final block of episodes really is such a toss-up. It feels less like a grand finale and more like a running out of steam. I would have loved more Rogu this season, but this is what we get, I guess. And again, I have to point out, this is probably the funniest Rogu has been in a while. It's just, this episode is just sort of there.
The sickness is a wax munching 3 out of 10. Silicon Steve. It's summer vacation! Steve is determined to do something big this summer, and so he gets to work on making an app with the help of two super best friend super buddies, Klaus and Principal Lewis. The whole saga is told through different raps and beats, and honestly, I love it. I don't love Hideki, Toshi's dad, being a pivotal element of it, but I get it, there's only so much you can do. He just doesn't have to be a part of every entrepreneur story. It gets tiring. Sure enough, he becomes a financier and invests in the company while doing a buyout of Steve. Wow, like he's done every single story he's been a part of. That's so cool. Steve's idea was a social media app just for kids, and that's honestly hysterical that it's sold as a good idea. Again, the musical numbers make the A story actually entertaining and bring a much needed element that elevates the whole thing. Principal Lewis just adds that much more great energy to the musical bits. The story is simple, but the music makes it fun. Me clap at funny moments. The B story has the rest of the family upset when the cable industry fails and they have no way to watch their precious ridiculousness. They become cord cutters, pick up other hobbies, then go back to streaming TV. It's just more of the same. Where other episodes would benefit from a B story, this one I'd argue deserved to be a standalone A story that they went all in on. Just another great musical episode. If they only had two half-finished ideas and just smashed them together, I get that. But man, you just hate to see it. Silicon Steve is a kid beloved 5 out of 10. Guardian. I'm gonna do these last two episodes in their broadcast order because I think that works better just overall. When Steve needs help with his fractions homework, Stan turns on an old supercomputer, Guardian, and proceeds to use it to do his fractions and accidentally frees it from its digital prison, where it quickly takes over the entire world. Steve gets taken in by the Pentagon, and we get a general, played by Neil McDonough, Darcy Carden, and Eugene Cordero also guest star. Stan doesn't get Steve's memes, and Steve thinks Stan is super smart, when really everyone is just super dumb this episode. Which is kind of the point, weird enough. The B story has Francine, Haley, Jeff, and Klaus pranking Roger because he mocked them for enjoying Deja Vu. They trick him into thinking he has Deja Vu, and he gets all excited just for Guardian to trigger the actual end of days. Stan and Steve save the day by showing Guardian a dumb meme, and it tries to take itself out. It's a very Fox-era episode. If this was from season 7 or 8, it would fit right in. It just doesn't feel like a TBS episode at all. Even the "you love us" at the end with Stan and Steve feels very Fox. And that's not bad. If anything, it felt incredibly nostalgic. Like, watch it with the expectation of a Fox episode, and it actually really works. In the context of this season, it doesn't, but I think a casual viewer that sees a rerun of this episode on some Wednesday night will probably love it. It has all the trademarks of a Fox-era American Dad episode. Stan is weirdly political this episode. He's bringing up actual thought, like he has opinions about things that he hasn't had in a long time. He is very conservative this episode. There's political satire, and it's fun. It's a good episode in those regards. As a TBS era, yeah, it stands out. But if you just watch it after a Fox era episode, it really kind of works. I went and tested it, and sure enough, yeah, Guardian's not that bad if it's out of this season. Guardian is a meme appreciating 7 out of 10. What great advancements! And here we are, the end of the TBS era. While Guardian would technically be the season finale by episode order, this would be the last new episode to air on TBS proper. The episode starts as a silent movie about Stan as a farm boy dreaming of going to the big city and finally becoming a somebody. A big, important inventor type. His mom sells her beloved quilt to fund his trip, and he heads out to the industrial new age. It's a lot like old Chaplin movies, like Modern Times, and the fact they stuck with silent movie elements for so long is terrific. Eventually, Stan invents a robotic voice beetle that allows people to actually talk, and as his empire grows, he creates a device that adds color to their black and white world. Haley and Steve are trying to unionize the industry, and Stan becomes the big shot he always wanted to be, eventually getting shot by his mom and taken home so he can appreciate the simple things again. The story is simple, and there's not a ton of jokes, but there is a lot of Chaplin callbacks and callbacks to movies of that era. But that's not really the point of this episode. Throughout the episode, you literally watch the city get more creative and lively. A perfect symbol of how the TBS era has grown and evolved. Look at how big and weird Langley is now. How many supporting characters like Tuttle got a new lease on life and got reimagined and reworked into the now classic characters they are today. This is a celebration of the creativity at the core of American Dad. I don't think anyone could say at this point American Dad is just another Family Guy clone. This episode proves that time and time again, American Dad has earned its spot up there with the greats. Sure, yeah, there's American Dad on Fox on the bookcase and all these little Easter eggs to spot, like the Ozymandias book, but I'm not about to do a deep dive into all of those. That's for some other picktuber to bother with. This is a beautiful send-off to the show on TBS and is a perfect marriage of the creativity, comedy, and character growth that made the show so truly spectacular. This episode is the come down from the fever dream, stamp-licking hallucination that is the TBS era. Wherever the show goes from here, the TBS era ended on a high note. What grand advancements is a small thing appreciating? 10 out of 10. And there we have it. That's season 19. Anything you think I was right on, wrong on? What was your favorite episode? Least favorite? Let me know in the comments below. I was not expecting this to be the end of the TBS era. I really thought we'd have more time. Yet I'm not devastated we ended with season 19. There were some very high highs and some very low lows, and I think that's just American Dad at this point. I have new episodes I'd throw into my rotation of reruns and episodes I'd never want to watch again. And 19 seasons in, that's genuinely saying something. American Dad will always be something special, and while I'm skeptical of a return to Fox, I'm cautiously optimistic. And there we have it. That was every episode of the TBS era reviewed. There's no script for this part. This is just me sort of ad-libbing because, yeah, it's wild to me that we got 10 seasons of American Dad in the TBS era. More episodes in the TBS era than we ever got in the Fox era for now. I guess this would be the first Fox era, and we'll have a second Fox era soon. Looking back on the TBS era, just look at how far the show has come. Look at how creative Langley is, how creative the new characters are, and the old characters. Look at how characters like Tuttle and Greg have a whole new lease on life. And look at all the people asking if Terry's gonna come back after the Fox era again. Woo, more Terry. I don't want to see that. And also, another thing I don't want to see in the Fox era, and really the canary in the coal mine if it happens, is if we get a Family Guy crossover in American Dad. American Dad crossing over in Family Guy? Oh, that happens all the time. That's no big deal. But if they spend an entire episode with Family Guy in the American Dad universe, I don't want it. At that point, I think the creativity has really just been run dry. TBS really was the perfect home for American Dad to evolve, for it to become this whole new force. It wasn't forced to stay on Fox and live in the shadow of Family Guy. It was allowed to do different things, was allowed to be different and weird, and we got some of the greatest pieces of animation of all time in the forms of Gold Top Nuts, Rabbit Ears, Beyond the Alcove, and even Clearview Motel. There is so much heart and charm at the core of American Dad, and you love to see it. When I started my review, season 17 had just started airing, and by the time it was done, I was able to catch up. And it's wild to me that I really only had 2 seasons before the end of the TBS era. American Dad is what made this channel initially take off. American Dad is a series that helped me bond with my wife. American Dad is a series that has become an institution and something to be celebrated and praised. American Dad is there for anyone that just needs a good joke. I am so happy I have had American Dad in my life, and so long as there's new episodes coming out, I will follow the show until its final cancellation. American Dad, even at its worst, is some of the best TV ever written, bar none. I love it, and I love all the opportunities being a fan of this show has provided me. It really is one of the greats. So I just want to take this one last time to thank you all so much for watching, to thank you all so much for giving this channel a chance, and to just really say I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you so much for being you. Thank you so much for commenting all the incredible things you have, for saying all the beautiful thing. I'm grateful. I am so eternally grateful. And with the end of one era, we have to turn towards another. So I ask that you please stay healthy, stay happy, keep fighting that good fight as we look back at this golden age of the series that started it all. The golden era of Family Guy. Hey Lois, it's me, the Black Swordsman. I don't know, it sounds more like Fran Drescher's nanny, but we'll take it. Family Guy's up next, and all the Family Guy clones that come with it. So, stay strong, keep fighting that good fight. If you got this far, please consider sharing and telling your friends. A huge, monumental shout out to our patrons. You can get your name on this fancy list if you join their wonderful ranks. Membership, patron, $2 a month, whatever. Get on this list, show that you care. They are all fantastic. I love having their support. It is great to keep making this content, and I have so many more big plans ahead. So thank you, thank you, thank you. And I'll see you all next time when we seethe with rage after the cancellation of the Family Guy Golden Age.